We should be connected here. If you're watching this on YouTube later, we are 1 hour away from the start of the 2025 NFL Draft. We have a lot of expectations about what should happen tonight and over the next few years. These picks have a ton of expectations. You have your teams that are either trying to stay at the top or teams like mine, like the New York Giants, trying to right the ship, turn it around, and become a contender yet again. We expect Cam Ward to be the first pick off the board, but if you're watching this later on YouTube, skip an hour. We will not get the first pick for probably about an hour, at least, right? It's 6:05 local time for me, 7:05 Eastern. The commissioner is going to come out, open up the draft in about an hour. So if you're watching this later, skip to that point. I'm live on both YouTube and Twitch, I believe. We may have technical difficulties. It's always something, but hopefully I did this correct. And I'm super excited, right? This is my Super Bowl, especially as a Giants fan. And you know, all these months and really a full year of preparation for this next draft, at least like 6 months, you know, has led to this. We are an hour away, and we should be live on both. So I appreciate you guys joining in. Dylan Cook, thank you for the 5 gifted and the resub. M. Climate, thanks for the tier 1. N. Davis, thanks for the tier 1. Joel with the tier 1. I appreciate you guys over on the Twitch chat. Rahul, thank you for the Prime sub. This first hour, we'll be responding to messages, draft questions, super chats, donations, bits, everything like that. So, it should be a fun time. Got Travis Hunter wearing a hot pink suit. Doing a little dancing. Will Travis Hunter be the second overall pick? It sure seems like it. But will that be to the Cleveland Browns or another team looking to jump up? I think the Cleveland Browns. Chris or Cries with a $4.99 on YouTube as the GM of the Jacksonville Jaguars. What are your goals for the draft? Yeah, I've been getting this comparison like fairly relentlessly. But I think the Jags, if you saw my final mock draft, you know I expect, or I'm guessing that the Jaguars are going to trade back with the Bears jumping up. But I think one way or another, the Jags are going to end up with an offensive playmaker, Genty or Tetaroa McMillan, maybe even Tyler Warren, or Mason Graham on defense. Braised, Brixid, sorry, thanks for the 2. Triscuits, thanks so much for the 5 gifted. Let's get some hype in the chat for Triscuits. Tender Steak, thanks for the tier 1. Ethan, thanks for the Prime. Jules KC with the Prime. Christian Nolte, thanks for the tier 1. Elite KB with the 36 months. Do you think Bo Callahan stays at 1 or Ward sneaks in? How many of you guys watched Draft Day last night? Jay Mula, thanks for the tier 1. The worst, but also best sports movie ever. It's so bad, but that's kind of why it's good. Kirk, thanks for the 5. Big fan, love the YouTube vids. Long time watcher, first time actually catching the stream. What do you think of Eagles trading up for Will Johnson? Yeah, we can't let it happen. I think Will Johnson's really good, man. JRD, thanks for the 5. Says Sanders to the Giants. I wouldn't mind that via trade up. I would be less excited about Jackson Dart. And saying that, that's the big rumor right now is the Giants are going to move back into the first round for Jackson Dart. That'd be a heck of a draft reaction, I'll tell you that. Juju, thanks for the 10. Huge fan of the channel. I donate every year on draft day. I appreciate you, Juju. You make it possible for me to do this. Bears fan, I have no idea what direction they're going in. Not high on Kelvin Banks. I don't want them to trade up for a running back. But it's not just for a running back. It's Ashton Genty. But they might go defensive line if they stick and pick. Silas with the 2. Anyway, Tet falls to Seattle. I want him badly. I really don't think so. I really don't. I think he'll be gone inside the top 12. Lawnmower with a 5. If you are Kwesi Adofo-Mensah, what compensation would you seek for 24? So the Vikings only have 4 picks in this draft. I'd really like to see them acquire at least a second-round pick, but again, it depends how far they would move back. But I'd like to see them get a second. K right with a 5. Do you think the Saints get 5 wins this upcoming season or less? Kind of depends what happens in this draft, but I'm not that high on the Saints. Excel, thanks for the Prime. Jump for Jesus with the Prime. Zach Attack with the Tier 1. Big Chiefs guy. Caleb, thanks for the 300 bits. Save my life. You don't even know it. Every time I'm depressed or sad, you make me laugh. Thank you, bro, so much for the dry humor. It's awesome. Well, I'll tell you what, you saved your own life, Caleb, but I appreciate you being a fan, man. Thank you very much. Spanzer, thanks for the Tier 1. What's up, Bengi? Feeling my commandees trade out of the first. With the talent that may fall, do you think it's the right thing? It depends on the compensation, but I think now is the time for the Commanders to be aggressive. They were picking number 2 overall last year, right? At this very time. So now is the time to be aggressive and make something happen. So if I'm the Commanders, I'm maybe looking more so to trade up, but they don't really have the picks maybe to do it. After getting Debo and Laramie Tunsil, it's going to be a little bit more difficult. So trading down for more picks would make sense thinking about it that way, but just try to get the best player you can. Booty, thanks for the 2. Falcons trade up for Cam Ward. Hell yeah, dude. Connor, thanks for the 2. Broncos will trade up for an elite offensive player. Can you find one? Gottfried, thanks for the 10. As a delusional Vikings fan, is there any world we get Amarion Hampton tonight? Yeah, I think there is a world. Because if he doesn't go at 12 to the Cowboys, which seems like he won't, 20 to the Broncos is the next option, right? Seems like every team in between those guys are not going to consider a running back. So I feel like there's a chance he slides to Minnesota or, you know, anybody else. But are the Vikings going to take him there? Would they rather trade down? They only have 4 picks. Steven, thanks for the 5. Luther Burden falling out of round 1 would be criminal. Casey should take him at 31. Need wide receiver help. I mean, I'm a big Luther Burden guy. I think he's got potential in the right place to be really effective. Joe Bamba, thanks for the 5. We'll be enjoying your commentary 10 times more than the official, as always, Bengal MVP. That's my alt account. Joe Bamba, thank you very much. Victor, thanks for the 5. Who do you think our Giants will draft, Jax or San? Okay. It's the rumor right now is Jackson Dart. I'd prefer Sanders if they're going to move back up and he's available. I think Shador is better right now, and it's tough for me to grade on anything else, right? He's the most accurate QB in this draft. Whether or not he succeeds in the NFL is a big question, as it is with any prospect, but especially quarterback. And I don't know, it's all about the right scheme and team, right? Right situation. Otherwise, it's tough for quarterbacks to be effective. Colin, thanks for the 2. Cardinals take wide receiver maybe. I feel like Ibuka works. Yeah, I think that's a possibility. Pair him back up with Marvin Harrison Jr. We have a little hype train going on Twitch as well. Scrapper, thanks for the Tier 1. Teo, thanks for the Tier 1. Heard the Bills are trading for Myles Garrett today. That would be interesting. Noah, thanks for the Tier 1. Scylla Grant, thanks for the 45 months. Falcons take edge or ATL is done. I think this might finally be the year. Martini, thanks for the bits. Zephraz, thanks for the Prime. Who's your favorite player that's not generally considered a top 50 prospect? It might be Jordan Phillips. The defensive tackle out of Maryland. I really like Gunnar Helm. Hook him. Of course, I think he's a beast. I think Isaiah Bond's got a ton of potential going back to another Texas guy. But he's got some off-the-field stuff. Austin, thanks for the Tier 1. Thank you for everything you do. Hope the new place is treating you well. Yeah, it's been nice to get fully moved in here. Mastermind, thanks for the Tier 1. Best pick for Titans if Ward is not all that. I mean, I think it's just going to be Ward. But I think the best player in the draft is Hunter. Best player for the Titans it would either be Hunter or Carter if you don't like Cam Ward, but it's going to be Cam Ward. New Plagues, thanks for the Tier 1. Welcome. Pistol Pete, thanks for joining. Owen with the 5 gifted. Let's get some hype in the chat for Owen. Thank you very much. Man, you guys are going crazy with the donations, the gift subs, the subs over on Twitch, the super chats on YouTube. I appreciate you guys. I'm going to try to get to everybody. Carter with the 2. What do you think the Bears would trade for 4? Provided that the Patriots would move down. I mean, it's going to be at least one of those 2 second-round picks, plus a little bit more you'd expect. You'd try not to give a future 1, but it might cost that. But I think one of those second-round picks at least would be on the way, and you're looking at probably a pick swap somewhere else. Silly Rex, thanks for the 20. Thank you, Silly Rex. Hey, Bengal, hope you have a great night. Really enjoy your content. Hope you continue it for a while. Me too. Wanted to ask, do you think the 49ers move down or make me happy and make a pick for the trenches? I think they will go something in the trenches. I really do. What is Travis Hunter doing on stage? He's vibing, dude. I think the Niners do address the trenches, but this is a team that I think would benefit from having more picks. Like, they really would. They have so many holes. The 49ers, for a team picking outside the top 10, even though they're close, right? They've got as many holes as any team. Jay Demon, thanks for the 2. Possibility Malachi Starks falls to the Bills or Amos. Yeah, definitely possibility on both. I think Amos more likely than Starks, but Starks plays free safety. Amos plays corner. Corner more valuable than safety, especially, you know, based on how we've seen teams draft in the past. So it's tough to say. Saskatoon Steve, who do you think the Packers will take? Where is Jair going? No idea on Jair. Maybe the Rams, I guess. But I had them going Maxwell Hairston in my final mock, which I know not everyone had a chance to watch because I uploaded it fairly late. About 50,000 of you guys have seen it, which is a great number in the first 3 hours. But I know a lot of you guys probably have not had a chance to watch this. A little over 3,000 in the chat, by the way. I appreciate you guys. More of the type of So this is, we'll go, I guess, over my final mock. If you guys did not get a chance to see this, just kind of simulate through or skip through and show some of what I think is going to happen. I have the Bears trading up for Genty. I guess you can't even see this. Hold on. Throw it over here. Kind of hard to see some of this with the current format. But I have the Bears trading up for Genty. I have the Raiders going Membu. Jets going Tyler Warren. I have Jalen Walker to the Panthers. Saints taking Kelvin Banks Jr. I had the Jags going T-Mac. Mason Graham in this scenario falls to the Niners. But yeah, I'd highly recommend you guys check out this video if you want more in-depth analysis on why I have each player going to each team. You can find that on my YouTube channel, which you are probably on already. Although, how are we doing on Twitch here? 600 viewers? Hey, we'll take that. Got Will Johnson to the Chargers. I thought that was a really interesting one. It just kind of feels like if he's there, it does make a lot of sense for everybody involved. But that's what I got rocking so far. I say so far. I mean, we're here. This is it.
Not Aaron Rodgers is going to be their quarterback. They think it, but they don't know it, and retirement is still a possibility for Rodgers.
Well, the question is will there be another quarterback added by the end of tonight, 21st overall?
TBC Hawks, thanks for the gift sub. Majestic Turns, thanks for the resub.
Yeah, Rich,
Cries over with the Prime on Twitch. Thank you very much. Nick, thanks for the tier 1. EDAC for life. Thoughts on Scatterboo to the Broncos? Yeah, if they don't go Hampton at 20, maybe round 3, I could see that. Chase, thanks for the Prime. Says this is a CS subscription. Yeah, I've been streaming Counter-Strike over on Twitch. I'm getting pretty good, I feel like. I have my off games, but I've mostly been frying. Jack Ashley Price with the $9.99 EU. Love the vids, bang a long time watcher. Do you think Tyler Booker will still be there at 25? Really begging for him to fall to my Texans. If not, then Gray Zabel has to be the choice. Both gone, I cry. I think Booker could get there. Yeah. Finn, thanks for the 2. Cody with the 5. Do you think the Saints will go QB? Not in round 1. I think maybe round 2 or 3 it's a conversation. Josh, thanks for the 5. Who's a surprise team to trade up for Travis? I mean, the teams we know that would want him, it's Jacksonville and New England, but I don't think either of them are going to get the chance. See Joss, thanks for the 2. Packers, Barron or Harrison if both are on the board. I think Harrison's honestly a better fit. I think Barron's the better player. Gottfried, thanks for the tier 1 on YouTube. Welcome on in. Jake with the 20. How many times will you hear you say generational talent tonight? I would probably 0. Well, I 1, I guess. I haven't really been dropping generational because it's pretty rare. I think Hunter is in that conversation though, but I think he's the only one that you would say is a generational player in this draft. He's such a freak. Matt, thanks for the 5. Please, Shador Sanders, save us from seeing Aaron Rodgers in a Steelers uniform. I'll tell you what, there are worse QBs out there than Aaron Rodgers still. But I get if you don't want the media firestorm. Alga, thanks for the 2. Are you trading back as Pat's GM? If you can get something back like that's significant enough, maybe again a first next year I'm absolutely in. A second I'm probably in as well, but we'll see. Clint, thanks for the 2. Lane, thanks for the 2. Top 3 all-time in a Bengal franchise draft. Dennis Peoples. It's hard not to just go wide receiver. Because Raphael Wilkinson and Lions franchise was a monster. And then, like, if you're talking about the college football guys as well, I mean, White Lightning might be the most accomplished player in my history on the channel. Silas, thanks for the 5. If Tet makes it to 13, do you think the Hawks could move up for him? They really like him, and John won't draft ILL in the first, in my opinion. Lots of day 2 picks. Yeah, I think that's a possibility. I don't think he's going to make it there. But yeah, I think that would make sense. Jason, thanks for the 2. Hayden, can I get your best? Duval! Benjamin, thanks for the 5. If Genti is gone by 6, the Raiders trade back to the mid-20s to get draft capital and take Amarion. I mean, that's a way they could go, right? I think they might just take something in the trenches there. Sebastian, thanks for the 5. If Carson Schlesinger is a big reach at 20, or is Carson Schlesinger a big reach at 29? Hearing my Commanders are in love with him. I don't think it's a big reach. I think that's fine enough. Ethan, he's a good player. Ethan, thanks for the 2. Thoughts on Jahad Campbell to the Colts? He's a good player. I think he's a top 10 player in the draft. I'm a big Jahad Campbell guy. Timothy, thank you so much for the 2. Where's Taylor McCaleb going tonight? I will have to see, man. Seat time 90, thanks for the 5. Also got food on the way. We're going to be eating here before the actual draft starts. MS with the 199. It's looking like Browns may trade down. Bad move. Unless you can get like a first next year, I probably wouldn't. I think Travis Hunter is a monster player. C. Jossing with the 2. Do you view the Packers receiver room as an issue to draft one? I just don't know that you're drafting a receiver round 1 that's significantly better than what they have. Like, they're looking for a true star. I don't know that you're finding that at 23 this year. I really don't. Like, I feel like it's tough because the Packers receivers are all, I think, pretty good, not elite. They're looking for an elite guy. Mustang, thanks for the prime. Bears pick who? Don't say Genti if they trade up. Michael Williams, maybe. Kelvin Banks. Lila Torrey, thanks for the prime. 4 Cheese Hot Pocket with a gift sub. Death Glare with a tier 1. Hendo with a tier 1. Dylan, thanks for the 500 biddies. Do you think Pittsburgh will go QB? And if Shador's off the board, will you say Dart is the next best thing? No. I'm not really a big Jackson Dart guy, but I'm preparing for him to be a Giant. I would go like Kenneth Grant or something. Or Derek Harmon maybe. But Grant is probably a better fit if you want to move Keanu Benton to like 3-tech. Triscuits with the 100 bits. If McMillan and Golden are available, do you think the Cowboys take? Also, Paul Garrison's friend fucking hell. Paul Garrison's friends went to just birthday, so he went 1-1. Well said. I thought I was having a stroke, but it's written in an interesting way. Paul Garrison's friends went to just birthday, so he went 1-1. Yeah. I think McMillan's a better prospect than Golden, but I love Matthew Golden. Can I get some horns up in the chat? Jacob, thanks for the 5. Who is a dark horse to go in the back end of the first round that no one would think would go there? I think Carson Schwezinger's in that conversation. I know we just talked about it briefly, but he's not. You're not going to find him in too many round 1 mocks. Let's pull up the PFF big board. Via the mock draft simulator. I mean, I could see a lot of guys that are not talked about in round 1 as round 1 players. Like, who do I think could possibly get in that is never mocked in the first round? Like, I don't know that I can predict a Cole Strange. Remember that? I think Tyleek Williams low-key could as one of the better run defenders in this draft. Or maybe the best. I think Donovan Jackson could be a round 1 guy. Darius Alexander, maybe. Schwezinger. Travion Henderson. Kyle Williams, maybe at the back end. Or even Jalen Knoll. Oladejo, maybe. I mean, these are long shots, but I think not impossible. Jared Wilson, maybe, if you really view him as the best center in the draft. I still feel like Jordan Birch could end up going fairly high, but I mean, it'd be surprising to see any of these guys down here going round 1. Noel Williams is a real good player. Nick with a 2. Could you see the Bolts moving up to get Warren? I think they'd have to go too far. I think they have a long way to go. The Great Browse with the 2. Need Loveland at 20. I don't know that he's going to make it there, but I think it's a good pick if he does. Old Bean with a 10. Would Dallas be more likely to trade down or trade up? I think trade down more likely.
The Saints still don't know. It has been 3 or more weeks of uncertainty for Derek Carr, who I should mention.
Saints still don't know. Can you guys hear this okay? Is this too loud, too quiet? Just right? Give me the little Goldilocks test. Henry, thanks for the 5. The Browns better take Travis at 2, or I will punch my infant son. Andrew Barry, you have been warned. Project, thanks for the 2. Cardinals better take Nolan if he's there coping. I think he might be there, but I don't know if he's a Monty Osenfort character type of guy. Want Brett, thanks for the 2. Thoughts on Giants trade down if they get a haul? I don't really want to trade at a blue chip range, to be honest, but if you get a haul...
All right, we're very close to the proceedings beginning on the stage. So
if you get a real haul, I'm not, like, totally opposed to it, but...
Yeah, my understanding, Rich, is the Cleveland Browns at number 2 are open for business. And
hold on.
For most of this day about the Jacksonville Jaguars being bold, not being timid, willing to make a splash. We will see if those two can get together and do some sort of deal. Now, as of right now, there's no deal done, but certainly it is within the realm of possibility. And you would think, while Abdul Carter is an excellent elite player, you would think Travis Hunter would potentially be the selection here.
You guys hear this?
The Jaguars do it if the Browns do trade, but certainly something to watch over the next half hour or so.
And we're going to be talking about, obviously, Travis Hunter when...
Interesting. I just can't see the Browns trading out of that pick, but if the Jags were to... The Jags would have to trade a decent bit. You'd think. Yeah, the Giants trading down. I would hate to move out of blue chip territory. I really would, but if you get a first round pick next year, which I don't know who would give that, but I'm in. Depending on how far you'd have to move back, of course. Josh with a 5. Do you think we see another Michael Penix type of pick tonight that leaves us scratching our heads? If so, who would it be? I mean, that trade or that pick was just completely unpredictable. I don't know. It'd be somebody taking like Jackson Dart, like the Cowboys. I mean, they don't need a quarterback, obviously, but there's always a weird thing with Dak. I don't know. But it'd be something like that. Or the Colts going QB at 14. Not completely impossible, I guess, but like, I'd be surprised. I'll tell you that. K, right, thanks for the 2. What team drafts Nick Duval tonight? Giants franchise legend? NFL Perry with the 2. Bengal, you got to get revenge on stream soon. Is that what, I was on TikTok. This was pretty cool. It was like a head-to-head, like, spin the wheel draft versus somebody. I'm on TikTok, I guess. It's a rarity, but TikTok TV or TikTok, whatever the ad is on there. It's Bengal YouTube. I don't know, TikTok.com, whatever. Bengal YouTube, it's on there. I talk for a living. Michael Blatnick with a 5. What's a Bengal? How far do you think James Pierce Jr. is going to fall? It may be out of the first round. I'd be surprised if it was out of the top 50, but I still think he's a beast. Adrian, thanks for the 2. Chiefs pick if they don't take OT. Playmaking, wide receiver, corner, or interior defensive lineman. Obviously, a lot of different players depending on what route they would go there. If Jahdae Barron can get to the Chiefs, that'd be a heck of a pick. Caden, thanks for the 5. Love Nick Eamon for my 12s at 18. Freak athlete would be a great addition to the McDonald defense. Thanks for the Duval. Hell yeah, Caden. Yeah, I think that's a good fit. I think Mike McDonald would know how to utilize Eamon. Incredible athlete. I'm not going to say Cam Chancellor, but, thumping, strong safety could kind of bring back that Legion of Boom vibes with, Devin Witherspoon in there. Could be fun. Nolan with a 5. Do you think Travion Henderson could land with the Browns in the second? If not, who do you think they go with at 33? I think depending on what they do at 1, let's say it's Travis Hunter. I think you're looking at potentially the top tackle available, depending on who that is. Maybe a Donovan Jackson, keeping him in state, because I think he can play tackle. Jamie, thanks for the 2 euros. How many NFL players are more valuable than Howie? I'm missing something. Morgan, thanks for the 10. If the Bears stick and pick, as you so famously say, at 10, and Genty's off the board, who do you think should be their top target? Gonna glaze since I have no more text to use. Thanks for all the draft content. Morgan, thank you very much. I think the Bears would go one of the best players in the trenches available, or Warren if he gets there. I think Colston Loveland would also be kind of sick, just to add another big receiver to the mix and run like 12 personnel with Loveland and Kmet. But he's a big slot. You have Odunze and more on the outside and use Loveland up the seam. I think that's fun. K Wright, thanks for the 2. Jackson Dart equals Cody Bailey. I can see that. Justin, thanks for the 2. Make any bets for the draft? I haven't. Oh, my food's almost here. Does Underdog with code Bengal? Do we have anything going on with that? Get a big screenshot here. If you guys do not currently have Underdog, you can use code Bengal. Let me get this on the screen here. You can use code Bengal. Scan this QR code. Should we make an Underdog with code Bengal? Do they have the draft on here? You'd think they'd have something for the draft. But I don't see anything on here. Play responsibly, of course. Hold on, I'm getting a quick call. Yeah, got to be 18. Let's see here. NFL Perry with the 2. Yes, sir. That was my website. It was sick having you on. Hell yeah, dude. That was cool. Yeah, message me privately. We'll try to set something up again. Or if I'm just like randomly up at that time. You got to get some real randoms in there. I got to figure out a way to get Eddie Kennison. I don't know why I thought I heard Joe Juravicious on a squad. Josh, thanks for the 2. When's the next episode of Raiders franchise? Moving on. Nathaniel, thanks for the 10. With the tweets from Pete Carroll on Twitter, do you see them going with Banks at 6? I have no idea what you're talking about. Is Pete Carroll out here tweeting? He's like 70 years old. Get him off this. He's dropping draft clues? What are we doing? What is this? Sinners movie? Snoop Dogg? Why would it mean Kelvin Banks? I don't think that means anything, but read into it if you like. I don't know. Let's see here. Tap with the 2. Shouldn't you be doing further research on the Jags pick? We've already got it ready to go. We're ready to turn in the card. We're going to have fireworks one way or another, that's for sure. Jeremy, thanks for the 2. Nick, thanks for the 5. You're keeping me, I'm hoping, it says, entertained throughout my 4-hour flight. Where are you going? And where are you from? We want to find out exactly where you live. If the Bengals pick anyone other than Harmon, Nolan, Stark, Zabel, I'll probably cry. What about Nick Ebenwari? What about Jahad Campbell? What about Shamar Stewart? What about Mike Green? The Bengals have options. They're like Jack Harlow in that way. Jeremy, thanks for the 2. What are your thoughts on Danny Stutzman? He's a good downhill player. I wouldn't really love mountain coverage, but first down, second down, short yardage, throw him in there. He's a good athlete, good enough. And my food is here. How excellent. Let me get caught up and then I'm going to go grab that. Jamie, realistic worst case scenario for the Giants tonight. I don't want them to trade back up for Jackson Dart. And it seems like they sure would like to. Cries, thanks for the 5. Do you think Genty falls to the Eagles at pick 32? No. Sources tell me it's possible. P.S. been waiting 2 years for a GeoGuessr video on Gene Dangus. I will upload GeoGuessr again at some point. Nicholas, thanks for the 5. What do you think the Vikings go with? Do you think they trade down or take Starks if he's here? Thanks. I think either are good options. Even worry in that conversation. Maybe even a running back. Depending on who gets there. But I think they're looking to trade down unless like the perfect player gets to them. And maybe it would be Malachi Starks. Odix, thanks for the 10. It's Genty. He always makes it super hard. And Snoop praised Genty at the Fiesta Bowl for the first one. Both characters were stationed in Italy. Same with Ashton's parents. Genty might not even get to 6. Aftermath, thanks for the 2. Cam Ward career closer to Jameis or Cam Newton? I don't even know how to answer that. Sorry. I have no idea. I think Ward's got potential. We'll see how he fits in Tennessee. Chipper, thanks for the 2. Texans feel like they trade up for an OT, then receiver. Then or like then? THEN or THAN? Because it really does change. I don't know. If the Texans, it sounds like they're fine at tackle, which I don't agree with, but it seems like they are. Chuckles with the 2. Do you recommend watching an ESPN or NFL Network? I'm going to have NFL Network audio on. I'm an NFL Network guy. I don't really I don't want to go on a rant, but I've never been a huge fan of the ESPN draft coverage. With the 11th pick, the San Francisco 49ers select this guy. He grew up homeless and broke and learned football at the age of 17. And here he is. His mom was a crackhead. It's like, dude, what? Just tell me how he fits into the scheme. Tell me, you can tell me some background, but give me, obviously I know this stuff because I've done my own research, but I don't want to hear about how his mom was a raging drug addict. Why is that important? It's not relevant. ESPN's always doing that shit. Frosty, thanks for the 5. Niners get Graham, I hope. You want the Giants to draft the least out of the top prospects. Shucker, Milroe, best QB, hot take. I mean, I think the Giants are going to get Carter almost for sure, but out of the top prospects, I mean, I don't know. It's hard because I think it's going to be Carter. I'd be the least happy with Mason Graham if you're going to include him in that group. At 3, I think that'd be shocking. Cat's fave player this year? I could ask her. She's under desk sleeping right now, but thank you for the 2. Let me grab my food. And you guys hopefully don't get too mad about me eating while streaming. D-Tick, thanks for the 2. We are, what, 30 minutes away? 20, but probably 30. Here, we're almost here. Again, if you guys like to play daily fantasy sports, use code Bengal on Underdog or scan that QR code. Get the draft starting in a little bit here.
Like the agility.
We're going to get this audio on while I eat. Hopefully this is a good volume.
And go to the Ohio State University and take their wide receiver.
Look at you.
Yeah, there we go.
Bold strike.
Benjamin, thanks for the 5. Which team in the top 10 is most likely to make the biggest reach?
Not only is one of my favorite players,
Saints.
He's one of the favorite young men I've ever gotten to cover. He's an
Raiders,
incredible
maybe?
young man. He's a consummate professional. He runs clean.
I mean, I think any
routes,
team out of the
he's
top
a team
5, to
leader,
be
all the
honest.
things that you would check off the boxes for the NFL. And he's got the bloodlines. He
Could be,
comes from,
and I don't even want to say
think, the
reach.
single
I just want to
best
say, like,
position
maybe
group in
slightly
all of college
surprising.
football as it relates to NFL success, which is the Ohio State wide receiver room.
By the way, I don't mind talking about the Ohio State. Not everybody can win the national championship undefeated and win their conference at the same
Who's
time.
your favorite guy up here,
We all know who
Rich?
the last team to do that was.
Rich,
Kurt,
who's your favorite guy?
Kurt, your thoughts?
I mean, for me, this is easy. This is Travis Hunter for me because because I'm not only intrigued by where he goes, but where he's going to play. And as Joel was saying, it's about the young man as well. These are special moments to hear your name called. This young man did something special in college football the last couple years. Can't wait to see him have his moment tonight.
So, Travis Hunter currently being introduced out there on the stage with the rest of the green room draftees that will be here all throughout the night. Some maybe a second night here in Green Bay. We're about to send things back to the stage in a matter of moments as they're going through the paces right there. And again, I'm fine. They won the national championship.
Who's your favorite, Rich?
No, I just
who's your favorite guy?
Joel Klatt. I just love listening to you at the end of November's, the last 4 of them. Joel, now back to the stage.
Ladies and gentlemen, from the nation's capital, tonight's colors will be presented by the Military District of Washington's Joint Armed Forces Color Guard. To honor America with the performance of our national anthem, please welcome Seymour, Indiana native and Big Loud recording artist, Stephen Wilson Jr.
I took too big of a bite and almost puked on my way back in. That was cool. Paige with the 2, are you going to do a door giveaway? Yes. J-Live, thanks for the 5. I'm a Seahawks fan. Really hope we draft Tyler Booker. Yeah, I think he could be good in the right system. You got to go power run it. I mean, he's going to be an effective player. GG, thanks for the 2. What's for dinner? I have got lamb, sausage, mushrooms, and potatoes. Kingfisher, thanks for the 10 Canadian. That's like fucking $800 or something. How are people writing off the Niners? Half their guys who left were already replaced with younger guys, Green and Mustafa. Any team with Kittle, Bosa, Warner, Purdy, Trent, etc. should not be written off. Like, I get why you'd say that, because they do have stars and Brock Purdy. But injuries are a consistent problem for a lot of the players you named, or they're getting older. And you didn't name McCaffrey, I guess, but I'm throwing him in that conversation. They've got so many holes. It's like, who do you actually trust in the front 7 right now? It's Fred Warner. It's a healthy Nick Bosa, and that's it. That's it. I like Renardo Green for the future. Who else? Malik Mustafa is a good player downhill. So you can say that, okay, we replaced like Talanoa Hufanga. I think you're fine with that, right? But there are a lot of holes other than that. You've got holes on the offensive line. You've got a ton of holes on the defensive line. The secondary is not amazing. I don't care about trading Debo. I really don't. But I don't know. There are a lot of holes, I feel like, for the Niners, and they lost a lot of talent. Like, it's hard to replace Dre Greenlaw. I know he didn't play very much last year, and I think that was a big problem. Jim, thanks for the 2. Any chance of a cat pick tonight? The cat is awake now. Christopher, thanks for 5. Some hot prediction. Chicago moves up to 5 for Genty. For Graham, San Francisco trades up to 7. Walter Nolan to Jax at 10. Eamon Worry goes to Buffalo. What do you think? I think a lot of that's plausible. I don't know that the 49ers are in a position to trade up, because I view them as having a lot of holes. But yeah, I think I don't think Walter Nolan's going to be a Jacksonville culture fit. It seems like from everything Gladstone has talked about is that they're looking for guys with like the intangibles, and I don't know that that's him. John Thornton, thanks for the 5. We drafted number 1 Cheeseburger Eddie or Hingle McCringleberry. Dude, Hingle McCringleberry was a touchdown machine. I don't think Cheeseburger Eddie was even the best player in the longest yard. I'm taking Earl Meggett all day. Jonathan Perkins next to the 2. Who do you think the Cowboys are picking? I've got Golden right now. JT Family with a 5. Goat Bengal over under 2.5 Texas guys. Hook 'em. I'm going to say over. Banks, Golden, Barron. That's 3. Get your horns up in the chat. I'm trying to catch up with everything. Natural, thanks for the prime. Capped Cable, thanks for the prime. Chiefs to get developmental left tackle at 31. Are there worse things that you can do at that pick? I think so. Triscuits with the 5 gifted. Ed with the bits says, sorry for my stroke earlier. What I meant to say was Paul Garrison's friends went to his birthday party, so he went 1-1. Sheesh. I figured it out, but it's just, a lot of times I'm just reading it as, or saying it as I'm reading it. So my brain malfunctioned trying to decipher that. T-Dog with the 100 bits, hoping my cards take one of the Michigan boys, but really find anything. Yeah, this is one of the same situation. Take one of my Michigan boys, but really find with anything besides wide receiver. He means fine. But I read the word, and my brain can't figure out if there's a typo or the wrong word in there or out of order. My brain shuts down. But yeah, so really fine with anything besides wide receiver. I mean, it seems like Abuka is in the cards, potentially. Litchi, thanks for the tier 1. You love Jackson Dart, don't you? Pass. Carcat, thanks for the bits. What do you think the Vikings do? I'm hoping for Starks anyway, thanks. I think Starks are trade down, depending on if he gets there or not. Captain with the tier 1, what do you think about the rumors of Denver trading back? I think it's definitely a possibility. I said in my final mock draft today, I think to me, it seems more likely that Denver would move back than move up. Big Tex with the tier 1. J2 Ratty. What's going on, guys? Geo with the tier 1. The Giants are going to get Carter. I would prefer Travis Hunter, but I'm happy with Carter for sure. I think he's a stud. Serpent King with the prime. How would you feel about Hunter at 3 if Browns trade 2 and that team takes Carter? I think a team would trade up for Hunter, but I think Travis Hunter is the best player in the draft. Foz, thanks for the prime sub. Spencer with the prime, or tier 1, excuse me. Andrew with the tier 1. Mav with the prime. Dumb Donut. Joe. 61 months, O-line number, Titans taking Campbell at 1. It's written in the stars. So, Garaki, good to see you. How are you? Mav with the 5 gifted. Let's get some hype in the chat for Mav. Hank, favorite draft prospect you've ever covered? Ooh. I was a big Brian Burns guy. He's up there. He's up there. I was a huge Brian Burns guy. That might be the answer. And he's now a Giant. So there you go. Dylan, thanks for the tier 1. The background, this is not the background. It's just makeshift. I'm going to get stuff on the walls. I'm trying to figure out what I want to do because like these being here doesn't look great with the reflection of the key lights. Like you can't even see Jeter. Like all this stuff's on the ground and the posters are just being balanced on top of it right now. And I've got a few of these. I've got 6 of some of my favorite baseball players, either actively or otherwise. Here's Ellie. I'm going to have him on the wall, the hallway, walking in, I think. So they're just there like temporarily, but I don't think it looks terrible. But obviously I'm not going to have like the Tatis picture blocking the closet. So I got to figure it out. Rhino, thanks for the prime. Frat, thanks for the tier 1. Wanting Shador. I think the Bucks will move back, says Andrew. I think they could. Right? But it's not something I'm immediately thinking of when I think a team's moving down. You know, they're biting here.
Important thing that will determine whether he's going to be successful or not at the next level. He's got to play faster.
And as you can see, there's the card that's back there. All cards for the commissioner are alphabetically listed by the prospects. The only thing that gets filled in is not the name of the player, but the pick and the number pick and the team as well. As Shador Sanders, we're just trying to figure out, is it 21 in the Steelers?
Saying Shador Sanders seems crazy. I would say Shador.
Your thoughts on Shador Sanders is what?
Well, it's
that on the
interesting
card
to
is
me,
written
DJ,
as
talking
shed
about all those
or
attributes, and the accuracy part sometimes gets overlooked. That's an FBS record accuracy at almost 72%, if I remember correctly, Joel Klatt.
No, that's
you got to see him play during that time. But I remember
Joel
when I did
Klatt,
my first
former
mock,
Colorado
I put him to
QB.
Tennessee at 1 because of his style of play. He plays from the neck up. He plays from the pocket. These are all the things that Brian Callahan as a head coach, these are types of players he coached along the way, the Peyton Mannings, the Joe Burrows. Yeah, they can get out occasionally, not Peyton, but much more Joe. But Shedeur Sanders is going to play from the pocket and win from the pocket that way. So I thought it was an interesting mix. That's a little bit different now with Cam Ward and his ability to play. But let's face it, guys, polarizing, yes. But when you watch him play, you take away everything else, Joel Klatt. You see
how's the audio, guys? Pretty good?
And it'd be interesting to see who gets him and what they're going to have to do with him early.
Yeah, and he won't shy away from the spotlight, you know, and you can take that
really?
one of two ways. You can take that as a negative, you can take it as a positive. Shedeur represents everything that I dislike about the NFL draft, and it's only one thing, and it's narratives, and it's narratives built up that are lazy and, quite frankly, trash. When you come out as an anonymous source about some meeting that you had and you don't
Talk to him, Joel.
measured up to what you wanted him to be when he walked in your room, I think that that's trash. Shedeur Sanders is going to be a good quarterback in the National Football League, and I think that he's going to go and make some head coach and some fan base very happy because he's already done that in his career and what I think is a very difficult spotlight for his dad at the University of Colorado in a program that was nothing before he got there for 2 decades. So those are the things that I'm looking at, is the things that you can't measure. And everyone wants to have an opinion about this guy. And listen, I get it, right? Yeah, he holds the ball too long and he drifts and all of those things. But I tell you what, this narrative that built up about Shedeur over this process, that's what I dislike about this draft.
So what do you dislike about this draft? I couldn't pick up what you just
Narratives, this process, narratives.
No,
you know?
I mean, you couldn't have
anonymous
been...
or put your name on it. If you're going to say that, put your name on it. Like, grab a microphone and put your name on it.
Kurt, put your name on your thoughts of Shedeur Sanders, sir.
I will do that. And one thing that, you know, I get tired of every year too is the narratives about just the physical and how hard you throw a football and how far you throw a football. To me, the quarterback
These are great
position
points.
is about understanding how to throw different throws in the course of a game. And you look back at Shedeur Sanders, 74% completion last year. Over the last 2 years, just 13 interceptions. Normally, you think if a guy doesn't have enough arm strength, if he can't throw the ball the way he needs to, that number's going to be way higher. This is a guy that was competitive. This was a guy that was asked to carry.
I think the thing with Shedeur
each and every week, I don't think that
is
can be overstated.
Some
how
people love
important
him.
that
Some
is to have
people
a guy
hate him.
that you know,
It's like, it's
you can put
okay
the
to
ball
be
his
in the
hands
middle.
every time and
I
say,
think he's
"Hey,
good.
You don't play well.
He's
we
not
don't win."
take him in the
That
top
is a
5
tough
good,
position to be in
but down
with
the
all
board a little
things that
bit.
These guys are talking about with the spotlight
Shedeur
on
is
him.
a good player.
Just, I think a lot of
Will he
impressive
develop?
things to really,
There's
really
no way to
like
know.
about Shedeur Sanders.
But
Ian, what are you
he's
hearing about
good.
when he winds up tonight?
Well, let's start with
He
the
may not
first
ever be a
potential
top 10
landing spot,
QB in
Rich.
the
That is
league,
number 3
but
from the New York Giants.
there's a
No
world where he's a
team-
serviceable,
no team has scouted
solid
Shedeur
starter.
Sanders over the last 2 years more than the Giants. If he gets by him, I have a hard time imagining it's number 9 at the Saints. Unless they've been playing the longest con ever, they are not fans. We'll see. Stranger things have happened in the draft world. Otherwise, look at 21 for the Steelers. Had a really nice visit with Shedeur Sanders. I know Mike Tomlin is a fan.
reminds you of
It
Hurts.
is not Shedeur at 21. If it's maybe
No.
a defensive tackle, he might be out.
No, he
of the first
shouldn't.
round.
Out of the first round. I mean, you're right, Daniel, when you said it. First of all, you're right with what
Steak,
you
thanks
said,
for the
Joel.
tier 1.
Plus
Completely
one
expecting
to
my
everything
Falcons
that
to
you
not
just
shock
said.
anyone and draft
But
Cam Miller at 5.
Daniel, I don't recall.
Who needs defense?
and
We
this
can
is
have all the
draft 22
quarterbacks.
for NFL Network. I don't recall
Cam Miller.
somebody who could be 3rd overall or not in the first round at
5.
all. That just makes no sense. It doesn't compute when you think about that.
Yeah, well, one thing is there's not that many quarterback teams.
You lost
so
me.
there's not that many options.
Yamzi,
and
thanks for the
Saints
prime.
just haven't, for some reason,
55
haven't been
months.
in
What
that
up,
market,
Yamzi?
haven't been in that discussion.
RBI with
So
100.
to
If you
just
don't go
from
100% of
3,
your mock draft, you
9's
should
not
retire
option,
and stick to
21's the
CS
next
only
one.
from
That's
now
the-
on.
that's the
I'll
whole
consider it.
conundrum here.
I mean, if you want to potentially compare
T-Dog.
history,
Thanks for the bits.
first
I don't remember if you read my
draft
message, but I'm
covered
hoping my
on
heart's
NFL
singing one of the
Network,
Michigan
there
boys.
was
I
a
did.
quarterback who was
But again, I'm fine with
potentially
anything that
number
is not
1
a
overall
receiver.
and
Yeah, I said
almost fell out of the
that
first round until the
I
Green Bay
totally get that,
Packers
but it
went
could
up
end up being one of
and
the.
drafted him in Aaron
It could be like
Rodgers.
Ibuka.
There really isn't much to
Nocturnal
compare
TJ, thanks for the
what
150.
could
You want to
be
watch your stream,
Shedeur
but are you
Sanders
doing
night
Twitter
2.
spoilers?
And it's
No
now
Twitter
time
spoilers.
for night
And I'm
1
not going to even be looking at the
here
chat as
in
the
Green
pick is
Bay,
coming in.
Wisconsin.
I
It
do
is
not
time
want to get
put the
spoiled.
Titans on the clock.
I think it's more fun to react in real time. So I know that a lot of you guys want to be like little Twitter reporters and come into the chat, or if your TV is ahead of mine and say instantly who it takes, you're adding no value. You're not doing anything positive at all. You're just spoiling it for other people. I will have the audio on stream. I will react to it in real time. It will pop up right underneath me in real time. There's no value to you saying who's getting picked before it actually happens on the stream. So I know many of you will be able to use your self-control. Others will not. It unfortunately is what it is. A lot of you guys are going to end up getting timed out or banned by moderators. But it shows a lack of respect. I know it's not that serious, dude. If it's not that serious, just wait 10 seconds to react. That's all it is. It's more fun for everybody when it's like a surprise at the same time. What's going on, Wheels? Are you live?
Yeah.
You just missed the annual don't spoil conversation.
Nice.
Which obviously people will spoil anyway, but they'll be banned. I guess it's worth it to some people. Just wait a couple seconds. It's really not a big deal.
Yep. You want to throw up that draft?
Oh yeah. It's so crazy. I'm still getting used to it. My final mock draft, 55 minutes today. Rendered it in like 4 minutes and 50 seconds.
Yeah.
What the fuck?
In Wisconsin, that's the way things usually go here in the home.
I think Jalen Milroe's going in the first round.
Hunter.
We'll see. We'll see.
I'll tell you, I didn't mention this to the chat yet, but somewhere shortly after the Giants pick, I'm going to be joining S-Fan. If you guys know him, on stream for a minute to talk about the Giants selection.
Very nice.
So if you guys know S-Fan TV, he's a pretty big streamer on Twitch. That should be fun to jump in for a minute. But yeah, if you want to stay unmuted so I can eat a little bit here and not have nothing in the background.
Hell yeah.
Gotta take a couple bites.
Yeah.
Or we can watch Real Time with Bill Maher. Looks like Jesse Eisenberg is on.
Oh, my favorite.
And I am humbled.
My favorite pompous asshole is hosting a show.
All 22 of them and counting. Rich Eisen here along with my guy, Daniel Jeremiah, move the sticks, which is potentially a very antiquated term. Good to see you, sir. Good to see you, Charles Davis, and from Fox Sports, my guy, Joel Klatt, all hanging out with us tonight. Kurt Warner and Ian.
Apparently,
and
the Browns are shopping their pick. That's what I'm hearing.
The first word, what you're looking forward to tonight.
That's what I saw.
There's a couple stars at the top of the draft, and we're anxious to see where those guys go. But this draft is about starters.
That'd be crazy.
This is a very deep group of starters that these teams see wildly differently. So I was asked the other day, what's the consensus? There is no consensus. Is what's going to lead to an exciting night tonight, CD, because we really have no earthly idea of how these names are going to come off the board.
And contrary to popular belief,
that's the funnest. That's the most fun part about this whole draft.
You guys have told me starters in this draft, but we still will have maybe some fireworks in the first round.
What is?
For people to go get
we
some
really
of those top
have
level guys,
no idea
positions that you need, either running back, tight end, and quarterback.
Pretty simple,
like,
Rich.
how this is going to go.
Shedeur Sanders watch.
Like, we can all do our mock drafts and read expert mock drafts or whatever.
We're here on a draft
but
night in
as I've said
Wisconsin
a lot of this process, the difference between player number 15 and number 60 or so is not wildly different. So,
yeah.
It would not be weird to see a player that is not mocked at all in the first round ever get into round one. Because again, if the from 15 to 60, and that's not an exact range, but in that neighborhood, if those guys are all fairly comparable, they're going to be widely different on each team's individual draft boards. So we should see some surprises. There's only 32 first-round spots, right? So
yeah,
we should get some real surprises.
Is he? Is he riding a bike?
It's the, you remember the Green Bay tradition?
Ah, yes.
Yeah, Mason Crosby rolled out. James Jones. Lil Wayne? What is Lil Wayne doing in Green Bay, Wisconsin?
Big Packers fan.
I feel like I might want to mute this. This feels like copyright claim Lil Wayne stuff.
Yeah, maybe.
Briefly. You're going to have to help me beyond that tonight.
I'll try.
Okay.
Boo!
Oh boy.
Okay, welcome to the 2025 NFL Draft in Green Bay, Wisconsin.
That is James Jones.
The Green Bay was too small for this, with a population of 107,000. But we have over 125,000 people here and still counting.
God damn.
So packed.
God damn.
Obviously, Green Bay may be small, but it's mighty. Thank you all.
Yeah, I was about to say, it sounds like Roger's a little drunk.
You have a great few days.
You know, I'll tell you, it's I've never been to Green Bay, but it's just Lambeau's in a neighborhood.
Yeah.
Interesting.
Like some stadium parking is just someone's backyard or front yard.
Over the next 3 days, we will
Is that
welcome
Amon
in
Green, by the way? I think it
generation
is,
of
on the
stars
left.
Into the NFL.
Yeah.
Bring hope to every NFL team,
Gotta be.
and we may have a few surprises for you tonight. But first, let's hear from some of your Packer greats. Please welcome Clay Matthews.
Oh,
I didn't see Clay Matthews.
he must have snuck out there.
Jordy Nelson.
Jordy.
Mason Crosby.
This is the era of Packers I feel like I kind of grew up with.
Amon Green.
Yeah.
This is like, it feels like quintessential Packers football with Clay Matthews and Jordy out there.
And Packers
Oh, yeah.
Superfan, Lil Wayne.
Is he a Packers fan?
Yeah.
Why?
It's a good question.
He's from the middle of nowhere, Louisiana. I thought.
Yeah.
Roger, but I just got off the phone with the President Donald Trump. He asked me to pass a message along to all 32 NFL franchises. So let me tell you what it reads here, all right? It says, "My fellow Americans, the Bears still suck!"
Nice. 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 Nice.
I'm sorry, Roger, I'm sorry.
I was not ready for that, man.
That's a first. That's the red meat being thrown out here in
Roger's not happy, dude.
Okay, Green Bay. It's time to get the show started. Are you ready?
No.
The 2025 NFL Draft is now officially open. The Tennessee Titans are on the clock.
All right. So, I don't know if that was the first surprise that Roger Goodell was saying.
By the way, in store, Illinois not a swing state. Reminder.
So, here we go. The Tennessee Titans draft room.
Do they let the clock go down to
We
0?
had a terrific draft a few years ago.
Probably.
Maybe.
Pat McAfee
Maybe.
burst onto the scene right there in Lower Broadway.
I'm going to catch up with the
Here we are
donations and everything, guys, in a little bit.
30 seconds
I
in.
appreciate you being here.
And Will
We've got,
Levis,
let's see,
as we know, struggled last year as a starting
over
quarterback.
1,400
Their first
in the
overall
Twitch
on the
chat.
clock, in part because the offense couldn't get things going. It was very turnover prone. There's
We've
a
got,
lot of other reasons
my
why
connection says
a
poor.
team is first overall on the clock. Daniel Jeremiah. This
We've got
should be
over
Cam Ward
8,000
overall
people in the YouTube chat.
They have a need. They earned that first overall pick with where they were. There was a lot of work needed to be done on this roster. They went out in free agency. They got a couple offensive linemen to come in. They've tried to
Hopefully
make
this doesn't pop up.
young quarterback friendly for someone like Cam Ward. And Cam Ward, through the
In
process,
advance.
coming into the season, you're talking
So I'm
about
gonna have to
somebody
ignore
who's
this on
viewed
the right
as
side.
maybe a day 2 pick.
We'll see the timing
Man,
of it.
we have seen this
I hope it
pattern
doesn't pop
happen
up
over
early.
and over again. Who guys
My biggest thing is
stay
I
in
hope the
college,
tracker
they play
is
that
not
extra
ahead,
year, and they vault themselves in this case all the way up to
as
the
it
top
always
pick
seems
in
to
the
be.
draft. He has the upside.
Because then I'm gonna have to
ceiling
put something
when
in
he
front
gets
of
there
that
to
monitor.
compete with all the other top
Yeah.
quarterbacks within the AFC. That's what type of ability he has.
As to not
He's
get
not
spoiled,
there
which is
right
actually
now, CD,
pretty easy
but
solution.
there's plenty to dream on,
I've
and
got-
this is one competitive kid.
And you're talking about
I've
competing
got some
in your
foam padding I
division
can just throw in
and
front of
chasing
it.
CJ Stroud. That's your
Hell
first
yeah.
and foremost. But I think that
But
he
we're
has
gonna see,
earned
because
this
the
spot,
first pick's
Joel
gonna be
and
Cam
Rich,
Ward.
because of this.
I'm sorry, I said no spoilers, but
Tennessee Titans made him earn it
Cam
through the
Ward.
process. I don't think they
It's gonna be
went
Cam
into
Ward,
The idea
so-
that a quarterback was
Yeah.
absolutely going to be their pick at number 1. They were hoping for that King's ransom that John Robinson got in 2016 when he was the GM. Someone make us an offer. We need help everywhere on this roster. But as they kept going through the process, kept evaluating, kept going through things, Cam Ward earned their trust, earned their respect, and they hope that he will be
Are the Browns gonna
their
trade
Steve
pick 2?
McNair going forward as this franchise
Feels like
the
they
real
should.
question.
once again.
That's nothing new
Yeah.
for him, though. Yeah, that's the beauty.
Unless they're getting a
of it.
crazy
And
offer.
You know, when I'm sitting here and I'm looking at a guy that was a no-star recruit, you know, he barely got recruited to Incarnate Word. Their head coach was Eric
Dang,
Morris at the time. Eric
they aren't
Morris was
allowing
the
more
offensive
people into
coordinator
the
at
draft.
Texas
It's
Tech when
reached
Patrick
capacity. That's
Mahomes
crazy.
Was a Red Raider, and Eric Morris was there at Incarnate Word. Then he took the job at Washington State. Guess where Cam Ward went? To Washington
Against
State.
Washington State.
Yeah, that's exactly right. And then he winds up at Miami. And again,
Dimo tweeted out, he said, Mike Green is all I've ever wanted since I learned who he was yesterday.
His last year as a consensus
Yeah.
All-American, he's going to get selected
Sounds
number
about
1
right.
in the NFL draft. So you're talking
Yeah,
about
he
a guy
wants
just
more
earning it in this
thugs
process.
for his
He's
teams, huh?
earned it since day 1 in his college career.
And to DJ's
Didn't Mike Green have some
point
shit
about
going
him
on?
coming
Uh-huh.
through all this Incarnate Word,
Dimu and his
Washington
thugs
State
on
to
the- on
this,
his teams.
competitive, but he could have come out in last year's draft and been a
He
part
loves
of
Marcel
that.
Ozuna.
He took the
Ozuna
extra
the
year
Braves.
with Miami and vaulted himself into this position. That's what
Okay,
DJ's
who's the
talking
funniest?
about
I'm gonna
with
tweet
these
out here.
quarterbacks in recent years.
I think he
Say,
made
holy
more
shit,
money
Titan
last year.
select.
Well, and right now,
Who's the funniest player
he's-
that feels
he's
like he
stuck
could
in the
be
vortex of the Titans,
plausible?
apparently taking one for the team by taking all 10 minutes instead of just handing in a card with his name on it like we've expected them to do over the last few weeks. Kurt Warner, you've got the floor.
Well, guys, DJ talked
Let me
about
know
him
in the chat.
maybe not being
Jackson
quite
Dart?
there
That
yet.
could- that could be-
Reminds me a little bit of a guy named
that could be
Patrick
funny.
Mahomes, where you watched
Shedeur
him
Sanders.
in college, and he wasn't always clean with his technique. And, you know, sometimes you question the decision-making, but there was no question
Ooh, I like
about
Tyler
the
Shuck.
talent and the competitiveness.
Shout out
And
Walter
that's what
Football.
I
That's gonna
see
be the one.
in Cam Ward. He has got those things, and you know, that
The
arm
Ti-
strength
the
and
Titans
ability
draft the
to
wrong
throw from
Sanders. They
different
draft Shiloh.
platforms is what makes you fall in love with Cam Ward. And so bring that competitiveness.
All right, here we go.
bring that
Holy
talent,
shit,
clean
Titan
it up a
select
little bit.
Tyler
And I
Shuck
think
number
Tennessee's got a
1.
really, really
Thought
good
for sure it was
And
Cam
we just
Ward.
saw Brian Callahan on the phone, and they're beginning to pass it around, which means we're close. In the meantime, Daniel, let's take a look at some tape of Cam Ward.
Yeah, this is going to be fun tape to watch. A live arm. The comparison for me, body type, play style had some Baker Mayfield to it, and a strong, sturdy presence within the pocket. How about the power arm? Watch him get his feet in the
Backer?
ground and drive this ball.
Dude, I
into a
remember the
tight
year
window.
I went to the bathroom as the Lions pick that I got back to Jahmyr Gibbs.
Yeah.
I wonder who I'm going to leave for today. Hopefully nobody, but there will be a moment where I have to go to the bathroom and I get back and there's been a trade, or Cole Strange gets redrafted in this one.
He's just trying to do a little extra, trying to make that special play, which has resulted in some
Be right back,
mistakes, as
chat.
you see here in these turnovers. He's
live with
gifted.
wheels of
There
Falcon.
seems to
What's up,
clean
shout
up, but I'm excited about him, guys.
What's up,
I
boys?
reached out to Shannon Dawson, the offensive coordinator
I
in Miami.
am Wheels. I am
Positivity that
a
he
person.
has and his ability to handle adversity. How about this number? In 13 drives after a turnover last year at Miami,
I like cheese.
7 touchdowns, 3 field goals for this kid.
The pick is in. Ian Rappaport, let's send things to you.
Which my understanding is the Tennessee Titans had significant interest from other teams in trading for the #1 overall pick. The Browns called, the Giants called
Bengal
off
leaves
next
and the
year's
pick is
funding limit.
immediately in after he walks away. That's
No deal.
crazy
The Titans
timing.
had their guy, their leader for the future.
30 seconds into the Browns being on the clock. Second
That's
overall,
insane
and
timing.
Presumably Travis Hunter is now officially in play. So
Especially after he was just talking about
in this draft,
not walking away from
waiting word of what the Browns are going to do.
the draft.
Third overall.
That's funny as hell.
The last time the Tennessee Titans chose a #1 overall pick in a draft, stuck and picked at #1 overall, they were the Houston Oilers back in 1978, and they chose Earl Campbell, who, as we all know, is in the Pro Football Hall of Fame. No pressure.
Oh, really?
About to hear. So the commissioners coming on out. Now the Browns, again, are a minute plus in. Boy, things will begin to get quite interesting. Certainly, if the name's not Cam Ward here, let's put it that way. But we are expecting it. I mean, the Tennessee Titans sent absolutely everybody from the top of the flow chart to everybody on the social media teams of the Tennessee Titans to the University of Miami Pro Day to record everything. And that's not to just hand off that content to another team, let's be honest. So it's now time for the commissioner of the National Football League to come out with his own 2 feet.
Talking trash wheels?
Oh, you made it back in time.
Come on.
You made it back, boys.
I'm here.
The first pick
He's here.
in the 2025 NFL Draft, the Tennessee Titans select Cameron Ward.
What?
Miami.
No. Cam Ward.
No way.
Is now official. And
Nobody saw this coming.
But
out of the green room,
they want us to believe something's going to get interesting here at #2. I don't think so.
Yeah.
Also, the draft tracker is not updated at all. Do I have to refresh this? Oh, here we go. The Cleveland Browns are officially on the clock. Cam Ward to the Titans at #1. I'm going to catch up on donations. I appreciate you guys. You guys have been going crazy tonight.
That the Jacksonville Jaguars are now
no fucking way. They've actually traded.
Jacksonville to 2?
Duval County, and the Jacksonville Jaguars
No!
from 5 to 2.
The Jags have jumped to 2. My mock is over.
In the meantime, let's give Cam Ward his due, Daniel Jeremiah.
Yeah, I'm excited to see him at the next
No
level.
way did they trade the second pick, dude.
Not only the play as it's designed, but his ability to
Oh my goodness.
as well. And
Oh, wow, we already have the trade details.
As he mentioned the other day, he gets to go play with his favorite players.
536, 126, and 2026 first round pick.
Hold on, say it
For
again.
the
How much he loves the game.
536, 126, next year's first.
Oh my God.
For 2, 104, and 200.
Decipher defenses, change things quickly, and they think
In
we
the
got
chat.
a lot in this young man very quickly there.
Okay,
That's crazy.
While we're watching Cam Ward again have his moment, with all due respect, we will.
Oh my
talk
goodness,
about
that's
Cam
a
Ward in
haul.
second, but a major trade.
Oh
has
my
happened.
goodness.
It took all of about 7 minutes for the first trade of this draft.
Oh my goodness.
Hit, and it is Jacksonville moving up to 2. Ian Rappaport, take it away.
Rich, a
Wow.
blockbuster trade. The Jacksonville Jaguars.
Oh my
want to be
goodness.
Bold, and they are in fact bold. They have agreed to terms with the Browns to trade from #5 to #2, with the Browns receiving
Oh my goodness. What a
second
start.
rounder, number 36 overall, 126 overall.
The
this
Browns
year,
don't get
and
Travis
next
Hunter, who's the best
year's
player in the
first
draft, in
pick,
my
could that
opinion.
potentially be used?
They do,
Browns
however,
are quarterback of
get
the
a
future.
massive
Maybe
haul.
Now the Jacksonville Jaguars
And the Jags,
are in
like
position
always,
to take
might
a
not be
premium
good next
elite
year.
Player in this draft.
2
Yeah.
for this year.
And the next year's draft
one next year
looks
and,
pretty
and the
stacked
Browns
Yes.
as well.
amassing
Or,
those
there are
picks
definitely
that you mentioned
some really
about
good players.
the Jacksonville
We'll see how it
Jaguars are now
goes
on
over
the clock.
time.
This is for Travis Hunter, correct?
It sure feels that way, and I made sure to get this quote.
Well, the
right
rumors
from
started
James
coming
Watson,
out
the
about
general manager,
almost
at
an
his
hour
press
ago
conference
about
said,
this trade.
I think it's pretty simple from my perspective. We will prioritize people and players that are intangibly rich, and by doing so, they will elevate our ecosystem, our team, by being nothing more than
Oh my goodness,
themselves.
dude.
It's as simple
That's
as that.
that's crazy.
Charles, everything I know about Travis Hunter and talking to people that are around him, he only likes 3 things in life. He likes catching touchdowns,
Fishing?
he likes taking the football away on defense, and fishing. That's it.
Well, that's part of the ecosystem.
I wonder
Didn't he just talk
I
about
wonder
an
if
ecosystem
Cleveland
there?
would
Look,
consider
he wants great
Genty.
players. That's
My
what you want
take
in all
is
of
that they
this.
would
And
they
he's
might go
gonna get
Armand
one
Membu
in Travis
at that
Hunter.
pick.
I think they'll play him on
Yeah.
offense first. but he's definitely going to play some defense there as well.
In the meantime, we say hello to Jamie Erdahl right now.
Oh my goodness. What a start.
With the first overall pick in the draft.
Cam, you got a lot of number ones in your life. You started with one offer from Incarnate Word. You are now the number 1 overall pick. How does this moment feel to you?
The Browns are going to take Travis Hunter here. Nej, thank you with the Tier 1 Ghost Saints, Skeeter, G Nash. Yeah, I think drafting Genty at 5 would be worth it.
We've seen you
Easy reads, thank you. Fitzy, Lance, Gorilla Nipples, Wesley Wilson, Chick-fil-Ace, WM Yanni,
Staying loose in April.
Ask Alec, Sunmaid, Cope, State Farm, Frost, Catholic, Mamba, McChicken Pounder, Jacob, Z-Dog Sully, Sean, Blake, TJ, Selfish Ambition, Foxy Grandpa, and Robstar. Thank you guys all for the primes and tier 1s.
Was when the Rams traded up for Orlando Pace.
Shepard, thanks for the 5. Bagel Boy with the 2.
NFL draft. So
I don't know that George Pickens is going to get traded. We'll see. Shad Khan just pacing
it out right now in Jacksonville. The pick is in. The Giants are now on the clock. The
Giants are on the clock.
We're about to hear who it is here. And Joel, we had a throw to the stage to give Cam Ward his due. You got 2 cents to chime in
on Cam?
I'm going to have to start recording here in a minute. I hope my stream doesn't go down.
Let me just finish up Cam, because this guy started 57 games. He attempted 2,300 passes. If you look at guys that
Kevin O. Peterson, they should have 5. Be stunned if the Jets do anything other than select an offensive playmaker in our line besides Graham. I want them to avoid all defense. I think they could go defense.
And play well. I think he'll continue to grow.
I don't think defense is impossible for the Jets, especially with Aaron Glenn coming in. Corey, thanks for the 5. Yeah, I think Broderick Jones still has potential, man. Ben, thanks for the 2.
Travis Hunter is the best wide receiver in the draft. He's also the best corner in the draft, and I believe
I am way behind here. Nah, not way behind. I'll catch up.
He'll contribute, and he's going to be a great player.
Finn, thanks for the 2. How long is Bill Rowe in the green room for? I don't think he's getting picked tonight.
He's the guy guarding Nico Collins.
But the draft is already off to a crazy start, so I don't know.
This is going to be a very interesting
Will, thanks for the 10. Big fan, Bengal, watching since the beginning. PS, your humor is slept on. I feel like people will respect it. Thank you. Chances Patriots trade back. I feel like it's either Will Campbell or a trade back.
And we're giving you every weapon we possibly can. That's exactly how
if a team wants to jump Cleveland for Genty,
and Hunter is such an amazing talent and such an amazing athlete, and he's going to see
I could see it.
one-on-one coverage because that
y'all, thanks for the 5. 5th year tuning into the draft live stream. Thanks for the content over the years. Appreciate you, y'all. John with a 2. Would I rather get Dart at 3 or get AIDS? It's a toss-up. Maddie, thanks for the 7 Canadian. You're from Nunavut? That's super North Canada. What are the chances that Kevin Winston Jr. comes out as the best safety in the class? He's a good player. If he can stay healthy, it's a possibility. Ben, thanks for the 5. Graham goes before the 11th pick. 49ers will end up getting Michael Williams. I could see it. Jack, thanks for the 2.
And if they don't drop down,
if Tart goes around when you get unclothed, I feel like that would be an interesting reaction. John, thanks for the 2. Again, CJ, the 5. Watching secretly from my desk at work. Niners guy. If it's not one of the top tackles, I want Jahad Campbell. Yeah, I think he's a stud.
To celebrate the 32 young men entering the NFL. I'm honored to take a moment to recognize a player who's made a profound impact on and off the field.
3-year anniversary is Deshaun Jenkins, a Hall of Fame name. I can see it, Butta. Thanks for the 5. Denver with the 5. Fellow Jersey guy that's a Giants and Yankees fan, loves GeoGuessr and rebuilds. Are you just me? Thanks for the content, humor, and insights. I appreciate you, buddy. Michael, thanks for the 5. Hot take. Panthers take Mike Green over Jalen Walker. I think he's an all-around better player, and Walker still doesn't feel like an edge to me. I can see why you'd say that. I think the character stuff is what puts Walker over Green. John, thanks for the 2. Who do you think the Giants are getting? Abdul Carter. Al, thanks for the 10. Who do you think the Packers should draft? They need help at corner. I think Maxwell Harrison's decent. I think their pass rush was bad last year, but I like the guys they have. I'm thinking they could bounce back. Nolan with a 5. Wrong saying Shador reminds you of Alex Smith, or maybe a mix of Haskins and Smith. That's an interesting comp. I don't hate it. Mateo, thanks for the 20. Since you're a Texas fan, what do you think of Ethan Burke? Played lacrosse with him, and he lived in California, and he was a beast. Seems like his brother's going to be a beast in lax as well. I mean, I can't speak to anything lacrosse, but yeah, Burke's a massive human being. He's like 6'7". He might even be up to like 270, 280 now. He's a big kid. I'm hoping for a breakout year.
We have a trade.
Ooh, it's a trade.
The Cleveland Browns have traded the 2nd pick to the Jacksonville Jaguars.
Jaguars?
I think he said war.
And with the 2nd pick
No, you did that right.
in the 2025 NFL Draft,
Oop.
the Jacksonville Jaguars select Travis Hunter.
All right.
It is Travis Hunter.
Travis Hunter to the Jags at number 2.
So the Jacksonville Jaguars.
And the tracker is like directly in tune. Travis Hunter's been dancing all night. I don't know if he thought he was going to Jacksonville though.
He's staying in Florida.
Probably better than Cleveland.
That's where he's from.
Yeah. Is he a North Jacksonville guy or North Florida?
Nah, I think he's a South Florida guy.
Okay. Other considerations for the unicorn in this year's draft.
Yeah, West Palm.
Time a wide receiver was taken 2nd overall.
Travis Hunter to the Jags. I mean, I'm glad we didn't get Chalk to start.
He actually lived in Georgia. Went to high school in Georgia. I think he was always a Florida guy.
I almost thought he was like a Valdosta guy.
It hasn't happened in the common draft era,
Which
and it's the first
would make him closer to Jacksonville. It's Valdosta. No, I think he's an Atlanta guy from what I'm saying.
I'm not sure. I just like random thought.
Oh, he's not sweating, I can tell you that much.
Jay Green with the 2. Why no
born
stock
in
exchange
West
collab
Palm.
mock this year? I mean, I was moving. We just couldn't get on the same schedule. We tried to sync it up. I ended up popping on their live stream at the very end, but I just couldn't make the time work. Kaiser, thanks for the 5. Based on the clues from Carrot, looks like the Raiders are taking Jackson Dart. Hell yeah. Brandon, thanks for the 2. Sports Ball. You got Ross, thanks for the 2. Says Gorilla Nipples. Sebastian with the 5. What are the chances? You know where my city Guayaquil is? Ecuador. Gottfried Alexander, thanks for the 2. Do you think the Browns trade down from 5 now?
Off the charts elite ball skills. This catch against North Dakota State was ridiculous.
Depends who gets there. We have an interesting spot with the Browns now at 5.
Yeah.
We have an interesting spot.
On defense,
Dude, I have so many different donations and subs from people with nipples in their name. Neville's Nipples with the Prime? Interesting.
Nice.
Mount Siegel, thanks for the Prime. Immaculate Griddle, thanks for the Prime. Best day of the NFL season, a Bears fan. Hell yeah. Triscuit, thanks for the bits. Jarrett Adams, Colton, thank you guys for the subs. Love seeing you guys. I wanted Travis Hunter was my number 1
Jags
draft, but I'd be very happy with the Dual Carter, which is what it's likely going to be. Random Shiz, thanks for the Prime. CF Ryan, welcome back. Urgy, Mobbing Deepest, appreciate you guys. I think I'm caught up on donations and subscriptions. I appreciate you guys on YouTube and Twitch. Please don't gift any more subs or donations. I can't keep up. Oh, I would hate it.
The Jacksonville Jaguars just traded up to get your services to their team. What conversations have you had with them with how you are going to be used in the NFL?
The crazy part is I had no conversation with them outside of the combine, so I didn't know what to expect, and I'm excited that they came and picked me. I wanted to cry, but I can't cry right now because I'm too excited.
We can feel that. Congratulations, Travis.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
Born in West Palm Beach, now going to be employed in Duval County.
Okay.
And boy, they were playing possum since the combine, huh? You said they didn't talk since the combine, and the Jaguars just make us bold. And look at Tony Khan hugging his dad right there. They are fired up at the draft party as well.
Pick is in for the Giants.
Imagine how they're feeling in Cleveland right now. But hey, Browns fans, let's see what the Browns do next. In the meantime, I give you the floor, Mr. Colorado Buffalo.
Well, I'm immensely proud right now of what Travis has been able to accomplish at the University of Colorado, but he should be proud in what he embarked on coming out of high school. Remember, this is the #1 player in the country that decided to go to a HBCU to play for Deion Sanders. Why?
You like Abdul Carter here?
I think it's going to be.
Football. That's why he went there. And Deion gave him
I think that'd be a good pick for them.
His instincts are
We've got nearly 12,000 on YouTube, over 2,000 on Twitch.
There you go.
I'm ready. I'm ready for Dual Carter.
That's just something to lean on. And when I think about toughness and
Draft reaction loading.
this guy comes to mind.
Pick is in for the Giants.
I just don't see how he doesn't succeed at the next.
I already have the thumbnail made for Abdul Carter, so I'll have to do a little bit of working if something else happens. But
Champ Bailey is Shohei Ohtani, because he's going to impact the game to that level on both sides.
Look, my background's in scouting, and I'd love to throw a bunch of fancy terms out about him. Sometimes you got to make it simple. If you want to go out to recess, he's the first pick.
Patriots on the clock.
He's just better at football.
All right.
And he can do everything.
And one of the most dynamic
I am going
receivers in the
to
league last
start the
year
recording.
was
Do you want me to mute?
Brian Thomas Jr. And now
I can mute.
another rookie who also
All right.
played
I'm saying, do you want me to? So I'm not
No,
talking over
no,
you.
no. No, you don't have to.
All
right.
On that, Kurt Warner, let's give you the floor.
Well, I love what you guys are talking about.
I hope the.
Because the best
I guess I'll have the
players
audio
I
up for the
played
pick and
offensive
then
side were the guys with instincts that understood
turn it down
and had a
for
feel
the
game.
reaction.
The hardest guys I played against on the
But
defensive side were the guys
it's
with
gonna be
instincts,
it's
not
gonna
the
be
guys
Abdul
with
Carter. I've
physicality,
got
but understood the
pretty
movement
much no
of
doubt
guys
about it.
around them and could play the
We'll see
football.
though, maybe not.
Travis Hunter can do all of that.
But here we go.
Giants are celebrating.
Giants are celebrating. Their pick is in. They're on the phone. Here I am on YouTube for the draft reaction. I got Mara in the war room. Get this joker out of here. We're about to see Roger Goodell head to the podium. It's going to be Abdul Carter.
The New York Giants select Abdul Carter.
And it is.
Defensive end, Penn State.
Edge from Penn State. He's a great player. Absolute monster player. You know, I tweeted out a few years ago when he was a freshman. And I said, like, this guy is a monster. And that's what he was playing off ball. He transitioned this past season to play on the ball as a full-time edge rusher and was tremendous. There are some concerns because he played with a bum shoulder down the stretch in the college football playoff. He's got a foot thing. It was reported that he doesn't need surgery on either, but there's a legitimate concern that he will end up needing surgery now that he's been drafted. Still ends up going top 3. I think this was a player in conversation to go number 1 overall for a long time. Titans ultimately ended up settling on the quarterback. But Abdul Carter is an absolute monster. Like 6'4", 250. You do maybe worry a little bit about how he and Brian Burns are going to hold up against the run because there's not really a natural edge setter there. But Carter is just one of these freaks. The closing speed is absolutely ridiculous. The burst is ridiculous. I still think you can get creative with how you deploy him because he still has some chops to play off the ball. He will be mostly a full-time edge rusher, but we know in a 3-4 that these guys are going to be asked to do different things from time to time. But what a tremendous player. What does this mean for Kayvon Thibodeau? That's the next question. You'd think he's somewhat expendable. But again, I think you could potentially get a nice little rotation going of Carter, of Thibodeau, of Burns, but it seems like Thibodeau is probably going to end up moving elsewhere. Bottom line for me, though, Abdul Carter is an absolute monster. He's just one of these guys that moves different. The athleticism's crazy. For one real year of playing off the edge, the fact that he's as refined as he is as a pass rusher, I think speaks to what type of player this guy could be long term. He's got the upside of a top 5 or 10 edge in the league. He is truly a difference maker. The Giants need more difference makers. Brian Daboll, Joe Shane, likely on the way out if this is a poor season, right? Shane's draft history has not exactly been incredible. Brian Daboll's success in terms of producing wins hasn't been very good. I get that there are reasons for why this has happened, and a lot of it has revolved around not having a quarterback. But guess what, Joe Shane? When you're the GM of the Giants, you're calling the shots. You're giving out these contracts. When you made the decision to extend Daniel Jones and pay him what you did, you set back the franchise. You had a real option to move forward and get out of that and move beyond Dave Gettleman's ridiculously bad pick of Daniel Jones. I blasted it at the time, obviously, and I wanted to be wrong, right? Obviously, it absolutely did not work out. To extend the timeline of that mistake was absolutely ridiculous. So I think you could absolutely campaign to have Joe Shane fired before this draft. They opt to keep him in for one more year, try to see if it can work. I think there's a chance it still can work. They do have some of the best players in the league at different positions. Dexter Lawrence, Andrew Thomas when healthy. Obviously, Brian Burns is a great player. And Malik Neighbors is moving that way. Russell Wilson's not a great quarterback, but he's a QB you can win with. Getting a guy like Abdul Carter on this defense should be a huge boost to this pass rush, which already had some talent. It's going to be very, very difficult to block Dexter Lawrence, Abdul Carter and Brian Burns on the same defensive front. Absolute monster player. We'll get a quick interview
I
here.
appreciate New York. They get everything out of me. I'm thankful to be here. I'm thankful to have this opportunity.
In what ways are you going to make this Giants defense incredible?
Just being myself, just being incredible. That's what I am. That's what I do. That's what I've been doing my whole life in New York.
Love the confidence. That is the draft reaction for Abdul Carter. I think it's the only player they really could have selected here. I think he's a stud. I think he's a difference maker. The Giants obviously need more of those guys. If not for injury, we could be talking about this guy going #1 overall. And Giants get him at 3. Thanks for watching. Make sure you're subscribed. Stay tuned for more draft content. We're going to be grading and ranking every first-round pick. We're going to be talking about every team's draft. We're going to be talking about the best picks of day 2 and 3. Mock draft for round 2 is going to be coming up after the conclusion of this first round. But Giants get Carter. We expect the Patriots to go Campbell. We'll see what happens. Make sure you're subscribed, and I'll see you in the next one. A lot of videos coming out. Take it easy. What do you think, Wheels? How was that?
Nice and clean.
It's a whole heck of a lot of talking.
Yeah. Of course, of course. W. Yeah, to get the commercials in, huh?
Oh man, I'll take Abdul Carter, man. I mean, the guy's a player. Well, obviously,
yeah,
he's quite a good player.
Oh yeah.
What do you think for the thumbnail? Do you think me in there or just Carter?
Ooh. I'm not sure.
I'm going to say maybe,
there's a wrong one.
Maybe initially. I could test both, right?
Yeah.
Test and compare. All right. I mean, that's what the feature is here for, I guess.
Yeah.
Let's say. Giants fan reacts to Abdul Carter 2025 NFL draft. I don't know. That's like not really a title, but it'll work. I'm happy about it. I think that's, again, the only player they really could have selected there. Man, I really tried to stretch this out to 8 minutes, but I wasn't close.
Yeah, just leaving some blank time.
Dude, I heard that's what people were doing with streams, just leaving like the final hour or two just completely black.
What a move.
People like fall asleep to it or whatever. I don't know.
Yeah. I like it. Might leave my stream up today. There's Twitch drops.
Ooh.
Yeah.
Do I need to be going under the Madden category?
I mean, you got what, 2,000 people already?
Yeah, I don't know.
I don't know if you need to. Could be a Madden though. I'm not even in Madden.
Oh, what are you playing?
We got
football.
Yeah, drops on both, I think.
Yeah, the audio's off because it's a commercial. We're jumping back here.
Happy. Well, let's see what they're going to do right now. There's less than 5 minutes there on the clock. My son Cooper's not happy because we went to break on his Patriots. Hey, Coop, we're about to get the commissioner in less than 20 seconds time. And the Browns, I believe, have selected. Vegas is now on the clock for the first time in this draft.
How are we already behind in the first round?
Overall pick to be announced by the commissioner.
I'll tell you, they're flying through the first round here.
Process of being made in Vegas.
Expecting Will Campbell.
With the 4th pick in the 2025
Let's see if we get a curveball.
The New England Patriots select Will Campbell, tackle.
Will Campbell, the Patriots, announced, by the way, as a tackle, and now is the point of the stream where I have to actually cover the draft tracker because Campbell did pop up maybe a second or two before it was actually said.
Was probably the most glaring across all.
Is the stream behind?
Go in this direction. They go with
I doubt it.
who reminded me a lot of Michael Ruse going the way back
don't look like
machine,
it.
if you remember him playing for the Tennessee Titans. Very
I mean, Will
smooth.
Campbell's a
He's
good
played
player.
lot of football. He
We've
started
obviously
as soon
talked
as
about
he
the
got
arm
on
length
campus
thing,
there at
but
LSU.
there's a chance he
When
can
guys
stick
get
at left
to him, he
tackle
does
for the
have a
Patriots
firm
and be
base.
a
He can
real
cover
long-term
backs
answer.
well. The temperament
Like,
to
he
finish
is a good
is
player. He's a
outstanding.
mauler in the
You see
run
that here
game.
the run game as he's able to displace defenders and create a lot of movement.
Good
there
protection
at the
for
point of
Drake
attack.
May.
Much was made about
And
arm
the
length.
Mike
Does he
Vrabel
need to
era
slide in and play guard? I think
is
he can
officially
hold a
underway
tackle,
here.
but in an
That's
absolute
right.
worst case scenario, you've got yourself a Pro Bowl caliber guard down the road. But they had to address the offensive line. They had no choice.
Yeah, and you
I mean, he
mentioned
walks
Mike
like a
Ruse.
lineman. He's got a little bit of a waddle to him.
People wondered about him. He has held up well in tackle for the
Me on the
Los
laptop,
Angeles
bang on the
Chargers.
desktop.
Remember,
Hell
they took care
yeah.
of a lot of their
W.
needs on defense in free
2 tabs
agency.
we worked
Getting
in.
Milton Williams,
window.
getting Harold
Yeah.
Landry, Robert Spillane at linebacker, Carlton Davis at corner. The tackle
Okay.
was a huge need.
They're killing me with the music here. Is that right above it? Is Ballers starting?
Yeah.
It's an absolute no can do.
Oh, and he botches it.
All right, let me hit the bathroom real quick. We have the Browns in. Is this going to be Ashton Genty? I had Chicago trading up with Jacksonville to select Genty in my final mock, but Cleveland now owns this pick. They're ahead of 2 teams that we might consider seeing an offensive tackle go off the board, which to me says that if Cleveland wants an offensive lineman, they're going to stick and pick here. Is Chicago really even trying to move up? Well, there were so many talks about, you know, Chicago trying to work with Jacksonville. Jacksonville doesn't own this pick anymore. So we'll see if they can figure something out with Cleveland if they want to in the next couple of minutes.
Yeah.
We will see. Is the pick already in for Cleveland?
I think
It is.
they're already on the Vegas pick. Yeah.
All right, so Cleveland is staying here. Let me hit the bathroom real quick and
Yeah.
we'll be back momentarily.
We're gonna grab some coffee real quick, boys.
All right. Pick is in for
Pick is in.
Cleveland.
Genty? Maybe.
Defensive lineman on the board. They have 2 top offensive linemen. We'll see what the Browns end up doing. And then obviously Abdul Carter went to the Giants.
Is this Armand
Don't rule out
Membu?
The Giants coming back into the first round to try to get a quarterback. Yes, even Shedeur Sanders definitely in the realm of possibility for the Giants.
Definitely keep an eye on all of that as Vegas is now almost halfway through.
I'll tell you what, I'd still take.
Round draft pick, the first of Pete
I would still take
Carroll's
Shedeur Sanders if the Giants moved up. I'm less excited about Jackson Dart.
being officially part
Yeah.
of
But that's been the talk of the town here.
in Las Vegas, Nevada.
Yeah, Jackson Fart.
Just an interesting first.
Okay, I see who the Browns have taken. I got spoiled.
Waiting for
No
Vegas to make
spoilers.
a choice. Who do you think Cleveland's choosing here? Is it Ashton Genty? What do you think?
I would think you'd be looking at another trade. I'm just curious to see
Wow.
if they're going to
Okay, I see who the pick is.
Oh, the
Holy
pick is
shit.
actually in. Well, Ashton Genty's my highest rated player, but they have a glaring tackle need, and they have other options out there.
Damn, I got to stay off Twitter. I tried to tweet out my draft video.
Out there. So that to me is a
I'll
position
do it.
they have to address.
Which I'm sure is why they were thinking they could move down, is because there's guys they could move down and get at that position of need, so probably just didn't get the value they wanted.
So
I'll tell you, my mock is
had a single trade involving
my mock
the
is
first-round
ruined.
Draft choice from the new league year to draft night. Then we have
It was already with
right
Travis
off the
Hunter
bat
to
with the
Jacksonville in
Browns moving
a weird spot,
to
but
make this selection.
With the 5th pick in the 2025 NFL Draft, the Cleveland Browns select Mason Graham,
Oh.
defensive tackle, Michigan.
Wow.
big
Okay.
surprise. Really good player. You could make a really good
Yeah.
argument that he's the 5th best player in this draft,
To the mix.
but he goes ahead of Genty, who is now available to the Raiders at 6.
No Travis Hunter, 2nd overall.
Wow.
They have
I mean, Mason Graham and the haul they got.
Yeah, hey, that's a pretty good return.
Pretty good start to this draft for them.
I will be right back.
Cleveland Browns.
Yeah, he's my 4th overall player, so I love the value they're getting here. This is a guy with a
All right, guys, we're gonna try and figure out how to jump onto this S-Fan
like,
stream.
hey, like we think this is about the time your team's gonna pick or whatever, but you never know. So
Here's Mason Graham's highlight reel, and man, he
make his
is
way
wall.
into the backfield. Just a dominant player against the run.
big man.
Oh,
I think
Yes! And to nobody's surprise,
Genty!
the top running back in the 2025 NFL Draft, is selected once again, 5'9", 215 pounds. This guy is absolutely unbelievable. Ashton Genty was one of the favorites for the Heisman Trophy. It went to Travis Hunter instead. But here's the craziest thing about Ashton Genty. A lot of people said this early on in the season with Genty. They said, hey, you know, they never pass. They never throw the football.
I need to be.
Oh, well,
Hello, sir. Can you hear me?
Yeah, can you hear me?
Bengal, can you hear me?
And his confidence just as a deep interior defensive line.
I can't hear you right now if you're talking to me.
All right, okay.
Knowing that, hey, he's going to make
Let me
the
try to figure this
linebackers
out.
better. He's going to make the safeties better. He's going to make
Can you hear me now?
Bengal,
Hello?
can you hear me?
Hello?
Because that is a
Hello?
guy who the Browns
Hello? Hello? Hello?
Hello, hello. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I'm struggling to set up the webcam here.
Virtual camera.
And remember, Dalvin Thomas,
Yeah, I mean,
On your stream.
I hit set up virtual camera, but it just reverts here and it doesn't.
So it like reflects your stream feed or something?
It just says like choose webcam. I click OBS virtual camera, and then it unclicks it. It never selects it. So I'm kind of
Okay. I mean, if there is no solution on the PC, you can go on the phone. That's totally acceptable as well. Will that go? Will there be a good solution for you?
Guess what? He's going to go and make a play after that.
It could be. I'm trying to. I'd like to see if I can resolve this very quickly.
Sure, no stress.
The game and thinking to myself, hey, the defensive tackles won the game. And they did that against Ohio State, who won the national championship.
He's going to be big
Ohio
time.
State
And that's fan.
At Kenneth Grant and Mason Graham.
Now it is time
camera.
for the New York Jets. And the Jets have been playing with the notion of a trade down. I would love to see a trade down right now.
All right, I'll try joining from my phone. I'll do that.
Coming up for Shadur or Dart, all right, to pick up what the Brown.
Copy that.
Maybe.
All right, guys. Sorry, this is a little bit scuffed. Trying to join stream with S-Fan here, but because my camera is in use currently,
He is 4-0.
it doesn't seem like that's going to end up being an option.
I'll take it away.
Mason Graham, you
So-
are a Michigan man, but did you just make nice with the state of Ohio?
I guess so. I mean, that's where my future's at, and I'm going to do everything I can.
How do I do that? And I mean, I have the Raiders pick spoiled
Hang up that
now.
phone call and you know you're about to line up next to Myles Garrett every day. How does that sound?
I mean, such a blessing. You know, he's a fierce competitor.
How can I
wanna play
not
with
set
guys
up
like
this
that,
virtual camera?
And yeah, he's the real deal. So
Congratulations, Mason.
appreciate it.
So we were talking in mock draft world, right? Cam Ward, then Travis Hunter, then Abdul Carter, then Will Campbell, then Mason Graham. The only thing that's
I mean, it's wanting me to restart OBS. That's just not happening.
Cleveland
I'm going to join in on my
and
phone.
then everyone was sharping in Ashton Genty. to
This
Vegas,
audio
and
might
lo and
sound
behold,
horrendous
Vegas took about
for a
3
minute.
minutes to make
How
their
can I not
pick,
get
and
this
I'm
working on
wondering
my
if it
computer?
is, in fact, for Ashton Genty.
Yeah, I thought there was a good chance Ashton Genty could be gone. They have the opportunity.
Such an annoying
to pick him
thing.
at this
All
point in
right,
time,
well.
as well as some offensive tackles out there.
The Jets have been on the clock almost the last 5 minutes for the first pick.
I'm gonna get my AirPods in, and I'll try to get the
Here
audio.
comes the commissioner with the 6th overall pick.
I don't know if it's going to be in
Who is gonna
sync.
be the new Las Vegas Raider.
With the 6th pick in the 2025 NFL Draft,
I don't know. It's
The Las
completely
Vegas
scuffed. I
Raiders
appreciate your
select
patience, guys.
Ashton Genty,
Yeah, we knew it was going to be Genty there.
Boise State. From the blue turf to silver and black. Ashton Genty.
Can't believe this is not working.
The first
Super frustrating.
choice of the Pete Carroll administration, and I was talking to Ashton on my show a couple weeks ago. Interestingly enough, one of the running backs he's been talking to for advice.
Again, guys, appreciate your patience. I'm going to try to, can I get this on screen for you maybe?
Yeah, you talk about two guys who hate to be tackled. I would put him in that company. Starts out with that unique stance. He's standing upright. He is very slippery and elusive. You see him get out of some tough situations when you're watching that Boise State tape.
Right.
But this is the calling card. Again, you've got an unblocked defender. They get free cracks at him, and you can't get him on the ground because of that
Yeah, I'm going to have to hold
balance.
it.
It is just
I'm a real
piece of
professional.
muscle. There's not a lot of surface to hit on him. You see, again, the contact
Yes.
balance
Okay.
here, always finding a way to get forward. Right
Sure.
foot, right shoulder, able to power through as it's time for Next Gen Stats powered by AWS. You look at these top NGS overall scores and look at the company that he's in there. Those are some incredibly productive running backs that have entered into the NFL. So one of the fun players to watch. If you had any questions, just watch the Oregon game. Kick your feet up on the desk.
With you completing your offensive line and then potentially trading the running back that you would use to power that. I think that would have only been the situation had Ashton Genty not been picked. I think the Jets really liked him, and they were formulating a plan in which they go get the younger running back and then move on. But we have someone on the phone right now.
We do. We're joined by none other than
Yeah, I was hoping to try to get this going on the PC, but the OBS virtual camera is giving me some trouble, so we're going in the old-fashioned way, which I guess is nowadays a mobile device.
The OBS virtual camera is giving me some trouble.
Yeah, it's great to be here.
Yeah, no worries.
Yeah,
no
can you get me?
worries. Bengal, what's up, man?
Absolutely mind-blowing. It was supposed to be chalk, 1 through 4, right? With Ward, Hunter, but to Cleveland, and then Carter, Campbell, and then Jacksonville jumping up all the way to 2 is completely thrown everything. But it's fun. This is the NFL draft. It's chaos, and it's going to continue rolling on.
Over in New York.
Yeah.
Up and down. But they've done pretty good with the draft in the last few years.
Yeah, we went offensive line last year too, and I think the realization is after those seasons with Aaron and before, we had so many different offensive line combinations that nothing could happen. No offense could take root. And now you're going to have a run-heavy offense. So for the first time in Jets history, you know who's playing every position going into the season. And they're all, first-round draft picks, high talent guys. And it's not a sexy pick. I'm sure Rich Eisen right now is a little upset that he didn't get Tyler Warren, but Armin Membu finishes that offensive line, and feeling excited about it.
Yeah, big time pick. Bengal, how do you feel about Armin Membu?
I mean, I think he's in the conversation to be the best offensive lineman in this draft. Played right tackle at Mizzou, and I think has the measurables of an NFL tackle. 33-plus inch arms, and they came in at 33 and a half. 34 is typically about what you're looking for, but movement skills that say he can play on an island. You have your two franchise tackles of the future bookends. Also, West African's kind of a fun combo.
Yeah.
Armand Membu being Cameroonian, Olu Fashanu from a year ago from Nigeria. So you have two young bookend tackles that can set the tone for your offense for hopefully years going forward if you're a Jets fan.
Yeah, and that's really what they need. I mean, they need to be able to build around whatever the quarterback situation ends up being there in the future, and I mean this year and in the future. Because building a quarterback-friendly offense, I think is something that is, people kind of forget about it because they get excited about the big plays and the stats and the highlights, and they want to get like the top player, the top quarterback, this and that. But really, if you don't have the pieces around that guy, it doesn't even matter.
Yeah.
If you don't have an offensive line that can block for your quarterback, if you don't have an offensive line that can block for your running back and to establish the running game, you don't have the running back, you don't have receivers that can catch the ball, right? Get open.
Now we got a very complete running core and a running quarterback, and hopefully the makings of a good offensive line.
Yeah, no, I think that was a great pick. That was probably the best pick they could have made. Now, Bengal, you're from New York, or from New Jersey, or from New York?
From New Jersey, which is where the Giants and Jets play.
But you are a Giants fan, not a Jets fan.
Correct.
Tell us a little bit about how you feel about the Giants so far in the draft.
I think they really made the only pick they could have made, to be honest. I think you have three real blue chippers in this draft, in my opinion. You have Travis Hunter, Abdul Carter, and Ashton Genty. And with Hunter off the board, who was the best player in the draft for me, I think you had to pivot and go Abdul Carter. I think the Giants would have preferred Hunter, but Carter's a tremendous player. It does make Kayvon Thibodeau potentially expendable now.
Interesting.
Giants number 5 overall pick from a few years ago, but maybe too many cooks in the kitchen. It's good to have an edge rotation, but you may be able to recoup more value for Thibodeau than he would actually bring onto the field. Has been a little bit underwhelming for the Giants. Thankfully not as underwhelming as Evan Neal from that same draft, but Carter and Burns, I think, can form one of the best edge duos in the league. I think Carter could have been in play to be the number 1 overall pick. Obviously, the Titans ended up deciding on the quarterback, Cam Ward. It's the most valuable position in football. But Carter, tremendous player, has some versatility to play off the ball, too. Previous 2 years at Penn State were playing primarily off the ball. Now he's going to transition from a full-time edge for the first time in 2025 to getting a little bit more experience going into his rookie year. So seems to me like sky's the limit. This is a player who can be a phenomenal asset.
Yeah, I mean, I think you hit the nail right on the head with all that.
Well, thanks so much for your time, Bengal, and thank you for your insight. You are dialed in.
Yeah, Bengal's the real deal. Bengal's always all up on the draft and everything, and Bengal's got a great YouTube channel. It does the franchise rebuilds and all kinds of stuff like that. And so actually, you're doing your own draft coverage here for the next few days. Is that right?
Absolutely, every year. Dialed in, watching film for months. Thankfully, I have access to all 22 over the past few years.
Yeah,
so
it's been nice.
It's fun to do my own evaluations and kind of build my own boards and things like that. So a lot of draft content for me, and it's my favorite time of the year as a Giants fan because I know it's not going to happen in February.
There you go. There you go. That's
same for the Jets. All of MetLife weeps together.
Well, unless things happen with the Patriots again. Who knows?
Yeah, there you go.
So, all right, Bengal, thanks a ton for joining us, man. We'll be seeing you later, dude.
All right, have a good one.
All right, thanks, man. We'll see you.
Do we have a lightning charger?
All right, guys. Sorry that was a little bit scuffed there. Hopefully that was not too difficult to deal with.
What a terrific combine. He's going to New York.
Yeah,
we are back. Armand Membu to the Jets.
Decision would be tight end
Yes.
tackle, as you said, Rich. I think they went Membu, who's very
Kayvon Thibodeau, fifth-year option, picked up, by the way.
Redirect, because they like the tight ends that could be available on day 2 versus the tackles that would
We'll see if that ends up being a player they look to trade or otherwise.
He's very quick. He's also
Get 2 years
patient.
to see what he's got.
He's got that size where even if guys get into his chest, you really can't get through him because he's just so strong and has such a firm
Should pick
base.
Tyler Warren.
Nah. Good player. I thought they would end up going with Tyler Warren, but I can't really hate on Armand Membu. He's a tremendous player. That's why I had the Jets going for like a large part of his cycle, I would say.
How about this all the way at the very top of the charts here with his athleticism score?
They were ahead because the picks come in on Twitter and stuff. They get announced as soon as the pick is in, and we don't actually get it until the broadcast picks it up.
Don't stop believing.
They'll be the Panthers, Saints, Bears, and Niners. Panthers, I would expect to go Jalen Walker here.
I could go on, but we're going to break. Thank you so much. I will be here.
The pick is in. A fun surprise would be Teteroa McMillan.
When we come back, Saints on the
But
clock here in Green Bay.
I would expect Jalen Walker.
Yeah. He's pretty good, Jalen Walker. Teteroa could be interesting. Get a weapon for your previous number 1 overall pick.
All right, let me get caught up on donations. I appreciate you guys. Again, sorry if the appearance on S-Fan stream was not incredible. It was tough for my phone. I tried to make it work with the Twitch stream and just muting my mic. Hopefully that wasn't intolerable. I appreciate you guys rocking with me. Still seems like we have a real decent amount of you guys rocking with us. So thank you so much. I appreciate you being here. And we're going to continue rolling on. Should be a ton of fun the rest of the way through. Chipper with the 2. Travis going for Florida girls after those parties. Jeb with the 2. Is it possible for the Saints to mess this pick up? Of anything's possible. Jackson Dart at 9. JRD with a 5. He's going to be a Giant, so I got to stop talking shit, I guess. JRD with a 5. Quarter of the year. I'm a fight and die to protect my quarterback, Will Campbell. You love to, that's classic offensive lineman. Quintessential offensive lineman. Log tap with a 5. When I hit the reaction button on YouTube mobile, the emojis cover the length of your handsome, sculpted, blue-eyed face. Thanks, Mom. Odix, thanks for the 2. Effing told you. I think was that about Genty to the Raiders? Yeah, I just thought he'd be gone before. I thought a team would move up to 5. Jaundice with the 5. If the Bengals draft Walter Nolan, you're having a good one tonight. Hell yeah, Jaundice. Sirac Lobster with the 2. Prediction on who picks up Will Howard. Raiders down the board, maybe. Reunite with Chip Kelly. Jinx with the 28 Canadian. Do you think Sanders goes to Pittsburgh in the first round? That's what I had in my final mock. Giants getting Sanders in the second or even a slight move up into the first would be ideal. But yeah, I mean, the Giants have done all they can do in the draft so far, I would say. Tricky Mass, best Pitt guy in the draft. I honestly don't even know. I think Eli Holstein's back at Pitt. I don't know that Pitt has anyone worth getting super excited about right now. Hurwee, thanks for the 22, or excuse me, for the Hurwee 22. Thanks for the 33 minutes ago Prime. That's a weird, whatever. Ghost, thanks for the bits. Who are the Vikings taking? I had them trading down and getting Nick Eamon-Worry in my final mock. Cal Dubs, thanks for the Prime. Big with the tier 1. Eagles, welcome back. We're not going to talk about Abdul Carter free agency in 2030. It's not happening. Giant for life. Pride with the Prime. Yit with the Prime. Piano Dan, thank you. Hank saying Jones over Barkley will go down as one of the worst GM moves in Giants history, and that's saying something. I agree. Nate, thank you for the tier 1. And I'm not saying they should have brought back Barkley because I recognize why they didn't financially, but let Jones go also. Dangle, thanks for the resub. Thoughts on what the Dolphins do? O-line or D-line? I could see corner. Russ Legend, thanks for the tier 1. J-Pack with the Prime. Zilla with the Prime. Juan, thank you for the Prime. J-Fat with the Prime. Owen, congrats on the Travis Hunter pick. Thank you. Puffin. Rams at 26. Yeah, I have Jahdae Barron. We'll see. Buster Grimes, thanks for the Prime.
You don't
Lizzie,
gotta say that, man.
The Prime. Ninja. Mark. Greatness with pick 11. We'll see what they do. Raxty.
He was
Urethra
terrible
Franklin.
last year.
Appreciate you, Urethra.
Yeah, right.
Louis, thanks for the Prime. Storms with the tier 1. And we are caught up. Let's go. Appreciate you guys. Actually, one more. Jordan with the 2. Pre-draft offseason grade for the Seahawks. So weird, dude. I don't know, maybe a C. They traded DK, cut Tyler Lockett, brought in Sam Darnold in a massive contract, brought in Cooper Kupp. Maybe, I don't know. It's weird. I got to think about that. Grizzliest Bear, thanks for the Prime.
So if they go in that direction,
What do you think here, Wheels?
You're saying, hey, we're going to give you one more. We'll give you another opportunity.
Tedero
Give me
Jalen Walker.
That would be a defensive pick.
Give me Tedero and McMillan. Nah, I think this should be Jalen Walker, though.
Well, the mystery's about to end. Here's the commissioner with the 8th overall pick. First one for the Panthers tonight.
With the 8th pick in the 2025 NFL Draft, the Carolina Panthers select Tedero.
It is Tedero McMillan.
Ooh.
Arizona.
So they
Dude, it feels like
offense.
all the mock draft landings from months and weeks ago is what's happening now. Like, I had McMillan of the Panthers, like, so long ago.
Coming out, and
Had it Genty to the Raiders so long ago.
Canales got this job based off what he did in Tampa Bay with a big receiver like Mike Evans and that explosive offense they had there. So he goes out and gets one as a head coach and gets Tet McMillan, who is very long and rangy.
The Tet offensive to Carolina.
In some instances, watch him go up and get the ball. That length, he plays above the rim. Think about Bryce down there in
I
the
mean,
red zone. Just
this is
throw it
a
up with tremendous
pretty good
touch,
receiver to
which
get
you
for a
do.
young
Get
QB,
it.
I think.
How about the special one-handed catch here against Colorado?
If he starts watching film.
Ball's underthrown, no problem. For a bigger receiver, he can really adjust down the field and play like a smaller guy. He's slippery with the ball in his hands.
Yeah,
after
McMillan's
the
a
catch.
beast.
I think he's got to play with a little more consistent urgency. There's times
Will
when
with the
you see him
2.
ease
Could
on the
Judkins
backside
Henderson
of
sneak in the
routes.
back
That's
end of
something
round
that's
1? I think Henderson more so than Judkins. Adonis with the $100. Let's get some big hype in the chat for Adonis. Starting the dono train again, just
Okay.
like last year. All of Bengal, thank you as always for the great content. Adonis, thank you so much, buddy. That's huge. I appreciate you. That's massive. Massive. Hey, I wouldn't mind a dono train. Seems good to me. Dre, thanks for the prime sub. Question: I don't think this is chalk so far. I feel like it's been a little crazy already. Bucknuts, thanks for the prime. Ace, giving out 5 gifted. Thank you very much. Jericho, Saints don't screw this up with a reach at end again. It will be Michael Williams. D-Dot, thank you for the tier 1. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Christian, thanks for the 5. Want to thank the Giants for getting Abdul Carter ready for the Eagles in 5 years. I'm not reading the rest of that.
For the shorter quarterback, Bryce Young, a little more forgiving as they throw it downfield.
It went from one short QB to another.
Oh yeah, Fafita to now Bryce Young. What is this music playing? They're spamming the music.
Yeah. They're not letting you be great.
Let me rock.
All right, so Jackson Dart's going to New Orleans.
I had Kelvin Banks in my mock draft, but
oh, it's a walk-up song they all chose. Oh,
I would say, that's interesting. And which of my picks have been correct so far? I got the first 4, and that's it so far.
Did you have the Genty spot correct?
No, I had him at 5. I had the Bears trading up.
Yeah, he went 6, didn't he?
Yeah. I could get Kelvin Banks here. It's a possibility.
Hook him?
Hook him horns?
Hey, I'm going to tell you right now, that Cali connection is going to be something different, I promise.
Congratulations, Cetera.
Thank you so much.
You got an interesting voice, huh?
Yeah.
Rappaport, take it away, sir.
Rich, with the Saints poised to make the number 9 overall pick, worth noting Derek Carr's future is very much in doubt for the New Orleans Saints. Dealing with a shoulder injury, still has not yet made a decision to consulting with several experts whether or not he's going to have surgery. They do not know if he's going to be ready.
Probably should figure that out
soon.
soon.
Play at all in the 2025 season. That brings us around to the quarterbacks. They did all the homework on the quarterbacks. Be surprised if Shedeur Sanders was the pick here, but several other quarterbacks they like in this round.
Well,
Tyler Shuck.
At the crib, as Prime call it.
He does not look like he's on the phone.
No. Spoilers? They've spoiled the pick. It is not Shedeur Sanders.
Rich, just based on my conversations, either it's the longest con of all time or the Saints liked Tyler.
Oh,
I feel like
based on the overall package than Shedeur Sanders.
Thank you very much, Ian. Your sense?
They like Tyler Shuck more than Shedeur Sanders?
Is
what
that
would be
interesting.
situation. I try and see who's doing the most work. Now, it's one thing with a Travis Hunter to maybe try and play
Boring, thanks for the 2. Fat Albanian, thanks for the 5. Wanting Squirrel White. He's not bad down the board.
Teams do a full-scale workup on them.
White Project Pat.
Is it Kellen Moore, the head coach now of the Saints?
Yes, and Garrett Nussmeier's dad is the OC. Doug.
Doug? Yeah.
Blambertino, newest mutant. Thank you guys for the subs.
But just talking to people all around this kind of ecosystem of quarterbacks is what I'm getting at.
Yeah, I know all about Doug.
I heard someone ignore a
Yeah?
quarterback so publicly.
Yeah, he was a former Florida OC.
Interesting. I know that.
Jay Cutler. When Mike Shanahan
Yeah, not in the not good era of Florida.
He did all the work up on his
hell yeah.
own.
Was he
and
like
then they
Will
took him and
Muschamp's guy or
surprised
something?
Everyone, including Cutler.
Well, Bears are 4 and change.
He might have been McElwain. Let's see, 2015 Florida.
Also, Will Muschamp, Hook 'em Horns, Longhorn legend. Saints selection. Get me one right.
Yeah.
Let it be Kelvin Banks, please. Let me throw the horns up.
The 9th pick in the 2025
It just can't be that bad.
The New Orleans Saints
good year.
select Kelvin Banks Jr.
There you go.
Tackle,
Horns up. Kelvin Banks, Longhorn legend,
Tackles would come off the board quick
is a Saint.
There's not a lot of them that you can count on to come in and start and play right away. Last year, the Saints got Talisi Fuaga to handle one tackle spot. Now they get the other one taken care of. Think about Kellen Moore just winning the Super Bowl.
Is it
All right.
Fuaga?
It's all about the line of scrimmage.
It's
with the
Talisa
Philadelphia
Fuanga.
Eagles.
He butchered
I thought it was Fuanga.
Yeah,
Yeah, Talisa Fuanga.
Tackle. We'll see which
I think it's
quarterback
Fuaga.
they're
I think on the Oregon State website they had Fuaga, but I don't think that's right.
Investing in the trenches, not surprised to see that's the direction they went.
And notice they said.
Let me put out a bait tweet. Texas OT Kelvin Banks Jr.
Kicking inside the guard.
to the Saints.
Yeah, very balanced in pass protection. Really, just the
like,
Georgia
let's say
games were the ones where he
dominoes
struggled. The rest of the tape is pretty consistent. He's
falling
a fluid
in
mover.
place
Here he is in
for
that
the
Georgia
Saints
game, showing you some of those redirection skills
to reunite
that he
him
possesses.
with Arch
He's big,
Manning.
he's got those broad shoulders in the run game. He can get that initial movement. Want to see him stay connected and stay attached a little bit more. But the athleticism getting up to the second level takes those good angles to get up to those
Let's say with
linebackers.
Saints
Here's the pop of some of that physicality that he's
legend
got inside. I want to see more
Archie
of that continue to develop
Manning's
in his game, guys. But the tackles, the run
grandson,
was early.
Arch.
That was expected, and that was chalk.
Yeah. Your future.
Last year. Now he goes in.
Facts,
right instead of Trevor Penning. And Joel, in that division, the Tampa Bay Buccaneers are pressure.
Jenks, thanks for the 14 Canadian. What is going to be the weakness for the Giants this season?
Worst pick the Bears could
Scoring
make. It's a
points and
reach.
probably stopping them.
Or that's not a reach.
Stopping opponents from scoring points. It could be.
Cheers,
Everybody on our team took care of their business like Kelvin did, we would be good
Draft
to go.
another
So he's a
quarterback.
great locker room
I'm thinking the
guy,
Bears
and now the
are
weight
going Tyler
is
Warren
on
here
for Shador, who
or
we just saw on our
Michael
screens.
Williams, maybe.
You know, it's
That's the third quarterback spot.
Yes.
Seen punt on quarterback.
This is big in that regard.
The next one appears to be 21.
For everything we're talking about with New Orleans and everything, that's a bit the story of this
Also,
pick
is this draft
where does Shador
flying?
go to? Where does he fall to?
Meanwhile, the
Kind
Bears
of.
pick is
I know
in
it's 10
and
minutes
they
a pick, but
every tight end available.
we're
for them
like
to
in
choose.
50
We'll
minutes
find
in,
out who
really,
that pick
probably.
is. The Niners are on the clock.
Yeah, because the
right
pick
now.
wasn't on the. Or the draft didn't start right at 8.
Hey, there's our colleague Colleen Wolf, along with Laura Rutledge with an announcement.
Gator legend. It's DJ Lagway at 10.
They just drafted him a year ahead.
That'd be funny if a team tried that. No, you can't do that.
That's right, Colleen. The schedule release marks a pivotal moment in the NFL calendar. It sets the stage for a thrilling
Simply Peel, thanks for the 20. Hey, Bengal, you're happy with Abdul to the Giants, hoping Walter Nolan makes it to the Bengals. We got to start spelling Nolan with an E, by the way, guys. Love your content, ready for more Rockies franchise. Peel, I appreciate you. I am happy with Abdul to the Giants. I actually posted a reaction video that's currently out on my channel.
We're gonna have to find out. You'll find out soon, okay?
So check that out.
The players who are drafted
Reaction
here
to
tonight,
Abdul
when
Carter.
and where
Fuck around
they
and find
make
out.
their NFL debuts. We're gonna find that out as well. Let's not forget the expanding lineup of international games as well as Christmas, Thanksgiving Day. There's so many.
It's a lot of yapping, I'm not going to lie.
Because nothing says holiday cheer
Curtis,
like
thanks for the
watching
prime.
your team destroy another. So, without further ado, everybody, get it together, mark your calendars, set your alarms. The schedule will be dropped on bum-ba-da-bum, May 14th. There we
Okay.
go.
Wow.
Lock it in.
Cool. Wow.
Get the commissioner out here. I want to know the Bears take.
Great content from the NFL team sites, the club social channels.
I'll tell you what, the fact that the NFL has made any spectacle about a schedule release, I know they're trying to keep the NFL relevant 365 days a year. They do a decent job of that. But I'll tell you what, I don't give
Quite the hype.
a single.
Rat's ass.
Yeah, we're gonna try to watch my language.
You hear the boos.
I don't care at all about a schedule release. Why would I watch a TV event on that? I'll just look at it when it comes out. The games aren't for months anyway. Who cares?
I will forget when the games are by the season starts.
We were talking about, could they trade up for Genti? They might have attempted, didn't work out.
All right, Amari and Hampton. Here we go.
Amari and Hampton would be crazy here, yet I don't think out of the realm of possibility. But it would be crazy.
They wanted a running back. Yeah, they wanted that running back.
I'm going to say Warren, Williams. Those are my two biggest guesses.
Yesterday, the NFL family lost a true legend.
Mongo.
Hall of Famer
Hook
Steve
'em.
McMichael.
R.I.P.
WWE legend.
The McMichael family during this incredibly difficult time. Misty, please know that you are in our thoughts and prayers.
And now the Packers fans can't boo.
Remarkable contributions to the game and the community will never be forgotten. His legacy will continue to inspire generations to come. 50 years ago, with the 4th pick in the 1975 NFL Draft, the Chicago Bears selected one of Steve McMichael's teammates and closest friends, Walter Payton, running back, Jackson State.
One, thanks for the prime. El Bano, thanks for the prime. You can't boo Walter Payton.
50th anniversary.
17,000 yards and 110
to his selection.
touchdowns
All right.
Yeah.
over 13 seasons, all with the Chicago Bears. As you heard,
They're really making us that they can't boo, huh?
Not only for his performance and excellence on the field, but also his commitment to give back to his community with the Walter Payton NFL Man of the Year Award. So with the 10th pick in the 2025 NFL
There they go. They waited long enough.
Look at Roger.
P38, thanks for the prime.
Loveland.
Wow! Oh. Loveland tight end 1. I mentioned this.
That's a bit of a surprise.
I have them right next to each other on my list, so they're both excellent players.
I said earlier that this could be a really fun thing for the Bears to do. Go out, run 12 personnel, just get a big-bodied receiver up the seam in the slot.
A real sudden mover. He creates separation down the field with his
Adunze and DJ Moore on the outside. I like this. I thought Warren would be off the board by the time they did it, but for what they want, Loveland might be a better fit for this offense anyway.
This guy is going to be able to come right in.
He's a really, really good player.
For a team, Ben Johnson, they did a lot of 12 personnel, and Detroit,
yeah, this is a good pick for him.
In Chicago, 2 tight ends will be on the field.
No doubt about it. Ben Johnson calling.
Born in Miami. I wonder if a team tries to make a move for him.
We've done your homework.
He's a Colt.
And I mentioned in our pregame show, this is my favorite player in the draft. I love Colston Loveland. Everything about him. I comped him to Tyler Eifert. Before injuries, Eifert 2015.
I mean, Tyler Eifert was a monster.
Touchdown catches.
I don't know that I see Tyler Eifert that much.
You notice the ability to split.
I mean, I get why they'd say that, but
we saw from Eifert. We're seeing the
Loveland to me is more just big receiver.
Wheel route against
yeah.
Like, I know Eifert wasn't some incredible blocker, but
look at him go up and catch the football there. Watch him get inside into suddenness and breaking away.
Bears owner was 100 years old and she died without ever seeing a Bear throw for 4,000 yards.
Okay.
Rip.
Jesus.
This will be the year. What was your name? Something Hallis, Georgia Hallis McCaskey.
He is a great
something
player.
Close.
He's unassuming. He works hard. He's terrific in the locker room. And one of the things I
no
love
idea.
about Colston Loveland is he
Alpha, thanks for the prime sub.
Space. That's not always the case for tight ends. He runs very clean routes, and then you can put him anywhere on the field.
I'm sorry, Antonio just linked a baby throwing up during the Banks draft selection.
Do you want to line him up and go tight end and have him block back on power?
I got to post this video.
Jim Harbaugh, he can do that. You know, so he's a versatile guy that's going to help this offense do exactly what they were able to do.
I'm going to post this on Twitter, guys.
Kudos to the Packers.
I can't even find out how to get to bookmarks. There we go.
Then being quite respectful when we were remembering Steve McMichael and Walter Payton.
And then 1 second later, as soon as it's over.
And guess what? The boos will continue because next it's the 49ers and then the Dallas Cowboys. who the Packers fans don't really like very much either. Dolphins and Colts right behind them. Here from Green Bay.
49ers pick is in.
Just gonna quote it saying Browns fans when the Browns pass on Travis Hunter.
That's kind of funny. I think the 49ers could go Walter Nolan here. I was going to have that in my final mock, but I ended up having Mason Graham falling, which obviously did not happen at all.
Yeah.
Walter Nolan could be fun here. Jahad Campbell could be fun. I think it's going to be something in the front seven. Or offensive line. Something in the trenches, I would say. I don't think it's going to be Jahad Campbell. I think you're looking at Mykel Williams, Shamar Stewart, maybe Walter Nolan would be the three I would say are heavily in player. But the interesting thing about this class is I just named like multiple edge rushers and another defensive lineman. It's tough to distinguish the order that teams are going to have these guys.
Yeah.
Because you could say that any edge rusher is going to go here pretty much. Stewart, Mykel Williams, maybe even throw Jalen Walker into the mix, right?
Oh. I forgot they had Gross Matos on that team now.
Who cares?
Former second-round pick.
So there are
really
so
could
many
use some
different ways
edge.
they could do this.
Who's their interior?
They've got no interior defensive line. I mean, the names that you would see are shocking.
Jordan Elliott, Evan Anderson.
Let's see what power
I'm gonna say this. Who?
Yeah. So currently,
who the hell is Evan Anderson?
Currently, yeah, they have their interior D line is a combination of Jordan Elliott, Evan Anderson, Kevin Givens, and friend of the channel, Kalia Davis.
Oh,
we like him. But
W.
I would say that interior defensive line is a glaring need. So Walter Nolan to me makes a lot of sense.
And that guy's
but
a dog.
It's a really strong class for interior defensive linemen. The same can be said for edge rusher, but do you go with an edge rusher here? That will be the question. Danny, thanks for the prime sub. Thank you very much.
Greenlaw Hufanga to Denver. Really?
Yes.
They both went to Denver?
Yes.
I did not know that. Dang.
Who are the Texans getting draft? LFG. I would say
They've lost some players.
I would say receiver or offensive lineman, depending on who gets there, right?
Tyler Warren, obviously, with the great George Kittle sitting there.
Longhorn legend Matthew Golden.
Paid. There's Matthew Golden in that green room right now. The Cowboys could have.
Is George Kittle up for a contract?
12 if they so choose.
He's like 31.
Same thing with Golden because he's sitting in the green room. And
Tyler Warren here would be diabolical.
Starting to hold out.
One would think.
Oh.
Another player there is.
Oh.
The general manager John Lynch with.
Tyler Warren here would be absurd.
Celebrating the latest
San Francisco could I see Kyle Shanahan making that call? Maybe so.
Your thoughts?
Well, this is an important draft.
Find a way to get both of them involved.
Over the offseason.
Widow's son, thanks for the 5. What are your thoughts on Jackson Dart going to Pittsburgh? Yeah, maybe in round 2. Or I don't even think they have a second. At 21, I wouldn't love it for them. I'm just not a big Jackson Dart guy.
To the main stage video screens for a special message from United States service members stationed at Yokota Air Base in Japan.
Oh, I live
Hello
not
from
that
United
far
States
from there.
versus Japan. I'm Sergeant Mitchell Johnson. I'm here with service members.
That's the
from
whitest
United
name I've
States
ever
Army,
heard.
Marine Corps, and Navy. We're proud
Not
to announce
trying to
that
dox
this year
myself.
We're celebrating our 250th anniversary. We're grateful for the opportunity to partner with the NFL Salute to Service and the USO in introducing the San Francisco 49ers 2025 draft pick.
With the San Francisco 49ers draft pick, back to you in Green Bay.
So here comes the commissioner now with that pick. chants of USA mixed in with
Is Goodell like whisper chanting USA along with them? You're not a part of this.
The United States military for your sacrifices to defend our country.
This guy makes $40 million a year. Or 60 even, I think.
With the 11th pick in the 2025
A lot of
NFL
muncies.
Draft, the San Francisco 49ers select Michael Williams.
It is Michael Williams.
defensive end, Georgia.
W.
Daniel?
Yeah, Nick Bosa gets a running mate on the opposite side there.
He is a dog. Also Georgia Bulldog. Oh, he's crying. He's a good player. If he wasn't hurt all of 2024, I think we'd be talking about him as a higher pick than this.
Yeah.
When he's healthy, he's a beast. Also, he looks like Chris Jones a lot to me.
With the 11th overall pick.
Yeah, I can see that.
Opening game against Clemson and wasn't quite right.
Go.
Did the Bolts move up for Warren? I don't feel like the Chargers are a trade up team. I don't know. This is against Kelvin Banks. Also playing a quarterback who can't step up in the pocket.
Texas saw the flashes. Yes, they did. There was those
Williams
flashes,
over Walker?
they just
Well,
weren't consistent. I
two
think
different
it was
types of players.
Yeah.
But he's very long.
If they want a 4-3 end, they're going to take Williams. And he's got long arms. He's got good quickness. He is a good player.
Him out more. He had a lot of tight alignments in that Georgia defense.
Yeah, and also it does depend on role. If you're aligning in a 4-eye, you're not really going to be able to get on a runway and get after the QB.
Explosive power will show really well.
You know, he was versatile for Kirby Smart, but again, I think that worked against him because he was better when he was wide in that wide 9. That ankle injury definitely slowed him down, but if you talk to the people around Georgia, they will say he was a great locker room guy. And
What does Jared cook up here?
Jalen Walker is going to end up being a Falcon.
Defenders in the recent vintage.
I did get some draft intel maybe about a month ago from a reputable source at Georgia. I can't talk about that right now, really, but you guys will find out more in the next coming months, probably. But I heard that the Dolphins liked Jalen Walker. They were just like curious about where they would even play him. I used to mock Jalen Walker to Dallas, actually.
I gotta stop looking at Twitter.
Did you see who it is?
Yeah.
And they might be going somewhere else than all of those three as well.
I love looking at Twitter, though, you know?
I think everyone expects the Cowboys to go something on offense, but their D-line is still bad.
Find out who the newest Dallas Cowboy is, and here come
So
Packers fans to greet him.
I wonder if this, like, could this be Walter Nolan? Could this be Jalen Walker? Don't be Jahad Campbell. I want to like him.
Draft, the Dallas Cowboys select Tyler Booker, guard.
I said this. I said this today. They would do this. I said today they would do this.
Good pick.
Good pick. Charles Davis. Earlier tonight, our colleague Kurt Warner talked about the Cowboys being intriguing. What's going to happen with their draft? And what did Kurt fall back on at the end? Will they do something bold, or will they do what they always do and draft an offensive line?
Tyler Booker, Tyler Smith, Tyler Guyton.
I think it's a good pick for them.
I said today they would do this. Who remembers? You wanted a shock in the draft? There you go.
He was described to me by the guys at Alabama as the Will Smith or the Will Anderson of the offense.
He's freaking the hell out, dude. Look at this adrenaline rush.
He goes out, he goes in. Someone with the high character. You see
He's a big boy.
He's a big man. I was asking, what would you tell the teams if they asked you about Tyler Booker? They said if he gets on the airplane after he gets picked, and they were to tell him, hey, they changed the schedule. We have a game tomorrow. We just emailed you the
Tyler Booker's from Connecticut?
He'd have the entire playbook memorized, and he'd be able to start the next day. I mean, they love this kid at Alabama.
Interesting.
In Connecticut to IMG Academy. Academics a big part of what he does.
The Tyler O-line is being built. Tyler Booker, Tyler Guyton, Tyler Smith. Chaos in Dallas.
It's make a guy question whether he still wants to play football by the end of it. And the way he hits on people and does things. And DJ, when you talk about all these Tylers on this offensive line, I'm just going to tell you guys, this feels like a back to
Yeah,
the
he's a big
future
dude.
approach for Dallas. To get back to that time when they drafted Ezekiel Elliott #4, Zach Martin moved in at guard.
So no Matthew Golden to Dallas. That's a big win for me as a fan. I do want my mock draft to be correct, but that's a big win for me as a fan.
I wouldn't be surprised if that's going to be the approach moving forward under Brian Schottenheimer.
Real quick, Joel, we were at the Combine. He did not have a good workout, had a very poor 10 time, and we actually put up a name on the screen, said, don't panic. This guy named Travis Frederick had kind of a poor workout, and it worked out quite well for him, ironically, with the Dallas Cowboys.
Well, everything that you just said, about
I should have known the Cowboys were going to do something like this. I should have known.
He was the most natural leader that they had in their locker room. I sat with his family on the air.
What are you guys thinking of the draft so far?
I don't think he falls past the Ravens.
It's not the chalk that we all kind of thought it could be.
Invited to the barbecue.
This has been pretty exciting.
For your college quarterback and Jalen Milroe and
Very unpredictable.
How are you feeling right
feels.
now?
I'm super excited. I'm blessed to be a Cowboy. It's a great tradition, a great offensive lineman, and I'm excited to follow suit with all that came before me.
You did not allow a sack on your quarterback this last season. Did Dak Prescott just become your new best friend?
Oh, yeah, I can't wait to get on the phone with Dak. Getting him protection means make sure he goes clean every single game. I'm just so excited to be a Cowboy.
I mean, I hate the Cowboys, but Tyler Booker seems like a super likable guy.
Smile coming to the
Yeah.
Metroplex. So there's the Tylers. Oh, and then don't forget the Zach's the only guy who doesn't start with the letter T.
Don't forget there is a Tyler, Texas.
There is a Tyler, Texas.
There is. The Tyler
A
Rose.
lot of Tylers on that offensive line. Here's Tyler
Beast,
Booker.
Texas.
Yeah, this is, again, the run game. He is
Tyler Booker's who they had in mind when they came up with the term brick shit house.
Man, a lot of these long runs you saw from
He's
Alabama,
so huge.
From Jalen Milroe were with him clearing
This is
the
like
way.
classic Alabama
And
O-lineman,
then when
though.
you think about him
Yeah.
as a helper, he's always looking for
Gladstone
work. He's
keeps the
always
F
looking
them
to
picks
finish
legacy
guys.
alive.
I
That's
love
right.
his
Gladstone
temperament,
came from
and
the
you can't
Rams,
get through him.
who
Dak's
really
gonna
don't care
like the
about
fact
draft
he's gonna
picks
have
at
a
all.
deep pocket because of how firm
And they won a
his
Super
ego
Bowl.
is.
4.5 minutes to go on the clock for the Miami Dolphins. Tyler Booker is
Booker just carrying Milroe across the room.
He's moving people.
I will say, it's cool to see Jalen Milroe hyped up for Tyler Booker that much. He's probably not getting drafted today. I'm a Jalen Milroe guy, though. I mean, I feel like if for all these quarterbacks, I don't really like any of them that much.
If you have a small business,
I'll take a
you
chance at
might
the high
not know.
upside guy. They all might flame out anyway.
Just give him some time to develop. That's all they really need.
A lot of time. I mean, like, there's a real chance Milroe's playing like wide receiver in 3 years, but I mean, he's a super athlete with a good deep ball. I feel like there's got to be something there.
Dude, if people are like unbelievably hyped up about Joe Milton, why can't we be hyped about Jalen Milroe? You know,
Milroe's got a strong arm. It's not Joe Milton strong, of course, but it is strong.
Yeah.
But yeah.
People are like, yo, Joe Milton should be starting at all these places. Like, really?
Random guy, thanks for the prime.
I would rather take a chance on Milroe than Dart. I agree. But I'm also, you could maybe say a Jackson Dart hater. But I saw what he did in Gainesville. He sucks.
I had Walter Nolan, I believe, to the Dolphins in my final mock. Tyler Warren still on the board, by the way. He could go here.
Warren to, who's this? Dolphins?
Miami.
Yeah?
I think Warren, Nolan. Again, I got the intel from a reliable Georgia source that that said the Dolphins like Jalen Walker. They just don't know where they would play him. I guess Jalen Walker could be in play here.
Yeah. No, they got to get another weapon for their quarterback, Zach Wilson.
See, there you go.
Number 0, Zach Wilson. Or is he number 0 or number 1? Fuck.
I think he's wearing 0. I think I remember hearing about that. Again, I appreciate you guys.
0.
Thank you so much for the donations, the super chats, the bits, the subs, the gift subs, even just being here, the new follows. Let's shout a couple of new follows and subscriptions here. Thank you very much to Chill for Please, Motorboat, Diddler, Ruthless Squeeze,
QB1.
Dominic, Evil Intentions, Eternal Utopia, David Williams, Da Vinci. I like this one a lot. Philly Eagles Suck. I like that one. That's my favorite. Thank you guys for the new follows and subscriptions on YouTube and Twitch.
Who do I think the Colts
Maddie,
take?
what's the craziest pick so far? Also, who did the Packers take? I think that might have been the craziest pick so far.
I mean, we'll see who goes here. I feel like
Packers,
if Tyler Warren
grab
does
a
not
corner.
go here, then he is
Depending on who's there.
almost
But
for
or
sure
an
going
edge,
to the Colts,
like
right?
Shamar Stewart is just probably a Packer if he gets there. I don't know. Reagan Pete, thanks for the 5.
I would think.
Dude, Noah Igbenogany was a first-round pick.
Six picks on your board are sitting there. So
They
is
brought
the
in
top
Zach
group
Wilson,
of,
Alexander Madison, huge.
named Travis Hunter and Johnny Barron. There's Dion.
Zach Wilson could somehow flourish in the McDaniel offense. Maybe.
In Texas right now, waiting to get that phone.
Is this
ringing
Jahdae
right
Barron?
now, As again, unless somebody trades in right now, the next team that's on the clock with a glaring need at quarterback is the Pittsburgh Steelers. 21st overall.
It's crazy that Dion doesn't really care that much about his job. He should be at the draft right now getting ready to interview guys.
Safety. You've got your pick of the safeties. You've got
For the
some
NFL
good
Network.
DTs.
God,
The
the
OTs
wheels
have
didn't even
been
hear that.
wiped
The joke
out.
doesn't
So
even
those
land
guys
here.
are gone. I don't think there's an
Do I
offensive
try it
tackle
again?
really worth this pick at this point.
Yeah, I'll go for it again. Eric, thanks so much for the tier 1. It's crazy Dion doesn't care that much about his job working for NFL Network. He should be at the draft interviewing guys right now.
Yeah.
With the 13th pick in the 2025 NFL Draft, the Miami Dolphins select Kenneth Grant.
Oh, they do go with the defensive lineman. It's not Walter Nolan.
Whoa.
It's the big boy from Michigan.
Because I've been hearing about this kid since he was a true freshman. Going up there.
He's a freak. Really good athlete.
What is this?
Huge
What is
body.
this webcam from the
Mike
80s?
McDonald and then Jesse Minter, Wing Martindale, all the coordinators that have been on that side of the ball. The first thing that defense, and it's the Baltimore defense, wants to do is build the run
This
ball.
guy. System default, thanks for the tier 1. Appreciate you.
Talk about Kenneth Grant as being the guy that
I think that's the first 2 interior defensive linemen off the board, by the way, from Michigan.
Looking at right there, he chased down Nick Singleton. He's got this rare motor for a guy
I think
that's
Graham and Grant.
330 pounds, and he doesn't even understand how
Yeah.
good he is yet. I think his
Evan with the 50 with the Let's Go Falcons. Thank you so much, Evan.
This webcam is so
I
bad.
appreciate you. Let's get some big hype in the chat for Evan. 50 is a crazy generous donation.
$5
Thank you so much,
webcams
Evan.
from Walmart.
Would you say?
P. DeMayo, thanks for the prime. If he falls, does his team trade to 32 and take Sanders to the 5th-year option? I think it's a possibility.
Think about Anthony Weaver as a defensive coordinator who played for the Baltimore Ravens with Haloti Ngata. He's got his Haloti Ngata, and that's one of the guys Wink would talk about him being similar to. Just a very athletic big guy. It's hard to find guys that weigh this much, that big, that can run, as you see him hawk down the Penn State running back. As a rusher, there's not a lot of imagination. Just buckle up. He's going right through your chest. And when you have those edge rushers that they need to keep healthy in Miami, he's going to take away the escape hatch. He's going to be able to press the pocket and allow those guys time to win on the edges.
And Rich is right. It obviously fills a need. But who's got the best offensive line in the AFC East? Maybe in the AFC. Buffalo Bills.
Pick is in for Indianapolis. If Indy doesn't take Tyler Warren here, I'd be blown away. I'd be blown away.
There and plant your feet and start battling those big guys from upstate New York.
And after leaving the campus at Michigan, he should recognize the name on his paycheck. Since Stephen Ross's name is
Nebs, thanks so much for the tier 1.
We're just
same name?
Same guy. Same guy.
Excuse me, sir. Do you happen to know the Rosses at Michigan?
Maybe he does.
Do you happen to imagine him walking?
Colton with a gift sub, restarting a hype train. Kanji with a prime sub, thank you.
Colts, as you could see, have made a selection. The Falcons are a minute and change going in. And listen, we were putting Colston Loveland's name in a lot of mock drafts here.
We thought Tyler Warren was gone.
Tyler Warren sitting there.
This feels almost like need, person, fit, go.
How is it not Tyler Warren, you know?
He's a terrific player, and Anthony Richardson or Daniel
Adrian keeping the hype train alive with a sub. Travis with a 5, one pride baby, who's the next Brad Holmes future Hall of Famer. I think they might be taking a guard down the board. Maybe Mike Green off the edge. Waffle, thanks for the 5, best player left on the board for the Cardinals. Maybe Walter Nolan, to be honest. Here we go. It's Tyler Warren, surely.
Indianapolis Colts select Tyler Warren.
It's, oh my God.
Penn State.
He wears Dallas.
Well, Dallas Clark let him wear the number?
Yeah, I know, right? Here comes Tyler Warren to Indianapolis, sir.
This is a fun player.
Great
to
pickup.
Watch. If you
Great
watch
fit.
Football and Joel, you jump in here pretty early because the way they use this guy, I mean, he was
Tyler Warren's a stud. Dude, this just goes back. If you look at some of the mock drafts, how did I get away from Tyler Warren at 14?
Unbelievable. How about the one-handed catch on an underthrown ball?
It was just Tyler Warren to the Colts all along.
Here he is again. Watch him with the ball in his hands. He can run over you. He can jump over the top of you. The quarterbacks are going to love him. And I'll tell you who else is going to love him in the running backs. With what he does in the run game, he can latch you and drive. The reason he wears that 44 is because his dad told him about a guy named John Riggins. And this is how you're going to play the game, Joel. And that is the way he does it.
100%. And here's what I loved about him is that, well, not to disparage their wide receiver core, but their wide receiver core was non-existent. And so the focal point of the pass defense was always on Warren, which means that they needed to be creative. And they were able to do that. And they snapped it to him, handed it to him, pitched it to him, screened it to him, send him down the seam. In every different way you could possibly get the ball.
I really just, I hate to throw out a big lofty comp, but I watched Tyler Warren. It just reminds me of watching the Giants growing up with Jeremy Shockey.
A little bit of Travis Kelce because he's just comfortable no matter what on the football field.
He's a tank.
He was a high school quarterback as well.
Look at those kids at the Tyler Warren draft party. And speaking of
Eric
kids,
Ebron was the last Colt tight end to get 500 yards in a season.
His birth certificate was laminated by his parents because everyone asked.
He was the Danny Almonte of this team.
I didn't realize Tyler Warren was a Little League World Series guy.
You guys know darn well when
Although he looks massive at that level. We get an age check?
Here it is.
It's official.
Kurt Warner, take it away.
Yeah, I know we always want to label these guys. We talk about Travis Hunter. Is he a DB? Is he a wide receiver? Some of these guys are just what we call football players, and that's what I look at when I watch Tyler Warren play. He is just a football
Jalen
player.
Walker, you are a Falcon.
Whatever you ask him to do, he's got the
We'll see, I
ability
guess.
to do that. A big guy, but his soft hands, his ability to run after the catch. I think this is a home run for the Indianapolis Colts.
So,
Are they doing the 1-2 step?
we go to break. A lot of Big Ten players here in.
It's been a crazy draft so far. But in some of the ways that it's crazy, it's been like just chalk from a month ago. If you look at a mock draft from March, are you there, Wheels?
Yeah, I'm just in the kitchen.
Someone says you have a clear bias against Texas, and you never post Texas vids quick unless they lose. I don't know what this is. I don't know what they're talking about.
He's got you confused.
Got me confused. Do the Falcons keep Jalen Walker in state?
Okay.
This has
Falcons
been
draft another QB.
This has been crazy so far. It's been a fun draft.
Oh yeah.
And we are not even, although close, not even halfway in yet.
We had the shock trade.
Yep. And after that, by the way,
non-QB trade.
We've seen 0 trades.
Yeah.
Which I thought that might be the case. Just because there are more like starters than stars in this draft, you can find a comparable player down the board.
Yeah.
Although I do expect some teams to move back if they're trying to accumulate some more picks. Like, everyone expects Minnesota to move back. And they've got 4 picks in the whole draft, you know?
Oh.
How should you feel about the Bears pick? I'm a big Colston Loveland guy. I think he's going to be a really good fit in the offense. You can run 12 personnel, but I think you have DJ Moore, Roma Dunze on the outside. You have Colston Loveland in the slot and working up the seam. That's kind of what his best asset, best ability is anyway. I think he's a clear and obvious fit into the offense. Yeah, Falcons should take Shedeur Sanders. Or Jackson Dart.
They don't know what they have with Michael Penix.
It's the only other mock pick I've had correct outside the top 4, Darius. I'm all about it. Hook 'em. Hook 'em horns. I'm all about it. I think it's been chaos here. Again, I wish I just would have kept my mock draft from a month ago. I would have had all these correct. The final mock has been not correct. I should have just had Warren get into 14. And you know what should have been the tell? Is that Brett was confident he was going at like top 7 for sure. I always fall for the Coleman curse. Every time.
I got to tell you, I mean, how many times have we done this draft, right? And as we looking on the
Falcons war room is
Arthur Blank,
scary looking. I think the big concrete looking wall that I just don't care for.
Atlanta needs a pass rusher,
Yeah.
right? I mean, it's
Since John Abraham.
pretty much.
Tyler Warren has 1 career snap at center. Hell yeah. Athlete.
Look who's sitting there, the number 5 guy on your draft board, sitting there from in-state. Does this scream Jalen Walker, or does this yell Jalen Walker?
You don't have to send a plane, just send a car.
Send a car, right?
To me, I think it's value, it's need. It feels very reminiscent of what we just saw with the Colts, where you have a player that's one of the.
Yeah, if the Falcons are trying to save money too, this is. You don't have to send a private jet out to get him.
Just make sure there's a
Muncie? But what if he's at the draft?
Jalen Walker? That's a good point. It's a good point. Didn't think about that.
Okay.
He might not be.
So the last 4 years,
Pick is in for Atlanta.
Have just gone offense, as we know. So last year was just the stunner, right, of the first round that they went quarterback after.
Tight end, wide receiver, running back, quarterback. 3 of them all, or 3 of the 4 at 8 overall.
And the rest of the guys were still waiting on.
They've improved slightly to 15.
Season, it looks like they're going to go defense here.
And remember, they started over on defense. Jimmy Lake was a defense coordinator last year. They made a change, brought in Jeff Ulbrich from the Jets, who had worked under Robert Saleh. What do they like to have? Pass rushers. Here comes Brick now to coordinate this defense. The pass rushers staring at him. We just did it with Tyler Warren.
Oh, mute.
Oh yeah, we're talk over it with the Rolling Stones.
Yeah.
But yeah, this is it's Jalen Walker. How is it not Jalen Walker here? It's Jalen Walker. Or shock. Mike Green, Will Johnson.
This is a chance to go get him.
Pick is in, coach.
Yeah, Matthew Golden would be really interesting. But it's Jalen Walker. Walter Nolan would be interesting. But it's Jalen Walker.
Close to 90 ticks into making their selection. 16th overall.
Oh, I know Raheem Morris is excited about it. It's a defensive guy. It's Jalen Walker.
They could use receiver, but yeah. Or D-line makes a lot of sense.
I'm just looking at this.
For anyone on defense, really.
It fits, a need that they have. But I think back to Houston. Now, Houston did it in one draft. They got C.J. Stroud. They got Will Anderson. They got great players at positions of need, and they were leaders of each side of the ball. This, to me, you get Penix last year. If you come back with Walker this year, let these young guys lead offense and defense of the Atlanta Falcons.
Remember, those guys were named captains right out of the gate.
Make any sense? Like, I go back to last year, and it doesn't make any sense.
Got to move on. Got to move on.
I know.
Here's the latest Falcons first rounder.
I love it though.
15th pick in the 2025 NFL Draft, the Atlanta Falcons select Jalen Walker.
Yep.
Defensive end.
DJ had it in his final mock.
Sometimes you just don't overthink it, right?
I mean, look, the rest of my mock draft, I'm going to probably hide under my bed.
He's in North Carolina.
Right? So, I mean,
he's from North Carolina. I felt he was a Panther.
And he fell right to the Atlanta Falcons. What a dream scenario we've seen with these last 2 picks. Tyler Warren to the Colts, Jalen Walker here to the Atlanta Falcons. This is someone who reminded me a little of Dante Hightower. If you remember, he could play off the ball. He could play on the ball. He was disruptive no matter where Kirby Smart decided to line him up. For a guy who's only 6'1", he plays so much bigger than that. He can set
He's short. Can't draft him.
It's a leverage game. You can draft him.
Tackles. You want to rush him off the edge, he can win. He's got legit, when he's healthy,
he good.
4.4 speed coming off the edge. He can close in a big, big way. You see him, you want to spy him against Arch Manning, who can really run. He sucks him up like a Hoover vacuum. So a big-time fit, big-time player.
And another front seven player from Georgia drafted in the first round, and our longtime friend
pretty good.
Mayox used to sit on this set with us over the last several weeks, coming on my show.
He said Michael Williams, Jalen Walker.
He said he had a higher grade on Jalen Walker than Abdul Carter. So there is a lot.
And that's why he's no longer the GM of the Raiders.
That's a major need from right there.
And we have another guy who's still on the board,
Abdul Carter, Hall of Famer, because he went to the Giants.
Out of Alabama, that's very similar to what we're talking about with Jalen Walker, where they're off-the-ball linebackers who can move to the edge and rush, a la Dante Hightower.
Is this Red Sea Rise Up?
The Super Bowl with a rush and knocked it free from Matt
lame. I don't know.
For the New England Patriots, when you have that type of a
Seems
player.
lame.
What are you doing, man? They're all excited.
I had Ray Zabel here in my final mock. I could see Walter Nolan, even though maybe he's not a Monty Osenfort type of guy. I know they brought him in on a top 30 visit.
You don't do buzzkill type stuff.
No, you went there. I'm just saying this is a positive for them, and I'm just telling you for
You're calling Matthew Golden
no
here?
more worried about Vic Beasley, no more worried about John Abraham. Jalen Walker comes in, and maybe he's their new guy.
We'll see.
Okay. There's a member of the Bolt Brotherhood. We welcome Monty Osenfort to the scene. He's on the phone right there. There was Jonathan Ganning. And the
He has inside info.
Arizona looking in. So the pick's technically not yet in, but it looks like they were delivering it right there for the Arizona Cardinals.
They did a nice job in free agency on the defensive side.
They got Dalvin Tomlinson, Josh Sweat.
I'm looking at that off. I think they need offensive lines, but I don't love my offensive line selections right now. I think wide receiver is interesting, and you know you've got Golden sitting there, you've got Ibuka, and I think teams are you know, again, there's not a consensus about who's better than the other.
You know Joel Klatt is all over Ibuka, Big Ten player.
Marvin Harris, pretty good.
I feel like Klatt lives for the Big Ten.
And a team that likes to run the football.
Are they still chanting this?
Receiver than Ibuka coming in right now.
Right.
This is something that he does.
I guess so.
You can put him in those condensed sets, and he will go down
I'm gonna
and
get
dig out safety.
Stevie Wonder copyright claimed here. Good God. Falcons finally improve the edge position. Finally improve the pass rush. I put an extra L in Walker. Just a little edit there. Maddie, thanks so much for the tier 1.
One-on-ones on the backside.
What do you think, Wheels? Who's Arizona going with?
This offense is shaping up our skill guys.
Cincinnati on the clock as well.
30 seconds into the
Matthew Golden.
Bengals being on the clock. The pick is
Really?
in, and once it's announced, we will
I don't know.
It could be. It could be.
Will Johnson.
I'm ready to get my horns up.
Waiting for the commissioner to bring out the pick. What do you think the story is of the? It's the trade at the top. Jackson making that move. That's the story so far.
Tony Khan off the top rope. I mean, that was.
Ooh, a little WWE reference, or what is it? AW?
AW.
Check out Jaguars.
Dude, I forgot about the neck brace in the Jags war room last year.
To the Jaguars for making that massive
and also Shedeur Sanders. You know, there's no Shedeur Sanders so far, and this is kind of what we started hearing as the draft became closer and closer, is that not only is it going to fall to 21 in Pittsburgh, but there's no backstop after 21. And so unless someone moves back in, maybe New York moves back in.
Could be
Cleveland could move back in.
Don't forget, Cleveland just got another second round.
That is true. Cleveland. Oh, I forgot about the implications of that. Cleveland getting multiple picks gives them ammunition to move back up as well.
If Cleveland and the Giants both like the same quarterback, it'll be fascinating in the game of chicken to see who decides to make the move and go get him.
Well, as for the Arizona Cardinals, you mentioned Maserati Marv, as your partner would call him. Joe Klatt got selected by the Cardinals last year. And now here is the latest
Maserati Marv.
Could be another receiver.
With the 16th pick in the 2025 NFL Draft, the Arizona Cardinals select Walter Nolan.
It is Walter Nolan.
Mississippi.
All right, so they go interior defensive.
It is Walter Nolan. I had this before, but again, it was like the it was a Houston guy. It was
Dalvin Tomlinson was brought in. They drafted.
It was interesting because like typically Monty Osenfort and the Cardinals are so hung up on the like the intangibles and the high character guys, and that's like reportedly not Walter Nolan. But they brought him in on a top 30. They've spent plenty of time with him. So obviously they feel pretty good about obviously the player, but also the person.
He's got a lot of pop in his hands. We saw that
now,
at the Reese's Senior Bowl.
It's hard for me not to draw the immaturity concerns with Ole Miss defensive lineman Robert Kimdichie to the Cardinals, but we might see the same type of deal with a UNC running back off the board to Denver coming up. We'll see. But Nolan's a stud. He'd end up being the best player out of this entire draft class. Would not be shocked.
Yeah, he's very good.
He is stud.
Defense here.
This is a troll tweet, just for the record. With the 16th pick in the 2025 NFL Draft, the Arizona Cardinals select Robert Kimdichie.
Nice.
D-line, Ole Miss. Let's just see what that does. Just put it out there. We'll see how that does. Do people even remember Kimdichie?
These cats might be too young.
Dude, his freshman year at Ole Miss, he was a monster.
Yeah.
I was hoping he was going to be something. It did not end up happening. Couldn't stay out of his own way.
Yeah.
Again, guys, I just appreciate you being here, watching along, having fun. Means a lot to me. But I especially appreciate all the gift subs, donations, new subscriptions, super chats. You guys are awesome. It's been a blast so far. Cincinnati at 17. I had Shamar Stewart in my final mock. He is still available, and the pick is in.
Ooh.
We all expect the Bengals to go something on defense here. Malachi Starks, Nick Eamon-Worry. But might I pose this to you? Pretty big hole on their offensive line at guard.
Yeah.
Gray Zabel is on the board. Their offensive line, it's Orlando Brown Jr. at left tackle, which, all right. Cordell Volson at left guard. Ted Karras at center. Friend of the channel, Cody Ford at right guard. And Amarius Mims at right tackle. But guard could potentially be upgraded.
Yeah.
You've had some injury problems at quarterback. I think the single biggest reason for the Bengals' success or failure is at that quarterback position with Joe Burrow. If he can stay healthy, they're going to be good. If not, they can find themselves in some trouble. You are a Ravens fan, so you probably don't, you hate to see a guy get injured, but you probably don't mind how the Bengals have performed of late after making it to the Super Bowl a few years ago.
Yeah. Super Bowl runner-ups there. Big thing.
Their defense is bad, though. Their defense is really bad. And they've got a new DC coming in, Al Golden from Notre Dame. You think maybe the thing stopping them from a safety is maybe they want their guy from Notre Dame, Xavier Watts.
Former Miami head coach.
It's America's song. Okay. Or it's international. I don't know. I mean, we've heard it
Hurricanes.
overseas.
Country Roads is international.
That's true.
Give me Xavier Watts at 17.
You just got to do it. Ian,
CD, you
take it
Oh,
away.
yeah.
That'll be,
Rich, the
that'll be
Bengals
chaos.
pick is in at 17, which brings, we'll see what they do, but which brings us to number 18, Seattle. My understanding is the Seahawks are interested in getting out of this pick, certainly open.
The most overrated song of all time.
Steelers, who visited with Shedeur Sanders, in a very positive visit. They are right there. So this could be the window if you have some teams, maybe the Giants, maybe a quarterback needy team, we don't know, maybe the Rams.
I don't even know if I want to see the Giants pop up at the bottom of the ticker, you know?
Yeah.
This is the puckering type of moment.
Your call was that the Giants would trade back into 18 with Seattle as a trade partner for Jackson Dart.
That was going to say the only
Will
caveat
Gamer,
was
thanks for the
it
10.
wasn't
Jackson Fart.
was for
Enjoy the
Jackson
content.
Dart,
Keep it
so
up, Bengal.
who
Thank you
knows,
so much, Will.
Which quarterback they prefer, but I knew Seattle, John Schneider, he loves those day 2 picks. And with a lot of their needs, they marry up well on day 2. So he already has 2 2s and 2 3s. He could add to that stockpile if you wanted to go all the way out for a team like the Giants coming up. I just thought that could make a lot of sense for both parties.
I think that there's a lot of starters on day 2 as well. There's starters in this draft tomorrow and in round 2 and in round 3. So stockpiling in those rounds is not a bad idea, I don't think.
And the reason why Seattle has a second round pick is because that's what the Steelers coughed up for DK Metcalf. And that's
Oh,
just
yeah.
on our
Forgot about
radar
that.
screen with Seattle now on the clock.
Pick is in for Cincinnati. Do they go? I mean, you'd assume it would be Gray Zabel here if they're going to take an offensive lineman, but do they go defense? It seems like the most likely, but they've got a lot of different options. Derek Harmon could be interesting at 17. Shamar Stewart, of course, Mike Green, Malachi Starks, Nicky Manwari. I think it's going to be one of those names I just said. We'll see.
Yeah.
The Cincinnati Bengals select Shamar Stewart.
It is Shamar Stewart. I got another one, finally.
Yeah, not a surprise to see him go defense here. This defense
Shamar Stewart
not good. Tied for
was
25th in points
in
per
my
game,
final
tied
mock
for 25th in sacks.
at 17.
Ball nowhere?
You think
It's off the
about
screen
Al
here.
Golden coming in to
Finally
fix
got
this
another.
defense. They had 5 games last year, CD, where they scored
Ball
over
nowhere?
30
Now I got to
points
go
and
back in my
lost.
comment
The
section
offense is in great shape.
to the
They
guy I
took care of
responded to
re-signing
that
those guys.
said,
We'll see what
why
happens
would they
with
go
Trent
Shamar
Henderson,
Stewart?
but
They
you
already
got
have that
Williams
in Miles
or a-
Murphy.
or a playing partner
I go,
who
he's
is
not
off
Miles
the
Murphy.
edge.
He
Rashawn
isn't.
Gary is the comparison. This is a classic traits disruption.
Let me see if I can find it
versus
here.
Production, because he has got elite height, weight, speed, and he is very
Ray Hendrickson
disruptive.
back on
You
the
see him on
block.
the backside here with his ability to really close. He can convert that speed to power. You see that just
I
the
swear,
sacks.
maybe he was on
They didn't
Twitter.
count 4.5 career sacks over these 3 years.
What if he deleted his tweet
I love
or
about those traits, first of all,
comment?
but then the effort, man.
I
He
saw
plays
it,
with
dude.
Unrelenting energy and effort, and someone who is very beloved in that program. They love this kid.
I think he got up to about 280 last year playing. I liked him better at the 260.
I don't know. It happened. It happened. But obviously, I mean, I've been wrong on more picks than I've been right on. A mock draft, especially this year, hard. Big bear hug from Shamar Stewart. Yeah, this guy's an animal. Super athlete. Still developing as a pass rusher, but I don't really think as bad as the production would indicate.
They weren't a dominant defense. They were good.
I think he could be a good player.
Back to that, Shamar Stewart can help him.
So what do I have right here?
Listen,
Let me
I'll
rewind
defend some
here
of
to
these
see
guys
my
that don't
perfect
have
picks in the
college
draft so
production on
far.
the defensive line.
Ward Hunter, I guess I had him at 2, but not to the Jags, so no.
Yeah.
So Ward, Carter, Campbell, Banks,
That's why you see right now throughout the league guys
Stewart.
that didn't have a lot of college production not only get selected high but then produce in the NFL.
Owe is a great example
Owe
of
is a
that.
great example.
And a lot of these, like,
guys that have turned it on in their NFL career, and I think that Shamar Stewart is one of these guys. It's traits over production right now.
if I just
but I think the
didn't do any
production
trades,
Trayvon Walker's double digits the last 2 years.
I probably would have had more.
And talking about
I would have gone like,
neighborhoods. Shamar Stewart is
who would I mean, I would have had Hunter to the Browns at 2. And I might have had the Jags taking Mason Graham because I've had that the entire cycle. So I would have had those flipped. I would have had Genty at 6. I would have had Membu at 7. I would have had Walker at 8, so no. I had Banks at 9.
He's going to Cincinnati.
And then for the
which, as you
Bears, I
pointed out,
probably...
Man, all that the defensive stop here. defensive stop there.
I might have gone Michael Williams to the Bears.
That was the one team. Anybody who'd already made the playoffs in the AFC did not.
So that might have screwed up the next one, but it's not a surprise to see the
They don't have to
49ers
make a
take
leap
him.
into the top 10. They just need to get themselves back to average.
I just like
To
I
get back to
enjoy
average,
I
they
enjoy
got-
being
that's 3-4 more
right.
wins last year.
This is their first
I wish I had
on the
more.
defensive side of the ball. I can promise you it
There's
will not be the last. They have a lot more work to do.
Time
on
to
that
do.
side.
I was right. You were wrong.
Well, I've got 5 right. What do you guys know?
Developing these young guys is going to be a key part of their success.
Well, Tampa's on the clock. Seattle may have wanted a trade out, but they didn't. Their pick is in. We're going to get their pick
Seahawks picks in
short order.
Okay, that's
and
that's
it looks
decent
like
enough
Jamie
news.
Erdal is ready. Jamie
I had Jahad Campbell here. I'd love to go back to back.
Shamar, you are laser focused in this moment. Is this the
It's
kind
always
of
interesting to see the
intensity you're bringing
draft
to a Bengals defense?
fits, I guess you could say.
Yeah.
What do you even call it? Is this like a silk robe?
Really?
I'm coming.
Yeah, I don't know.
What's making you upset about the moment that you have right now?
Nothing. I'm happy. I'm excited. Okay. Just know I'm coming.
Doesn't sound like it.
Now with Lamar Jackson, how's that going to feel when you can chase down a quarterback like that?
Hey, man, it's an honor, man. You know, South Florida versus South Florida. He's one of the best. Why would I not want to sack one of the best?
Congratulations.
Thank you.
I mean,
I like Shamar Stewart. I really do.
on
He's an
my
A&M
show,
guy, but I think he's a beast.
We
I
say
hope he has a
somebody
good
goes
career.
higher register when they don't really believe what they're saying. When they go, nothing, I'm
Angle, my life
Pick
is
is in.
ruined. My flight is ruined. This is a single player I didn't want. Can't tackle, doesn't pressure. Literally Miles Murphy. I'm telling you, he's not Miles Murphy. He's a way better athlete. And if you see,
Looks like the rehab is
I'd hate to buy so much stock into it, but at A&M, he was not asked to do what he's going to be asked to do in the NFL. He was not playing true off the edge. He was never really in a wide 9. He was often playing in line with the tackle, like heads up or 4-eye. He was setting the edge. He was defending zone read. At the Senior Bowl, the guy dominated. He moves different. He's got real potential. Show me Jahad Campbell.
NFL draft, the Seattle Seahawks select Gray Zabel.
The Seahawks did the impossible. They've taken offensive line.
There's some reasons why on the screen. 5 position flex, play tackle. He proved at the Senior Bowl where he dominated that he could kick inside and play guard or center.
John Schneider
Think about how quickly
has
he
drafted
transitioned
a
when he got to
guard,
the next level.
Gray
With the Tampa Bay Bucks
Zabel,
and how well he played.
to
Here he is
Seattle.
at left tackle, you can see his movement and his commitment to finishing.
I never would have done this. They just don't do this, but they've done it.
I'm always committed to finishing.
Hell yeah.
I've never seen somebody
Sam
take
Crawford,
more
thanks for the
reps
prime.
than he took at this year's Senior Bowl, and when asked about it, he said they kept asking
They kept
for
trying him.
So they asked and he gave it to him, and they all had trouble. Those defensive linemen.
I don't know if you heard about that. I was kind of speaking over it. But at the Senior Bowl, like he had so many reps because he was like clearly the best guy there. And everyone just kept saying, hey, I want to face Zabel. I want to go one-on-one against Zabel. And he just kept winning against all of them.
Oh.
Oh, he's a stud. He played tackle at North Dakota State, but he's got little tiny arms. So, he is a guard. There was a thought he could even play center.
Ah, yes, Sam Darnold.
Yeah. Oh, who's playing quarterback?
Yeah. I was like, it's not Drew Lock, even though I think he is there.
I want to say Jeremiah had I think he had Matthew Golden falling to the. I say falling. It's not that weird. He's available at 19.
Yep.
But I want to say he had the Bucks taking Golden here.
Oh.
Let's see how many Jeremiah's had right so far. He had Ward to the Titans. He had the Browns taking Hunter, of course. Giants going Carter. Slide this over. He Campbell going to the Pats. Genty to the Jags at 5. Banks to the Raiders at 6. Jets go Membu, so he got that one. Damn, I'm still annoyed I missed that. Annoying. Anyway, whatever. Mason Graham to the Panthers at 8. Had the Saints going Michael Williams. Bears going Tyler Warren at 10. He had the wrong tight end. Zabel to the Niners at 11. Cowboys going Tet McMillan. Broncos trading up for Loveland at 13. Had the Colts going Shamar Stewart, Falcons going Jalen Walker. Had the Cardinals going Emeka Ibuka with the Bengals taking Donovan Ezeraku. Had the Giants trading up for Dart. I'm still monitoring that bottom ticker, trying not to see NYG pop up. Had the Bucks going Matthew Golden at 19. He goes, it would not be a surprise to see Alabama linebacker Jahad Campbell go to Tampa Bay at number 19. Something I've had for a long time. It's always made a ton of sense, but with Mike Evans heading into his 12th season, the Bucks opt to add another pass catcher. Excuse me. Hello? What? I don't know. What is it? Golden would team up with 2024 third-round pick Jalen McMillan to give them 2 good young wideouts to complement veterans Evan and Chris Godwin.
Oh.
So he did have Matthew Golden here to the Bucks, who is available. Nothing you can say will stop me from going to this airplane bathroom and going to cry. I want Harmon, Nolan, Zabel. We can't develop these development guys. All right. I mean, I think Stewart is further along than his production indicates. There's a bit of a ways to go, of course, with any draftable player, but I really think Shamar Stewart is better than you're giving him credit for. Now, take my opinion as you will, but I think he's a top 10 player in the class. He just moves different. Day one, he's a good run defender. If you get Jadeveon Clowney out of him, that's a win. That's a good pick. Clowney had such an interesting career. Ended up playing like basically linebacker for the Texans, and his move kind of back to the edge now that he's older. But if you get a really, really, really good run defender that can rush the passer a little bit, at 17, that's not bad.
That's so many people.
Yeah, it looks like a concert.
Yeah.
For the first
In
ever
Rio Plata.
draft town transformation
River
for the
Plate.
home of the Green Bay Packers.
Oh,
Look at this scene.
Argentina.
Beautiful. Here tonight in the home of the Packers, and we're now the 19th
T. Kippers,
overall pick.
welcome
Tampa
back
has made the
with the
selection.
tier 1.
Denver is 2 minutes
Sharper
into
Rock,
their
thanks for
pick.
the prime.
They're all
X Wheel.
congratulating
Any thoughts on what the Lions are going to do? I'm thinking
themselves,
BPA edge or stack the O-line never
Tampa
hurts.
Bay
Yeah, I think
Buccaneers.
you're right. I know they've done a lot of research on the guards, so we'll see who gets there.
The Pittsburgh Steelers
If Donovan
at 21 overall,
Jackson gets there,
Shedeur Sanders is still
not a bad idea.
at his party, waiting to hear his name, waiting to get that phone call, and we're keeping an eye on all of that. There he is.
Not the big hat, dude.
The wait will soon be over for him. And
ESPN reporter said Shamar Stewart's in the AFC North. Joe Burrow and Lamar Jackson's lives just got a lot harder.
the rejected, Deion Jr., pardon me. The rejected will be.
And why is Joe Burrow's life harder now?
One more time, as Shedeur is now about to, we assume, drop to at least the 20th overall pick in this draft, as Denver will not choose him, and it does look like he will be available for the Pittsburgh Steelers at 21, and then it will be, as they say, on and cracking in terms of that. Just ask
Joe's the
Lamar
cat.
Jackson how he's
Oh,
enjoying
she might have walked
being
out.
the 32nd
Yeah, let's see the
overall
pussy.
pick in the NFL
Okay,
draft a few
this is a
years ago.
family
Just
show.
Aaron Rodgers, how did he enjoy being
I'm talking about the
24th
cat.
overall? Eventually, as we all know.
Jason, thanks for the 10. Wasn't in the chat at the time. What do you think of Panthers going McMillan? Trying to figure out whether to be happy about that. Yeah, I think he's the best receiver in the draft. He's a big-bodied receiver. He's not Mike Evans, but that's the idea, is get your Mike Evans there in Carolina. Can't have too many weapons for Bryce Young.
Yep. Right. So these things happen, but obviously they had.
And obviously the connection there with Dave Canales was with Tampa.
Ideas in mind in terms of how soon their night would be over. As for the Tampa Bay Buccaneers,
You've been
what do you
requested,
think
Cat.
should be, oh, here comes the commissioner. So
Let's find out together, Rich.
let's, Daniel. Here we go. Last pick in the teens.
With the 19th pick in the
Cat pick?
2025 NFL Draft, the Tampa Bay Buccaneers select Emeka Ibuka,
Wow.
Oh,
wide receiver, Ohio State.
not
That
the
is
receiver we
another
thought.
slot
And the
option.
Ohio State has entered the chat. The 2024
Emeka
champs
Ibuka
see their first player selected
to
tonight,
Tampa Bay.
and it's Emeka Ibuka going to Tampa.
Does not make it to
Jason White's
Houston.
been there for a long time. His first pick as general manager in Tampa was Mike Evans. This is the next wide receiver that he's taken in the first round. It's been a minute. Big time tracking, big time.
Well, I kind of thought they were going to get something
ultra instinctive
on defense, whether it be a corner maybe or an edge rusher.
He has played around so many great players.
But they opted to build up the offense post Liam Cohen.
Work. He's not selfish. You see him as a lead blocker. Just look at how physical and tough he is.
That's
I saw the Bucs live, as you I know did as well, CD. That's one of the more physical teams in the NFL. He's going to fit right in.
So see this lineage
Saline
right here,
Slugger,
Olave,
thanks for the
Wilson,
prime.
Smith and Jigba, Harrison Jr., Abuka.
Hell yeah, Saline,
you know
thank you.
It was important for Abuka to go back for his senior year.
Hey, right with the 2. Does Banks Jr. plug and play into the ram check spot? He might be playing left tackle. He could be playing guard right away, but
to have the
I think Fuanga right tackle.
Smith, who we all think is still going to be
Banks
State
left
for a couple
tackle.
of years and might be the best.
Masoni, thanks for the prime sub. Yeah, Tyler Ward into the Colts is a great pickup.
You know why? The brotherhood. That's what
Really
they
good
call
player.
their position room. And no one personifies the brotherhood better than Emeka Abuka. He's a man of strong faith and strong character that runs.
I like Emeka.
Great hands.
He's a good player.
And he is a team leader.
Yeah.
He's my favorite guy that I covered this year in college football. He will succeed. What Ohio State receiver has not succeeded? I mean, these bloodlines from this position, Brian Hartline.
Denver takes a running back here.
In college football.
I think it's Amarion
You see
Hampton.
that lineage right there. He is going
However,
to go in and be successful.
even though their
at Tampa
defense
Bay.
is quite good and they brought in reinforcements on defense, I also think that's not out of the
But
question.
here's the thing I look at with them. Chris Godwin coming back off of a big
I also
injury,
think Denver
right?
could trade out of this. Is the
Getting
pick
up there
already
his
in? It
years.
might be.
Here's Jalen
Probably
McMillan
is.
who came in last year, and they were so high-powered on offense. Just because their coach went to Jacksonville, Liam Cohen, they don't want to get off the
Nope,
gas.
they're still on the
Josh
clock.
Grizzard's the new offensive coordinator. They want to
I'm afraid I'm going to
stay
see
on it.
NYG
And
pop up
Abuka
right now.
allows him to do that, and he has Jackson Smith and Jigba.
I'll tell you, I wouldn't even love Dart in
Congratulations
round
to this
2,
Buckeye. He is going
but
to
it's a
Tampa.
lot better in round
When we
1.
come back, 3.5 minutes until the Denver Broncos
Yeah.
have to make their selection, and then it is time for the Pittsburgh Steelers. Will they take Shedeur Sanders or?
What do you think? If you had to just gut feeling, do you think the Steelers go with Shedeur?
Man.
You'd have to see him
Probably.
in division for a long time, potentially, as a Ravens fan.
Yeah, I wouldn't mind.
Did the cat's eyes look so funny from this angle?
I think they could be a sneaky. I don't know if it's even sneaky. Will Johnson.
Steelers? Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
I mean,
I wouldn't even
I
say
think Derek
sneaky at this
Harmon
point.
also makes a lot of sense.
Yep. But,
Saints could trade back into the. I think the Saints are going to wait on a QB.
but they do not have a quarterback right now, so Shedeur makes a lot of sense.
Taco, thanks
Their
for the 5,
quarterback
Schmitty.
is who even is their QB?
And JD Murray, that young man next door. Appreciate you guys.
They have brought back Mason Rudolph.
Benjamin, thanks for the 2. Are the 2025 Raiders the discontent 2024 Bengals?
Gross.
No.
Yeah, with them not having a QB still, they probably go Shedeur.
It's Shedeur. Get it right. It's Shedeur. Like, open the door. Or open the door?
Open the door.
Open Shedeur.
Open the door. Broncos are still on the clock, though. They're slowing down the draft now. And the New York Giants are on the clock. Imagine.
Don't play like that, cuh. This feels like a quick bathroom time, but I mean, the Giants are going to trade up as I go here. The Steelers are going to trade out.
Giants are trying to
Nintendo
trade
King.
back into the first round. That is
Thanks so much for the
that is a
25.
report right now.
That's huge. Let's get some hype in the chat for Nintendo King. You say the Jags?
Giants.
Oh, the Giants are trying. Is that a report?
Yep.
Okay.
from, is it Jordan Schultz? Yep. Jordan Schultz. Giants are trying to Giants have been trying to trade back into the first round.
Okay.
The pick is in here, so this is not the Giants here.
Yeah. I mean, I'm gonna guess Amarion Hampton. Do you think we see any trades before the end of the round? I'm gonna say yes.
Yeah,
I think
the New
KC's
York
gonna be
Giants
motivated to move up. I think the Giants and potentially Browns.
Amarion Hampton is out there. And we see back-to-back Ohio State players. Travion Henderson, as we know,
I think it'd be interesting to see if this is a different running back than Amarion Hampton. Travion Henderson would be quite interesting here. I think DJ had that in his final mock.
We are 40 seconds and change into the Steelers pick with the Chargers behind them.
And then Hampton went to the Rams. So he had Henderson as RB2 off the board, which kind of leads me to believe that he knows something. So I can see this being Travion Henderson over Amarion Hampton taking the running back that people are not expecting.
We know he is now available. We do not know if the Steelers are going to pick him.
Bentacion with the 10 gifted. Thank you so much, XXX Bentacion.
Worth it. Split in the room. We will see what decision they make.
Split in the room. Well, the draft room is about to get the 20th overall selection. The Steelers,
I feel like it's so
ticks in now
Sean Payton
into their clock time for the 21st overall
to not
pick.
go with the guy
Again,
everybody expects.
Second round selection that went to Seattle for DK Metcalf.
I might just say Travion Henderson here. I had Amarion Hampton in my final mock.
The commissioner with a special guest to announce the Broncos selection.
Sharp looking suit for the kid. That's a good color blue.
April is World Wish Month, and the NFL is proud to support the life-changing wishes that Make-A-Wish grants.
Hell yeah.
Yes. One of those wishes will be coming true right now. Sam is a 17-year-old Broncos fan who has bravely battled cancer. There you go, Sam. Raise that fist up, baby. His wish is to announce the first-round draft pick for his favorite team. Please join me in cheering on Sam.
Let's get him a banger. Let's get something crazy here.
Take it away, Sam.
Awesome.
Yeah. Let's go, Broncos. Thank you. All right. With the 20th pick in the 2025 NFL Draft, the Denver Broncos select Jahdae Barron, DB, Texas.
Ooh. The Longhorn defense continues in Denver. Hook 'em horns, Jahdae Barron. I told you, don't be so sure it's offense.
Yeah, he was my rated player there, my top corner, the first corner to come off the board.
I like this pick a lot.
The Broncos want me to be a fan so bad.
Outstanding playing in the slot. Big time ball skills for Texas. He can find, locate, and go get the football down the field. Here he is showing
PS2 and Jahdae Barron.
his ability to trust his eyes, see it, plant, and drive on the ball. Again, in the slot. He can cover tight ends, you can cover slot receivers, and then if you want to be a force player, which you have to be at that position in the NFL, this guy simply doesn't miss tackles.
Jahdae Barron is so good. I know everyone wanted an offensive player, but I think this is one of the best players in the draft. Obviously, there's some bias there. He's maybe a top 2 or 3 favorite Longhorn for me all time. That's number 1. But Jahdae Barron is an absolute monster player, so instinctive, knows for the football, student of the game. He's a stud, dude. He is a stud. All right, I'm choosing a bad time to go to the bathroom, but can we get some horns up in the chat for Jahdae Barron? Can we get some hook'ems?
Against Jeremiah Smith and Ohio State, and now with this defense, which was, I thought, a very good
What a
defense
player.
most of the season. They just got better with Jahdae Barron.
And DJ, you're alluding to him possibly going into the nickel, right? Riley Moss played well for him on the corner opposite Pat Surtain. If he goes into the nickel, Jaquan McMillan played well for them. This is where size matters.
Yeah.
You're getting a
That
much
secondary is going to be
bigger,
pretty
stronger, more
good.
physical guy going into that spot.
Who the Steelers take? We'll find out in like 5 minutes.
Remember how fast he ran at the combine? He was a 10-900 guy in high school. He can run.
Remember, it's Kansas City's want to get back to throwing the football around, and the Los Angeles Chargers
They're on the
are
phone
gonna
with
run
somebody.
it. Jahdae Barron can handle both of those.
All right, Mike Tomlin's on the phone, gents, and
I don't.
is Shedeur
I don't think that's Mike Tomlin.
That is basically the question of this draft. If Shedeur wasn't going to go 3rd overall to the Giants or 9th overall to the Saints,
Oh, and they're showing Shedeur Sanders not on the phone. And the pick is in. Uh-oh.
Like Shedeur is waiting.
Uh-oh. It doesn't look like he's going to be a quarterback.
So
unless
if it doesn't happen
it's
here,
a different
the only
QB.
question is when does it happen tonight, if at all? And if it's not Shedeur, who could it be? I know they were really eyeing defensive line. And
yeah, we're looking at defensive tackle. Kenneth Grant, if he would have been there, I think would have been the pick.
guy.
Yep.
Derek Harmon.
They're on the phone. Shedeur's not on the phone.
Yeah, he's my highest rated defensive tackle.
Well, you can hear music playing, so I doubt he would be on speakerphone.
Again, the players that are in your top 20 that are still on the board there.
I mean, let's not bury that. Like, they need a quarterback.
Yes, they do.
I mean,
This could be interesting if it's a different QB.
Needs a triggerman. They need a quarterback.
Pittsburgh Steelers pick is in. More like Pittsburgh.
They've shown the Steelers were being on the phone. It's Shedeur. They showed Shedeur, and he was not on the phone.
Ooh, Shedeur, not a Steeler. Who would they go with? Harmon?
This could potentially be not Shedeur Sanders.
Is it Amarian Hampton?
That'd
be interesting.
His strengths and weaknesses lined up with Shedeur's strengths and weaknesses as a player. They took one ride on that roller coaster in this portion of the draft.
I mean, yeah. Who do they have? Jalen Warren? That's it.
I could see Amarian Hampton. I could see Derek Harmon. I could see Nick Eamon-Worry or Malachi Starks could be fun. Or Will Johnson. Hell. It is Derek Harmon. I don't hate this. He's a really good player. I've said that before a lot. Led all FBS interior defensive linemen in pressures last season. He's a really big transfer. And he used to play like at 340 pounds or something like that. Shed a bunch of weight to play closer to 315. And ran sub 5, which was incredible for someone of that size. He's a really good player. And I guess you leave Keanu Benton at nose tackle. If you guys are on Twitch and if Gut Fox is live, you can say Gut Fox can join the stream for a Steeler perspective. If Sidney joins, might have to mute him.
The last time they chose a defensive lineman in the first round is a guy who will be welcoming him in.
Young man next door, thank you for the 2. Kyle, thanks for the 2.
I mean,
Packers and Giants swap could be interesting. David, thanks so much for the 14 Canadian. Let's go Houston. They're coming up.
No quarterback.
Ventasio has just dropped in 10 more gift subs, 5 more gift subs. We got to get some major hype in the Twitch chat for XXX Ventasio. Quite the name. He's making it rain. 200 biddies as well. Where will Kyrie Yankee go? Where will D-Hump go? We got some Bengal franchise references. I forgot about Kyrie Yankee in Falcons franchise. D-Hump? These are crazy references. Bentacion, Bengals my GOAT, Giants forever, Kyrie Yankee forever. My guy. Thank you very much, man. Ricky Boys, thanks for the prime. Maggie with the tier 1.
Oh, he's muted. Yes.
David, thanks for the 7. Who do you think Houston will take? They might take Matthew Golden. Josh Simmons would be a good
pick.
pick.
How do you feel about this pick?
Well, we got the Steelers fan in the call.
So it's a major W.
He's a really good player. This is a really good fit for them as well.
You're talking about Derek Harmon?
Mm-hmm.
You've been on the Derek Harmon bandwagon since August. When he was 76 on big boards, I saw Bengal have him at like pick 13. But I was kind of hoping for Kenneth Grant. But he went, like 11 picks ago?
I would say Kenneth Grant has higher potential, maybe. But I think Harmon's got the higher floor. I think you're going to be getting a good player. But I'm thinking about functionally how this works. I think Keanu Benton's just going to play nose tackle.
No.
Keanu
should take over Cam at 3-10.
That's a possibility as well. But I feel like Benton can play nose.
That's why I wanted a fat guy later like CJ.
Yeah,
so we need to know.
Or I mean, even Jordan Phillips. I know he's not quite that same size, I don't believe, but he is one of the better run defenders in the class. CJ West is a big boy.
Yeah,
Pegues too could be an option.
Is your Stackhouse down the board? He's not that great, but at least he's fat.
Way down the board, maybe. I'll tell you, Nas Stackhouse though, going into like last year or 2 years ago, was somebody that I thought could go like top 50.
Yeah, I personally would have probably preferred like I know we need it because we did no off-season additions to D-tackle, and so they kind of like showed their hand what they're gonna do. I kind of want to like a man of worry. Will Johnson, why is he falling, Bengal? What's going on? Injuries?
A lot of problems. The injury stuff is legit. Might have a real knee condition. You worry about the speed. He's got short arms for a press corner. He's going to work really mostly in a zone scheme. I will tell you though, it's a good timing on that question because in my final mock draft, where did I have him? Who knows? Number 22 to the Los Angeles Chargers. So that is lining up. I also think he could be a Green Bay Packer. I know Daniel Jeremiah did not have him in the first round of his final mock draft. I'll tell you that.
Yeah, that was strange. Hey, so what's kind of hit you by this draft? Like it seems
chaos.
Not a lot of trades, huh?
No, not a lot of trades, but I said that earlier. In a way, I said let's see here. With this draft mostly being made up of starters, not stars, you'd think teams would be less willing to trade up in the first round. Interested to see what type of movement we get tonight. We've seen one. That was 8 hours ago I said that. So I feel like I'm not that surprised. I do think Minnesota will move back. They only have 4 picks in this draft. And for a team like the Giants that's looking to potentially move up for a quarterback, I'd keep an eye on that number 24 spot.
Yeah. I don't know. Derek Harmon, I liked. It's not crash out worthy, but you got to take the trenches, right? It's the unsexy pick that
he's a good player.
Yeah, but I wanted like Aaron fucking Donald. Sorry, should not swear on your channel.
You can. Yeah, you're not getting Aaron.
One of the juice.
There's one Aaron Donald.
I know, and I want one of them from Pittsburgh.
Kenneth Grant is not Aaron Donald.
Going. What's that?
Kenneth Grant is not Aaron Donald. Kenneth Grant.
Let me dream.
He's a real big athlete. He's got like great size and athleticism, but I mean like.
Yeah, you're right.
He's got to develop it, and I mean the pad level on him. I remember coming up like way too much. Which trenches are a leverage game. If Kenneth Grant can put the pieces together, he could be a tremendous player. But that's a big if.
It's a lot like Jordan Walker, right? Jordan Davis. Wow, I'm not smart. Jordan Davis, big dude, athletic freak. Hasn't really put it together in Philadelphia.
Jordan Davis?
Yeah.
He's a solid rotational guy. I think I had Kenneth Grant at the end of the first round. I had him at 32.
They recruited him.
He went at like what, 13?
They saw his best football a couple of years ago.
You really?
I had the Chargers going Will Johnson here, but Matthew Golden was off the board for me by 10 picks. So do they go out and get a weapon for Justin Herbert?
They are receiving incoming calls.
Maybe. I would.
Potentially trying to trade with them. We'll see what that ends up being.
Do you like Golden?
Yeah, hook 'em horns.
I mean, you watch every single one of the games. Is he that dude?
I don't think he's like your typical wide receiver 1 type. He's not gonna be an X, but he can be a slot or a Z, and he can be really good there. He's a really good route runner. He doesn't drop the football. When Texas needed a big play, they threw the ball to Matthew Golden, and he made the play every time.
Would you agree with that?
Good separate. I mean, like, is that too much crossover with Ladd though?
Why would you be upset about having 2 of those guys?
Maybe he's not a fit for us. The Chargers,
because Ladd is just a slot receiver. I mean,
I know, but like, I guess you're right. You can always
shit, 2 guys that can open and catch the ball. How could you even find fits for those guys in an offense?
It's going to cause conflict in the locker room. Well, one guy's not getting enough passes. Am I right?
Say maybe.
They'll be at each other's throat.
It seems like this is Will Johnson was not on the phone, but the pick for LAC is not even in. I'm going to hit start recording in a second here as the Giants are going to jump up into the spot.
So that speed can come in the way
No
of a
way.
tight end.
You think so?
I don't know.
This is
It seems like the Giants are actively trying to move up.
Remember they lost Josh.
And I have
Why
to
don't
get
they
ready
trade
for a
with
quarterback reaction. And if it's Jackson Dart, I'm going to be, my hands are going straight into my head, or vice versa.
No way. You like Shedeur more than Jackson? We had this discussion yesterday.
So easily, dude.
Jackson Dart stinks.
Shedeur holds onto the ball for like 3 seconds a rep.
So does Dart. And Dart throws the ball late.
What do you mean late?
He's late. He misses windows.
The best analytical profile of the goddamn quarterback's coming out.
I saw what he did in Gainesville. He sucks. Always my argument. Yeah, I saw what he did in Gainesville. I saw him throw into triple coverage multiple times.
I don't think Starks plays safety.
He's just got a gunslinger mentality, man. He's a throwback to the Wild West.
Injury stuff.
A real John
Pick
Wayne.
us in. Concerns. Death, thanks for the prime sub. Kyle
They did not trade.
gets. Yeah, Broncos are
the
really,
Ravens
really
attempted to
good.
trade down.
Really good group.
You have done your
They
2
really-
year 3. Oh,
They
sorry.
really
haven't been that team to trade down though.
Packers
recently.
are on the clock. Pick is in for the Chargers.
He can go also defensive.
I'm telling you, I think if we're going to see a trade,
Get back into Michigan.
surely I'm thinking Minnesota's trading back if Malachi Starks is not there. And they could still go Nick Emanwari.
Yeah.
I agree, but don't call me Shirley, please.
Airplane reference? What is that, Leslie Nielsen?
Nailed it, dude. For somebody that doesn't know, that wasn't there in the 80s, you sure do know your references.
I did lucky guess.
Flags thrown up about the injury situation. There's a knee situation with Campbell.
You're the GM. Who you taking? Right here.
I take Will Johnson, a good football player. Don't overthink it.
To me, it's fascinating because of all
Apparently, Mel Kiper on ESPN has been saying Shedeur Sanders a lot tonight.
Oh yeah.
People are like, if you took a shot every time Mel Kiper says Shedeur Sanders tonight, you'd be passed out right now.
To be fair, it's like they are saying Shedeur Sanders on every broadcast, I imagine. He's the biggest name in the draft, arguably.
Yeah.
He's available the entire first round. It's like Travis Hunter gets drafted, you pretty much stop talking about Travis Hunter. Have you heard Abdul Carter get mentioned one time after he got drafted? Right? But Shedeur has been available. He's a son of one of the most famous, best NFL players of all time. That's a relevant college coach.
With the 22nd pick,
Give me Will Johnson here.
25 NFL
Matthew
draft,
Golden would be sick too.
the Los Angeles Chargers select Omarion.
Wow.
Running back, North Carolina.
Amarion Hampton to the Chargers. They couldn't resist the power run game.
Yes!
Yeah, he was my top.
How many running backs do they need?
Is that Dynasty pick 103?
How many running backs do they need on
I'm
this
saying
team?
Genty probably one. Who's two?
Pat
Ward?
or Ward?
You'll get somebody who's maybe a little bit tight, someone who lacks the home run
I
speed.
mean, you're probably not taking Loveland or Warren.
Oh, to be fair, they don't have
Position. Yeah.
At least they don't have
I
Dobbins or
think-
Gus Bus anymore.
Is it too hot of a take to say that I think he could go? I think he'd probably be right there with Genty.
Do you think the
about the
system,
usage?
really? The offensive line is, you think, superior? Quarterback
I think the Raiders
situation
have
for
that
sure.
great of an O-line. It's like okay. And they
You
might
said
lose
the
Colton
Raiders?
Miller,
Yep.
and it's the Raiders. I mean, it's not like they have a passing game to open up the run game. Obviously, you'll be able to run the ball, but if you're just facing stacked boxes, are the Raiders not just Boise State? I think at Geno now, I guess. But
He's a workhorse player.
Oh, man.
25 touches in 8
Well, Najee Harris does
Hampton's a
suck,
beast,
so.
and he's going to a team that you know wants to run the damn football. They had Justin Herbert that was throwing the ball 20 times a game.
Do you think you'd take Omarion over Genty 1-1 right now?
I said they're
Because of the
close.
situation.
I'm not a fantasy guy. I'm just thinking about situations. I much prefer the Chargers situation to the
I'm
Raiders.
sure there's a lucky lady out there
I
that you
prefer
are.
Genty as a player.
Damn, I joked in the word.
I didn't hear you.
Oh, I said I'm sure there's a lucky lady out there that you are a fantasy guy for.
We have reached the moment where the first ever Green Bay Packer pick to be made in Green Bay
Boo.
has arrived. That moment is finally here.
Yeah, Chargers pass on Golden and Will Johnson. They did get a really good running back, though.
Within earshot of us right now.
And you don't need to pass the ball if you can run.
When you fill out the mock draft, I had them going with Hairston from Kentucky. But
Oh, Ian Rappaport saying the Packers are fielding trade calls right now. It's the Giants.
Here's the reaction for Bengal.
They just didn't want to play a road game. Maybe they wanted to bring the draft to them and make it a little bit bigger moment.
Who was it? Who was it from Florida
Ian
State?
Rappaport just tweeted they
There
are.
you go. 2002.
They are getting calls for a trade right now.
I'm sure they are. Will they make a deal happen?
Stop holding out. Remember that?
I will say, I know it's not like the end-all be-all, but typically teams hosting in their draft city are not super excited about trading out of the first round completely. But you got to, hey, first and foremost, you're running an NFL franchise. You got to make the best decision for your team.
And the German Packer is here. I know you were asking, will the German Packer be here?
And by the way, we have heard Country Roads already.
And I know, like, the NFL draft was in, like, Radio City Music Hall for so many years, but I feel like I remember hearing that. But, yeah, this would be interesting to see the Packers get entirely out of the first round. But it probably will be a good move for their franchise if they want to do that. If they can steal a second or a first-round pick from the Giants next year, I would do it in a heartbeat. I think the Giants,
listen to this.
that'd be a heck of a decision. I'll say that.
This place is going to explode.
Where's the base?
Sorry, deafened for a second. Did you talk about the Packers fans being pissed off if they pass? If they trade down?
Like somewhat, right?
Yeah, like they all showed up tonight and they're all going home with like
Camino,
nothing to cheer about.
Thanks for the 10. Appreciate
It's like,
you, buddy.
like watching soccer and the game ends in a tie. It's like, oh, what are we gonna do now? Guess go get drunk at the pub.
But real fans, I think, would appreciate a good return if they can get one. And if a team is moving up for a quarterback, you can get a huge return. But I hope the Giants are not stupid enough to trade a first-round pick next year.
And just one more reminder again, there are 10 more first-round picks, which means
I want to see this crash out.
It's not going to be like I'm not a yeller anymore. It's just going to be
Eli Apple 2.0. Eli Apple 2.0. Let's hear it. Let's do it. Get your voice warmed up.
I will say every team on the clock here, and I know the Vikings are getting calls, and they would be motivated to move out, I'm sure.
Few hours ago with Cam Ward
The Vikings have 4 picks.
First overall pick in the draft, and we have not heard a quarterback named.
Do you think
Also, Cleveland, by the way, has the first pick of the second round and the 4th pick in the second round now. Wow.
Oh.
Say again?
Do you think Jacksonville overpaid when they trade up?
Yeah.
Defensive tackle.
Yeah.
Derek Harmon.
They did get the best player in the draft. They did also trade a first-round pick next year, which is a lot for a team that just probably won't be good. Although they might. I mean, a receiving core of Travis Hunter, Brian Thomas Jr. is a pretty good start. Like, having receivers that can actually, like, I'll tell you what, the biggest thing, if you watch the Jaguars play over the past couple of years, receivers didn't catch the ball. They didn't catch the ball. There's so many drops. Travis Hunter doesn't really drop the ball. It's a contested catch machine.
Maybe I'm just biased for the moment right here with these,
multiple like
people behind me.
But like Trevor Lawrence might just suck.
He doesn't.
Hello.
Hello, Antonio. The Packers fan has entered the call. Not a moment too soon. Kind of weird. The Packers war room were kind of shaking hands, but their clock is still going.
The rumor is the Eagles want this pick.
Malachi starts.
That'd be interesting. Will Johnson even. Who's a really good edge on the board? Mike Green, James Pierce Jr.
Yep. Ezeraku. You're a big Ezeraku guy.
I think Ezeraku's good. That's the thing about a lot of these players in the draft. I think a lot of these guys are just good. I think Green Bay, I mean, they're probably all over Jihad Campbell here. That's like the most goody pick ever, I think.
So here we go.
I love Jihad Campbell.
Another the pick is in. Here we go.
Oh, they actually took a guy?
All right, Antonio, who are you looking for here? You have any preference?
No.
That's about
Because they got
right.
Edgerrin Cooper.
Yeah,
I don't know if I go Jihad. Yeah, so we'll see.
I mean, they love linebackers. You quite walk. I'm serious. They need to.
I know receiver and edge.
They need corners so bad. They need corners so badly. I had Maxwell Harrison here in my final mock, but Will Johnson's there. The thing I come back to is that Will Johnson's really good. I know the injury stuff. I know the athleticism questions, but at the end of the day, Will Johnson's really good. It's tough for me to get off that.
Yeah, I'm a Ravel guy.
G. Vandy, welcome back.
You guys are
Hyped today. He's going to be a nickel. If you see my draft coverage the entire year, you know I think he's going to be a nickel. And I think that works in Denver. But I don't think he's unable to play on the outside, you know. I don't think it's his best NFL role. Who's this geezer?
Okay, Green Bay, it's your time.
I don't recognize him.
To make this historic pick, please give it up for
I mean, they're
first
never
team
going to boo
All-Pro,
this selection.
Pro Bowler,
No.
two-time Super Bowl champion, and Packers
New York Jet fans win.
President and CEO, Mark
Real
Murphy.
fans.
Thank you, Roger. How about this atmosphere? Isn't it unbelievable?
Yeah, you guys are well ahead of me.
Jump in the screen share.
Roger, thank you.
Oh, good point.
And the NFL for bringing the
I was watching my own.
Green Bay
What a
for
fool.
the best draft in the history of the NFL. Right here.
He looks like a Wisconsin guy, to his credit.
On behalf of the Packers,
Do you remember you talking about baseball watching the
Green
Brewers?
Bay, Wisconsin,
Were you here for that?
and
Maybe not.
everywhere, because our fans are everywhere.
Who, me?
No, I think it was Wheels at least. Antonio might have been there too.
What was it?
When we were watching the Brewers game, talking about the crowd.
I don't think I was there.
Okay.
In our community.
Complimentary things only, Chet.
We are the only community-owned team in
He
the
sounds old.
It's true.
Just out of curiosity, how many of you are owners? Yes. We also have the best owners in the NFL. And we also want to celebrate the special connection we have with our fans that dates back to the early days of professional football. With the 23rd pick in the 2025 NFL Draft, the 13-time world champion Green Bay Packers.
Okay, we can't count those championships, man.
Since 2002.
It's a receiver!
Draft a wide receiver.
Wow.
Matthew Golden?
Oh, baby. Matthew Golden, wide receiver.
Horns up! Golden to Green
Wow.
Bay. Green and gold.
Wow, they actually drafted a receiver.
Wow. I heard the criticism. I guess I'm gonna have to trade up in fantasy now, so like someone doesn't take them from me. That's also a suit choice right there.
Yeah, it's gold, dude. He's fly as hell. Why are you hating, cuz?
I'm not. I'm just saying. It's a bold
Receivers need that kind
statement.
of attitude.
Matthew Golden to Green Bay. You better watch yourself in this draft, Antonio. What pick do I probably have a high pick? I kind of suck.
I have a late pick.
I think my team sucks. Am I right about that? I don't really remember. I think it's not good, but I feel like I almost made the playoffs. Maybe?
Yeah, I don't got a first round pick, but it's all right.
Wide receiver taken with a first round pick since
I am champion.
2002. And let's have the kid be
Oh, did you win it? Nice, Will.
Oh yeah.
Green Bay, and let's have the
You beat
word
me.
gold in his last name.
Oh.
Is what we call
Did you both trade your first round picks?
DJ, I think you were the one
Honestly,
coming up with it right
I
there,
don't
Jimmy.
remember.
This is now Matthew Green and
Oh, he's about to
The
get
good
a
thing is
crazy
you can look,
ovation.
you can, and it's there.
This is also the greatest example of peer pressure. that I've ever seen in my entire life. This will be in textbooks.
So remember, the fans own the team.
Yeah, okay.
The fans own the team.
No, I think I traded my first round pick next year.
I gotta be picking the top 5, surely.
The Green Bay Packer wide receiver.
Goated Rao, thanks so much for the 12-month resub.
Aaron Rodgers would be upset if he wasn't in a fucking cave right now, probably. Fucking high as hell it's in fucking cave. Doing whatever the hell drugs he does, acid or whatever.
Ayahuasca.
Some crazy shit.
We need Aaron Rodgers back to the Packers.
Yes.
2-quarterback scheme.
Yeah, this is someone who ran 4.29, but not just a speed receiver. You see a lot of snap in his routes. Watch him when he gets to the top.
He's a stealer.
The big time juice and burst he shows out of the break point. How about the ball skills? Look at this catch.
That's why they didn't draft Shador.
Sleeper's just not letting me log in. It's like we're unable to verify the information. Well, this is the information. This is correct.
Back to it. The adjustment ability, again, not just a speed receiver. This guy's got natural route power.
Take a second.
Let me get a Green Bay on 3. 1, 2, 3.
All right.
Hell yeah.
He went 1, 2, 3 Green Bay. He hasn't gotten the handbook yet.
1, 2, 3 Green Bay is an all-time call.
That is funny.
The kid on the bicycle will teach him when first day of camp. He'll be all right.
What would be the better one? 1, 2, 3 cheeseheads.
Go Pack, go.
Yeah,
go Pack, go. 1, 2, 3 Green Bay.
Fourth down, everything matters.
4th and 13.
Where does Cleveland go with the rock
Go
to
Pack,
save
go.
their season?
Fair enough.
This guy.
And I want to get back.
I'm telling you, when they needed a play, Matthew freaking Golden, baby. 3 Longhorns in round 1.
Detroit's going to score points. Chicago looks like they're on their way to scoring points.
Yeah, but Texas guys were always overdrafted.
I'll tell you, they had a draft where they didn't have anybody drafted. So, and that was not that long ago.
You're getting a new guy in town.
They had 0 players drafted the whole draft, Fox.
I was just messing with you, man. I want to see your reaction.
Yeah, the reaction is I'm going to punch you in the mouth. But I mean, think about their recent top draft picks. It was like Joseph Osai was the highest drafted Longhorn prior to Bijan or something like that. Like Malik Jefferson. You know any of these names? They're not all Bengals.
I've heard of Jefferson before.
Really?
Thomas. Yeah.
Did you play college football? I think you got a good card on that game, which is shocking.
Vikings pick is in? Oh.
I mean, it should be a safety here. Which one do they prefer? No, Garrett Gilbert got drafted there from Texas. Oh, wait, pony up.
On my show yesterday. The guest after him.
Legendary, thanks for the prime. Big baller Bren. Detroit get Giants 2026 first round pick, please. That would be insane.
Hugged each other like
So would you take Starks or Manowari for this scheme?
I think I'd probably prefer Malachi Starks, but also it's weird. Well, they lost Cam Bynum, right? So it's easy to say we just replace with another free safety. But Eamon Worry, it doesn't have to be just a safety. And Harrison Smith is not getting any younger. So I think it's really whichever one you have the higher grade on. Because I think you could potentially fill both of those spots within the next 4 years, right? So
yeah, it feels like they run a lot of like cover 4 split coverage match kind of stuff. So a lot of the safeties are doing very similar roles, and they don't do as much strong free like a lot of like cover 3 teams would.
Have to find out who it is.
The Minnesota Vikings select Donovan Jackson.
Wow, so they do upgrade the offensive line. This is a really good player. Really good player. Stepped in at tackle after the injury to Josh Simmons and was a stud. Struggled against Abdul Carter versus Penn State, but it was his first game playing left tackle. Well, now he's not going to play tackle. They have Christian Darrisaw.
Took the 24th pick, though, someone to spoil.
They have Brian O'Neill at right tackle.
The Giants have traded up.
Yeah,
the Giants have traded up. It's happening, Gene.
Here you go, crash out.
Well,
Crash out happening. Crash out alert.
I might as well start it now because it just happened. The Giants have traded up to number 25 in the draft. That is Houston trading out of the first round. The Giants have jumped the Rams. And I guess what the Giants are doing more than anything else is stopping another team from trading up. Because at this point, like, the Rams, I think, are unlikely to draft a quarterback. The Ravens are not going to draft a QB. The Lions, Commanders, Bills, Chiefs, and Eagles are not going to draft a quarterback. So the Giants are just trading up to stop Cleveland from trading up, or the Raiders. The rumor, the heavy rumor, was that the Giants were going to end up moving back into the first round for Jackson Dart, right? And I'm not a huge Jackson Dart guy. I'd need to see the return on this trade before I really give any type of opinion, because the return is going to be very important. I would be shocked if the Giants.
Well, here's the return.
What's up?
Here's the return.
Okay.
34.99 2026 third.
Whatever. All right, that's fine. I was going to say I would have been shocked if it was a 2026 round one, but we've seen teams get extorted for first round picks when trying to trade up for a quarterback, which is what the Giants are doing here. But because it's so late in the first round and the Giants were picking so high up in the second round, obviously it wasn't that significant. Giants get picked 25, Texans get picked 34, 99, and a third. Texans getting a lot of mid-round picks, by the way, after trading Laramie Tunsil. They're looking to take some swings over the next couple of years. But I think, my opinion, and I don't know who it's going to be, I think Shedeur Sanders is the most accurate quarterback in the draft. I think you can win with him. I'm not a huge Jackson Dart guy. I guess I'm going to get ready to learn Jackson Dart probably. But, or, I mean, God forbid, Jalen Milroe, if you're going to go that development route. But trading up in the first round for him seems interesting, to say the least. But I just don't really get it from a team building perspective. Like, I guess you're really thinking you're not getting fired. You're really thinking you've got some job security here to take your QB of the future. But at 25, you gave up, I don't even want to say gave up a second round pick because you traded up like 10 spots. You gave up a third and number 99, and you already have a comp pick in that range. Like, I don't mind the trade up compensation wise. You traded a next year's third to get what you're hoping can be your franchise quarterback. I guess I'm getting ready to learn Jackson Dart probably. But for me, like, everyone talks about, okay, Dart is a competitor. He's a leader. His teammates will like him. He's athletic enough, like, there's no question. But I don't think the arm is anything crazy. I know he's not that accurate. And he's made some splash plays. There's no question. Everyone wants to point to the throw at Duke in the bowl game. But that's not what you're getting on a typical, like, down-to-down basis. He's playing in such an unconventional offense compared to what he's going to be asked to do at the NFL level. But I guess you really feel good about him, or Shedeur Sanders here, or to Milroe. It's going to be Jackson Dart probably. If everyone has the Giants trading back up to get Jackson Dart, the fact that the Giants have now traded up tells me that this is probably Jackson Dart. Shedeur's smiling, but he's just a guy that likes to have a good time. That guy's always smiling. He's not on the phone. It's Jackson Dart, dude.
I felt like that was their preference with the quarterbacks, was Jackson Dart, and they have done a ton of work on him and know him extremely well. I just thought a little more physical of a quarterback.
They're happy. You're surely happy for this, right, Bengal?
Yeah, we'll see what happens, right? I mean, Dart is a better athlete than Sanders. I don't think he's as good of a passer. Which I think
the last Ole Miss QB won 2 Super Bowls.
At quarterback, yeah.
He's higher graded by PFF.
I guess you're going for the better athlete with Jackson Dart.
Getting a premier player in Abdul Carter on board.
And by the way,
Jackson Dart at 25, man, that's an interesting pickup. I know my entire comment section when I post this reaction is going to be how negative I am and how much of an idiot I am, like they were when they were hyping up Daniel Jones in 2017. But
hey man, he's an athlete.
Yeah, I'll tell you what, the scouting report on both of those guys might be eerily similar. Although Dart's not as big, I mean, it's just. I guess you're drafting the intangibles here. Giants have moved back up, presumably for a quarterback, presumably Jackson Dart here.
I can't wait. We have another trade.
Atlanta has moved back up.
Yep.
The Rams have moved out. Is that who is next? I believe so.
Which means the Rams probably want a Jackson Dart.
Maybe.
Is much more pro-ready.
Who are they getting ahead of?
Atlanta, Baltimore, Detroit. Hey, did the Falcons go with another edge rusher if they traded up for Mike Green? That would be interesting. All right, here's the Giants selection.
The Houston Texans have traded the 25th pick to the New York Giants. With the 25th pick in the 2025 NFL Draft, the New York Giants select Jackson Dart, quarterback. Wow.
More like Jackson Fart.
Quarterback Jackson Dart. He is a first-round selection. He is going to the division with Dak and Jalen Hurts and Jaden Daniels. He is going to be.
I'm really disappointed there's no crash out right now. This is very sad.
I'll tell you, I've never seen a Hall of Famer instantly, and I'm seeing one on the screen right now. It's incredible.
The Giants quarterback.
Giants are the best draft. They got the two best players in the draft at 3 and 25.
Malik Neighbors at LSU. The SEC rival is going to get along quite well there as they grow up together.
Bengals internet history tonight's about be all Dart highlights, huh?
And that's what that's about. You're buying into someone who just
got to get Trey Harrison a little bit here.
You look at what he does with these kind of up and down throws.
It's just the Ole Miss offense is so not pro style at all.
Rushers, get away.
I knew they were going to show the Duke throw. That's the only play they have. I'm positive. I'm positive. He is a good athlete.
Dude, show you what he did in Gainesville, dude.
He is a good athlete.
He was effective as a runner, no doubt.
No Gainesville highlights.
And Charles, I think there's something to the fact.
PFF loved them this year, man. I think you got a ball.
That's the end-all, be-all. Fuck it.
You know what?
I won't even watch myself anymore if PFF said he was good.
If he would have been the
Perfect.
I mean, I'm happy about it.
And you get to watch Russell Wilson do it, Jameis Winston do it.
I'll tell. Okay, like we say with anybody, right situation, right scheme, development is important. None of these guys are finished products. Dart could absolutely develop. He's athletic enough. Everyone talks about the toughness, the competitiveness. Apparently, the teammates are going to love him. The Giants have moved up for Jackson Dart. I'm rooting for him. I think he's got a long way to go. He's going to have to completely relearn how to play offense, but he's made some big time throws. If you're going to say, okay, this is what we think he can do on a more regular basis, all right, but he's got to be more on time. He's got to get the ball out on time. He can't miss windows by holding it. The ball is going to come out on time and on target. It's the biggest thing with playing quarterback. We will see what the development looks like for Jackson Dart. Right now, I'm going to be honest, I'm not super stoked on it. I just wasn't a huge Jackson Dart guy. I think he has a higher ceiling than Shedeur Sanders, just because he's a better athlete with a better arm overall. But there's some development to be done. Jackson Dart's a giant. This is the reaction video. And I'll see you guys for more videos in the near future. Okay, man.
We have the trade details for this Falcons pick.
And make those So Jackson
Dart is
going to be going into a quarterback room with Russell Wilson and James
Falcons trade
Winston
46, 242, and a 2026 first round pick. Ooh, 26 and 101.
Whoa, say it again?
46, 242, and 2026 first round pick.
That's fucking crazy.
For 26 and 101.
This is not going to be worth it whatsoever.
Oh boy. That's a trade right there.
Rams scammed, huh?
First rounder next year.
Yeah.
And to get a third from the Rams. The Rams now
All right, I tweeted out, the Giants really just got the two best players in the draft with pick 3 and pick 25. Would hate to be the other 31 other NFL teams. And I dropped other twice because I'm fucking, I can barely type.
If you got them right now in Los Angeles, they're not going to pick until kind of the middle.
Oh, man.
The second night of
Rams went from fucking picks to give me all your picks.
2 threes, a 4, 4 sixes, and a 7.
Who's this? James Pierce?
First rounder next year.
Who's it going to
Mike
be?
Green, if I were them. But I don't think they're going to go back-to-back edge unless you're going to deploy Jalen Walker in a different way. I really don't know.
They think they can still go get someone, even though Tampa's won it 4 straight years. They haven't run away with the division.
Yeah, like I actually like double dipping, right?
I don't hate it,
against each other.
I like Mike Green a lot. I like James Pierce a lot. And the Falcons were heavily linked to James Pierce pre-draft, by the way.
The Atlanta Falcons select James Pierce Jr.
There you go.
Defensive end, Tennessee.
So the team
There it is, Pierce.
pass rush has now absolutely checked the boxes this evening.
You know what?
We begged him for years.
Heck yeah, man. Get after him. That was like, when's the last time the Falcons had a good pass rusher? 2015?
A big time explosive athlete. Leonard
From the edge, at least.
body type. You see the height, you see how
It's been a while.
that lean, narrow
So,
frame.
turn a weakness into a strength.
4.4s and it shows up. You see him get off the rock. He's
I'm
got a
here for
variety
it.
of moves. He's not just going to win with that speed.
Junior
He
to
can win on the
Atlanta.
high side as well as underneath the tackle.
Wonder
Here
how
with
they'll
Want
deploy
to see a little more consistency with this, the pocket collapsing power. That's
Jalen
going to be
Walker.
an area you want to see him continue to develop. He can set.
Because they
the
still
edges
have Arnold
as a
Ebiketie.
Pass rusher can also do it in the run game. I knew they spent a lot of time on him, and there was talk, CD, they could take him.
So does this
with
mean
the
Milrow
15th
to the
pick.
Steelers?
I think they were just surprised Jalen Walker was there. They couldn't pass him up. But hey, why not go back and get another one?
I think what's interesting about this for me, guys, is that when you're looking at James Pierce now that you picked up Jalen Walker, isn't Leonard Floyd now in
I need to get a fucking Jackson Dart screenshot for this reaction video. I mean, I'm
Jim
like,
Ulbrich can say, I can DPR him, designate
I'm blown away that this has
have
happened.
a plan and work him in as he gets bigger.
The Ravens are up
and
now.
stronger,
Hell yeah.
has a little more balance, 'cause right now,
This
he's
gotta be
taking
Malachi
wheels.
Starks.
Before
Malachi
long, we have
Starks.
to add a little bit more to it.
Really?
He doesn't have to do it right
Yeah.
away. It's a good
Or
pick.
Is the rolling center field for you?
Ori.
Yeah.
Even Ori, who I really like.
DJ's right. The Falcons.
I mean,
this
10 RS will
close,
do that
this
to you.
close to picking James Pierce at number 15 overall. They have in fact done extensive homework
I've
on
been
his
a fan.
character, trying to
Oh
understand
yeah.
the immaturity. They've talked to basically everyone he knows.
So like
Yeah,
that's
you're
still
on the-
quite a lot for Pierce though, correct?
they traded a first-round pick next year. They're expecting to be really good if they're going to do
Yeah.
that.
I get it, but that's I mean
It's
all
a
right.
haul.
Yeah,
For those
yeah,
who didn't hear, the Falcons have traded 46, 242, whatever, and a first next year for 26 and 101. You do get 101, but trading that first-round pick next year is a lot.
But involving 2 first-round picks in next year's draft.
Unbelievable.
In the trades tonight. Can't make it up. Ravens, Lions, Commanders, Bills.
They clearly think it's going to be an end of the first pick. Not that big of a deal, right?
There's no such thing as kind of amazing.
Man, what an interesting night this has ended up being.
Yeah.
I think the crash out the crash out didn't happen, Bengal, but I think now it's setting in, which this could be good.
I'm making the thumbnail right now. I mean, I don't even know what to say, really.
Also, Fox, did you say who said Milrow to the Steelers? Stop. Please
That's
stop.
me, man.
Stop,
Yeah,
bro.
it's happening, dude. Third round superstar.
Better than Shador.
Hey,
You're first.
I agree with that take.
Crazy take.
No, I mean, do we think a team's gonna come back up into the first, or should they're here if you get that 5th round option?
It seems like he might fall out of the first.
Well,
he's gonna go to Cleveland first pick tomorrow.
Would Cleveland move up for that option though? Just like a couple picks.
They've got the ammunition to do it if they want.
Cleveland is so stupid. They totally would do it.
The Ravens pick is in.
Shador's good. Why does everyone hate Shador? I don't know if he's ever going to be great, but he's good. Like,
I just feel like he needs to be on a show off team. So like, who likes to show off? Like Cleveland, but they suck. Like I thought maybe I don't know. I'm just saying. Like I didn't see him on the Steelers, but I could totally see Cleveland going after him. That's why, yeah, I can see it.
Man, Jackson Dart is a fucking all right.
Trash.
So Bengal, is this kind of like your version of Kenny Pickett to the Steelers?
Yeah, except I'm not like blindly optimistic about it.
I see your tweets.
Yeah. The Giants really got the two best players in the draft with pick 3 and pick 25. Would hate to be the other 31 NFL teams right now.
Yeah. So you know what it's like, man. That you're already going through it. Sarcasm to hide your hurt.
It's definitely happening right now, folks.
Yeah, I mean, maybe I'll make enough on the video reaction to, buy some alcohol or something.
You get yourself a nice male necklace.
Nah, dude, he's gonna end up being a Hall of Famer, and then everyone's gonna come back and say, "Hey, you're a fucking idiot." Jackson Dart is a one-time Pro Bowler like Tyler Huntley. Anyway,
Super Bowl winner like Kenny Pickett.
There you go. Man, that was a surprise.
Yeah, took the final snaps, man. Won it all.
Will it be Malachi Starks? I had it in my final mantra.
Then it's the command, and then it's the final 4 teams of the night.
Give me Malachi Starks. Give it to me.
And then the Super Bowl teams, as the Ravens are applauding. That's I love it. Ozzie Newsome.
You're not worried about his good except for that
RAS. And there is
yeah, I don't know if that's even true.
Mr. DaCosta. Is that Steve Bisciotti's back to the camera?
Let's find out who it is.
Head coach
Malachi Starks. Come on.
Talking to a new Raven, and everybody was sharping in Malachi Starks to this team, and he's sitting on the board.
I didn't think he would get to him, but it makes all the sense in the world because it allows you to take a very talented player in that secondary, Kyle Hamilton, get him closer to the line of scrimmage where he can be impactful, and you get a high free safety. Yes. And if you look at Malachi Starks, I'm not going to put this comp on him as a player because he's not. But body type wise, he looks just like Ed Reed. I mean, he could like just the way he's put together and how fluid. I'm just really glad you didn't put that on. I'm not saying he's Ed Reed. I'm saying he looks like him, and I'm saying the things he does well, the Baltimore Ravens would really appreciate.
I'm so glad you said that because high safety is how I thought that he played best. And that combo with Kyle Hamilton, that would be perfect for them.
There is an Alabama player on the board. So we'll see what happens.
They got up to the podium quick.
With the 27th pick in the 2025 NFL Draft, the Baltimore Ravens select Malachi Starks.
Let's fucking go.
Hell yeah.
Back, Georgia.
Fuck yes.
And so
I'm horned all the way up, boys.
And so it has now been done. Malachi Starks.
Another one right for me. I'll take that.
4 prospects still in there.
So what have I had here? Correct. I had Ward. I guess I missed Hunter. Was the Jags straight up? Had Carter to the Giants, Campbell to the Patriots. I had Banks to the Saints. I had Stewart to the Bengals. And I think this is the next one I've got, Starks to the Ravens. What can I hope for here? I have a chance to get any of these down the board? I don't think so.
This is a yearly tradition for the Ravens. A guy that I really like, that I think won't be there for the Ravens, falls to them. Yearly tradition.
I had the Chiefs moving up for Simmons, so I guess they could still end up taking him. I had the Lions going with Tyler Booker, who's long gone. I had the Commanders going Mike Green. I'm thinking, if I had to guess, I would say Lions, Ezraku, Commanders, Green back-to-back here.
Not only a great
Maybe.
player for them, but a great leader, like you mentioned. And for my money,
I had Harmon to the Bills, who's gone. I had Eamon Ward to the Vikings, who took Donovan Jackson. Which, if you watch the Rams playoff game against the Vikings, it's not weird. And then I had Grant to Philadelphia, who's long gone. So I could get one more perfect. But other than that, we're dead.
The worst position to play for is the one the head coach used to specialize in. Kirby Smart was a secondary player in college football. Second thing is, Ardarius Washington did a nice job for them filling in last year. Malachi Stark should bypass it and team up with Kyle Hamilton.
Look, I spent 4 years in that building, and there is a pride on the defensive side of the ball. And last year, guys, it was not good enough. This was the 31st pass defense in the league. They were 25th in pressure rate. That's not up to their standard.
Got better about the last 5-6 games of the season. You started to see him come along.
But better ain't
No,
it is not. Dominant, and they were not last year.
But does he play like a Raven?
T2XX said it is not Sanders confirmed, so I think it's a spoiler. Okay. Carvana with the 2. Texan Man Poverty franchise. Why trade? Get Simmons. T2 with Atlanta on the clock. You don't have to be a reporter. That's all right. Jax with the 2. Justin's Vanilla Vic is inevitable. Spark with the 2. That people just no one's taking quarterback. They prefer others over Dart. We've seen 2 QBs go around 1. Shifty, who do you like here? Dart here over Jones in the top 10.
Cleveland Browns lurking.
Yeah, I guess, right?
Tomorrow night.
Giants only see the color white, no Sanders for you. Nathan with the 5. Giants GM and coach don't give a fuck. If they both suck, they're not going to be here next year anyway. Yeah, I mean, I get that. But why trade up for a QB then? But, all right. Cameron with the 20. Get some help.
Trade ahead of.
Hell yeah.
So
Jamal with the 10 at Bengal. Been a huge fan since the Jacksonville Jaguars series. Who do you think my Lions pick up? I think one of the pass rushers, man. I'm thinking like Donovan Ezeraku or Mike Green.
When the Browns fans woke up this morning and thought they
is who I would lean.
Hunter and Sanders.
Nathan with the 2. Giants trade back up for Shador. Albert with the 5. Giants are banking on history. Run it back with an Ole Miss QB. What's the worst that could happen? That's true. Christian with the 5. People in your call are on something. Malachi should have went the Eagles because the Ravens are never winning a Super Bowl this century. Just wasting talent.
All right. Quarterback in next year's draft, which everybody says is a deeper quarterback draft.
Packers fan Zach, thanks for the tier 1.
Another team that might need
Stoke Packers to gold. He is a beast. Axoff, thanks for the prime. Nocturnal. Tommy DeVito. I don't know if he's going to be on the roster. Twiggy with the prime. Oyo's Rock. Rather be ripping darts and smoking on what Sanders was in Boulder. Hell yeah, dude. Oz the prime. Triscuits with 100. I was thought about trading for Paxton Lynch or Johnny Manziel is the closest I've come to where you are. I'm sorry, brother. Fuck you.
Just hugged Roger Goodell for the longest time. What was the meaning?
Heiser, thanks to the prime. Shamar Stewart interview was weird. Oh well, who day? It was a little weird on stage.
Just kind of watch him as a kid since I was a kid and be up here with him. And I've been waiting for
fucking Drew's texting me.
I'm ready to go to work.
You got some time with your family while you waited. What has your family done
was
for
he
you
like,
to get
lol?
you to this moment?
He goes, well, it wasn't at 3, but
I couldn't thank them enough.
yeah.
All the sacrifices that they made for me.
My
mom, my dad, I told him I wouldn't cry. My sister, I know she at home.
Go look at what Kurt Bankert tweeted. I'm excited.
My agency, man, they just bet on me and I bet on myself, and I'm ready to get to work.
And now you're a Baltimore Raven.
I'm ready.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
Man,
he thinks he has Jackson Dart as a top 10 talent. All right.
Take safety off the board for the Ravens for quite some time, right?
They're in good shape.
My goodness gracious. So that's the latest. Now here
who do the Eagles take here? Depends who gets there, man.
Appears to be Dan Campbell going through
Josh Connerly.
Dapping everyone up.
Josh Simmons. Oh, Josh Simmons is an Eagle. I'll be sick.
What do you think the Lions just did?
I thought they would look at interior offensive line, but guys, we got kind of wiped out when you look at the interior offensive line.
Because Booker would have made so much sense for them there. Right? Donovan Jackson would have made so much sense for them there. And you notice who you don't see in the room? Chris Spielman.
Yeah.
Always has a big influence there, but Chris always manages to stay out of camera sight. Brad Holmes running that team and running it so well.
Primary draft coverage every year. Hell yeah, dude. Appreciate you being here.
In the 2025 NFL draft,
they already got the Lions pick up.
The Detroit Lions select Tyleik Williams.
I said he could end up sneaking in around 1. He's the best, or arguably the best run-stopping D tackle in the class.
A little bit earlier than I thought he would go. I thought he would be more in the second-round range, but they know what they like, and this is someone who is strong and powerful, plays with a lot of
He's a beast.
You see him
Yeah.
press out blocks. He can hold that point
Big,
of
big
attack really,
dude.
really easily. Just a big, strong, powerful guy at 300.
He'll be good for 2 downs.
34 pounds.
Yeah.
He's going to free up everybody else.
Don't they already
to
got
rush
this guy?
on third down
Or is
because
McNeil
of
really
what he
bad?
does
Ali
on
McNeil's
third,
developed as a
second
pass
down
rusher.
against
McNeil's a
the
stud.
run. Just can eat up a lot of space.
Yeah, he
You
is.
see these little glimpses
Who else?
of
Like,
his ability to get on the other side.
double
Levi
down.
Onwuzurike?
Come
Come
on,
on,
as a pass
cuz.
rusher, it's more pure power than anything else. But to me, he's going to give you pass rush opportunities.
All right, sorry, Paul Walker. You're right. You're right.
By him
You're right.
stopping the
Who
run
else do they
early.
have
like
here?
Face down
DJ
impact
Reader's on
is
this team,
what
huh?
he's going to give you primarily as
He's
a
on the team
run
last
defender.
year. I think he
He
was.
lined up as a 3 technique for Jim Knowles' defense. They went through an entire
Well, this is the chat to
philosophical
ask.
change in the way
Next
that
year's
they're gonna
quarterback
rush
class better than this year's, obviously,
There's not
is it?
really any way to know.
with that defense.
Okay.
There's a lot of question marks. I would say gut instinct says probably.
Probably.
But we don't know if Arch Manning's going to be good enough or if it'll even declare. Like, Nico Iamaleava stinks. Lagway is not draft eligible yet.
And this fits what they do. Culture fit for.
So,
I guess
follow up to
Lenore
that would
Sellers
be...
could be a guy. What's up?
Yeah.
Well, my follow-up would be, after Shador, is there anyone who else is likable in this draft?
At quarterback?
Yeah.
I mean, there's some guys that are getting propped up.
Yeah.
I've said that I would take a chance on Jalen Milroe before some of these other guys, just because his upside is real, even if he probably ends up playing like wide receiver or something.
He's running back.
Yeah. I don't know if the body type fits that, but people are hyping up
Always
Tyler
body
Shuck.
type.
I mean, it's not a strong quarterback draft class.
Grand entrances need a grand Highlander.
I think Jackson Dart, who just won at 25, would have been
Will Howard is
probably
a winner,
the
damn it.
9th or 10th quarterback
Fully
off the
custom.
board last year.
How many Bud Lights can you fit in that puppy? As many Bud Lights.
Ah,
Do you hear me?
Okay.
Well, Bud Lights.
Yeah, what do you say?
Will Howard.
Give me one
Will
of those.
Howard's a winner.
All right, I guess that's true.
The Home
Last
Depot
year.
has
Gotta
fast,
take winners.
free delivery, so you can get everything
They
you
just
need
know how to
from
win.
out there.
Hey, Bib, thanks
In
so much for the
quarterbacks,
5 gifted. Pete Blazel with the 5
number one
gifted. You
stat
guys
is
are going
wins.
crazy. I appreciate you.
Today and get fast
Let's
Take
get some hype
your
in the chat for
completion
Abib
percentages,
Blazel with the
throw them
dual
out.
5
Touchdowns
gifted.
doesn't matter. Best
You're not
receivers
wrong.
in college football history. Who cares?
Yeah, you're not wrong. You're right.
It's been a heck of a first round, huh?
Oh, yeah.
Some people like Will Howard. I guess that's true.
Cord.
Yeah, Kyle McCord is in that same type of spot. Bills at pick 30. I mean, I think Mike Green goes. I kind of think he's going to be too good to not be a first round pick, but he's got some SA allegations that make that a little bit murky.
Yeah.
Yeah. I think the Bills could go Trey Amos. I think they go Nick Eamon-Worry, who I guess it's not that surprising to see him slip into round 2, just because he plays safety, and that happens sometimes. Like, I thought Xavier McKinney was going to end up being a first-round pick in his draft. He got to round 2. I thought Landon Collins would end up being a first-round pick. These are all giant safeties somehow. But, I mean, it's seeing safety drop isn't that weird. But, I mean, we'll see what ends up happening.
Yes. Ooh, Commanders.
I think Mike Green makes a ton of sense here. I could also see Donovan Ezeraku. I don't even know where else the Commanders would really go. It feels like it almost has to be an edge.
Higgins.
If you well, you know what? They really like Jeremy Chin, who's now gone. Where is he now? Is he Pittsburgh? I feel like he's an AFC North guy now.
No idea.
Where's Jeremy Chin?
Your
Raiders.
support is critical.
Raiders.
We can't
Okay.
do it without you.
If they want a replacement for Jeremy Chin straight up, Nick Eamon-Worry is right there.
Are about to announce their pick as we look at the green room built by Lowe's. There
Okay.
are 4 players left.
Someone's
in
on the
that
phone
green
right
room,
now. They're showing.
meaning It looks like some will still be in there tomorrow night. And
He's not on the phone.
Sanders enjoying his time at
He's chilling. Canton, Texas. Where are they?
And unless somebody comes and
that's where the Hall of Fame is.
Yeah.
Looking at him at his
Canton,
party tomorrow night as well.
Nailed it.
Waiting to hear his name called.
What do you rate the
Tell me
Dolphins
I'm
pick?
wrong.
Also,
Is the Hall of
Sanders
Fame not
isn't going
Canton?
yet, and Dart going before is a shocker for real. Much love.
Maybe.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know where Shador's going to go. I guess Cleveland at the top of round 2 would be fine.
That's the name of the game, right?
And I think Kenneth Grant's got a good potential. The Dolphins really needed to improve their interior defensive line. I had them going Walter Nolan. They opted for the bigger-bodied Kenneth Grant.
With what they did last year, obviously, Jaden Daniels unbelievable. The culture with Adam Peters and Dan Quinn, what they instilled.
Jay Fett, a huge Mickey Loomis fan. Yeah, the Saints
You look at what they inherited, the previous
kinda
first-round
tough.
picks, Forbes, Dotson.
They're
Chase Young. None of those
probably
guys
going
are
to be
there
really
anymore.
bad
They
this next
started
season, I
from
think.
scratch.
But
And
we'll
they already
see.
acquired Laramie Tunsil and Debo Samuel, and now
With
this
the
pick.
29th pick.
What if it's
in the
Will Johnson? That would be
2025
interesting.
NFL draft, the Washington Commanders select Josh Connerly Jr.
Okay, they go with the tackle.
Oregon.
Try to upgrade the offensive line.
How about that?
And the crowd goes mild.
You get a player as special as
Yeah, I thought there was a
Daniels.
chance he'd fall out of the first round,
He's gonna do his darndest to make
but
sure that he's
I mean,
prepared.
he's a real solid player.
Tunsil is gonna
He actually had a pretty good Senior Bowl. I know Mike Green ran him over, but overall, like, he's a good player.
Swing tackle for him, so they even have some depth there. Look, to me, this is
I don't think Will Johnson's the next C.J. Henderson. I mean, Will Johnson is still available. It's, pick 30. Could be a good fit for Buffalo. Team's worried about the injury stuff and maybe the athleticism overall, but like C.J. Henderson was a top 10 pick. Was C.J. Henderson a top 5 pick? I think top 10. Only top 5. So
I can't remember.
And I don't know that. I don't know where that comparison is coming from.
Yeah, he's gonna have to play right tackle
Corner that
because
doesn't work.
Laramie Tunsil's there now.
Birth certificate laminated.
That's right. Yeah, my son's going to be sick that day when we're playing that team.
Did he get on the scales that day? Because you know you got to have weigh-ins for those.
That's right. Where's the patch on it? The patch player, right?
So Travis Hunter isn't the only two-way player.
The receiver highlights are crazy.
Side of the ball, but can do a little bit of everything.
Got it.
That's right.
We're seeing a lot of those, Rich. We're seeing a lot of these offensive linemen on these throw
It would be
backs.
really funny to see somebody pull the wrong hat out and put it on.
Yeah.
I don't think we've ever seen that because for the draft parties that they show on camera, they send them every team's hat. You know?
Yeah.
So it'd be funny if they just got the logo confused or something, or somehow got it confused and put on the wrong one. I've never seen it happen. I think it could happen at some point.
Yeah, maybe.
The only game that he struggled in.
C.J. Henderson
Legendary
was
game.
pick 9. Ah, here you go.
I thought he was maybe even a guy that could get into the teens outside of that.
We're almost done with the first round here.
We are. This one's kind of been flying. It's only 10:30 my time. I feel like typically it ends like at midnight.
You talked about DJ. You invest in that guy and keep going. Because I thought there might be a chance of a corner
First few
on
picks was
defense.
flying, probably because of no
Got
trades.
Marshawn Lattimore during
Yeah.
the season
For a
last
while.
year. Maybe you have another guy on the opposite corner. Maybe get Sanders still back inside the nickel, which we thought he would play, although he played awfully well outside. But they've decided to invest in Jaden Daniels and his.
I mean, you got to protect the quarterback, Jackson. And I mean, Sam Darnold in the playoff game against the Rams had no time. Not that he played well in that game, but he had no time. Vikings trying to upgrade the O-line. Guard was a real big problem for them.
They are doing their best to
Max at the 5. Could Will Johnson be Caleb Farley-esque, and just in terms of a guy who's hurt?
Here's a team that knows who they
Yeah,
have to get
it
past
struggles
as
to stay on the
well,
field.
because
Yeah,
they've had
maybe,
trouble
but
getting
I
past
mean,
them in the playoffs.
Farley had
In the
like
regular
super
season.
bad back
Referring to the
issues.
Bills, who are choosing right now.
I'm not really
Chiefs,
sure to the extent of
the
Will
team I'm
Johnson's
also referring
injuries
to, in this
or the
conversation
long-term outlook. I
after
just don't
them.
know.
And then come the Philadelphia Eagles. Real quick before we start turning our attention to potential trades, as the Bills are now nearing 4 minutes.
I guess
to
if
go
there
in their
were to be a
selection.
trade, it would
If the
maybe
Bills
be
stick
New
a pick, what do you
Orleans
think?
trying to jump
I looked at
Cleveland.
I don't think they're
and
drafting a
they have
QB.
offensive line. I had them
I just don't know
taking
who else
Trey
could
Amos, a
potentially
corner
trade
out of
up.
Ole Miss. We've still got Maxwell
I
Harrison.
mean,
is
if
out there. Will
Vegas
Cleveland wants a quarterback,
There's been one corner that's gone.
And what about pass rush?
jump back into the first
That's
for
another
nothing
obvious spot to
and
me.
just
I'm
get a
excited to see
fifth-year
what
option.
they
Or
got.
not nothing, but I mean, it'd be worth like a fifth-round pick or something.
Yeah.
Move up one spot and get a fifth-year option if you can.
12 games, right? How many years?
But it's
now?
not the end-all, be-all. Like, these guys get extended early anyway.
I'm not saying that's the pick.
Yeah, we've seen the young QBs not really make it to free agency.
But I know this. I keep hearing they want to do a little more man coverage, Joel. And if they want to do more man coverage and it's in the secondary, Mad Max is sitting out there right now. Benjamin Morrison from Notre Dame is sitting out there right now. So we'll see if they decide to go in that direction.
Yes.
Obsidian, thanks so much for the Prime sub.
Just like, you know, college guy coming in looking at Buffalo. There's two ways that you beat Patrick Mahomes in the playoffs. And they're the same way. What Tampa did in the Super Bowl and what Philadelphia did in the Super Bowl. And
put him on his back.
Put Patrick Mahomes on his back.
The Eagles didn't even blitz him, right?
I don't know if there's enough edge tackle. There's not enough defensive linemen that you can take.
Wasn't that a thing? I did not watch the Super Bowl.
What is it?
The Eagles didn't even blitz Patrick Mahomes, right?
No, they just won. They just beat the fuck out of Joe Tooney at left tackle.
Donovan,
yeah.
Zaraku, he had 16.5 sacks for Boston College. That would be interesting to me. Just to put
that's like the most impressive part about that.
In playing cover one, in playing man coverage. So if they want
getting after the QB without blitzing.
They got to pump that up. And remember, they swung and missed on Kyer Elam a few years ago at corner.
Well,
Rip
to be
Gator.
Exact, Daniel, there's been one cornerback taken in this draft who also hasn't played wide receiver at the same time. We're talking about Jahdae Barron, who went 20th overall to the Denver Broncos to be paired up with the reigning defensive player of the year in the same.
Can I make one request?
Okay.
Travis Hunter at the press conference, do me a favor. Come out as a wide receiver and do a press conference, change outfits, come out as a corner and do another one.
I love it.
That would be funny.
Here comes the commissioner with the Bills pick and another special guest with him.
He's looking fly as hell. Look at this. He's got like the Bills, like
selection.
Jordans.
Here in Green Bay.
Jordan Lowe turtleneck suit.
Even greater impact as a wish maker.
Hopefully not Matt Elam.
For the second time tonight, we have the opportunity to grant a wish for a deserving young man to announce the first pick for his favorite team. Tommy.
Buffalo Blizzard.
He's firing him up.
Hell yeah.
Vikings pretty high on Theo Jackson. Protecting JJ is the highest
Tommy
priority.
is a 16-year-old living with a neuromuscular disorder. Is a huge Buffalo Bills fan, and he's here with me to make the announcement for his beloved Bills. Go ahead, Tommy.
Here we go.
The Eagles and Kansas City have swap picks, by the way.
Okay.
Let's go, Buffalo! With the 30th pick in the 2025 NFL Draft, the Buffalo Bills select Maxwell Harrison. Let's go!
All right, there's the speedy corner.
And there is the
and he
Mad Max.
struggled a little bit with injury, but he's a legitimately very good player. Like, he's quite good in man coverage. He's not just a speed guy. I know he ran 4.28, but he's legitimately sticky in man coverage. Although Isaiah Bond ran right by his dumb ass. I mean, but good for the Bills.
Currently Philadelphia just made a deal.
Maxwell Harrison did come back to break up the pass, but he was underthrown by Texas quarterback number 3.
That means Kansas City is the final trade partner for anybody who wants to.
They would swap picks because they are trying to block somebody else from trading up, and they only give up a 5th, they said.
Tapping the Bills logo.
Which, to me, by the way, ooh, man, I don't know.
So what could they be trying to block?
I think Mike Green or something. We know Philly doesn't give a fuck about character concerns.
The key third down of the season. Got him on that mesh play.
Also, Jahad Campbell's available, is he not?
He's someone who,
yeah.
To your point, Charles, is a man corner.
Maybe they're thinking about that.
He can line up. He can take away guys who can run with his speed, and he's feisty for
tight end
his
could be
size.
interesting.
So
I mean,
seeing him match up with a
Will Johnson, there's some good players here. I don't really know what they're going to do. I feel like there are a number of different ways they could go.
If he came out after last
Spartan, thank you. Matthew Golden is a really solid player. Yeah, I've definitely talked a lot about him. He's got great hands, really good route runner.
A little bit sideways.
It was like a monster return man at Houston.
Yep.
So he's got a number of different ways you can deploy him. Trey, thanks for the 5. Again, Aquino, thanks for the 5. Biggest shock of the draft, how 4 stars fell and how Burden is still falling. Yeah, Burden ended up not really being expected to go in round 1. Like, I didn't have him in my final mock. I had Starks at 27. He's just a safety that didn't have a great 2024, but I really do love the player. This is the play I was talking about, by the way. Look how far this ball is underthrown, because Bond's way by him. Bond is way by him.
That was no issue.
Bond ran sub 4.4.
To recover there.
He was way by
This year
him.
in 23 we referenced. If he had that year this year, we're talking about somebody who's a top 10, top 15 pick, and he's tough as a blitzer. The tackling wasn't as good this year. That was the result of the shoulder injury. I'm not worried about that.
And a heck of a personality. Keon Coleman last year, Mad Max this year. Getting some personalities in Western New York.
Well, I think we're about to see it on display. Jamie Erdahl.
Maxwell, you have hugged every single prospect that has been called before you tonight. Now it is your moment. How does it feel to trade Kentucky Blue in for Buffalo Blue?
Kentucky, did she say?
I can't believe this going on right now. I'm so thankful. I'm so blessed, man. I'm so happy to hear my name.
it's this guy.
It's truly a dream come true. I give all thanks to God.
Me Wang Chung.
And your family, you love them so much. You are wearing them with your heart and soul tonight. Show us your jacket.
Everywhere. They with me everywhere I go. I love my family, man. My biggest support system.
Congratulations, and Western New York's gonna love you.
Let's get to work, Buffalo!
Congratulations to Maxwell Hairston. So the 164th overall pick that belonged to Philadelphia.
I just don't know what the
Kansas
Eagles
City.
would be doing here.
The Eagles just made the pick.
I'm Mike Green, Josh Simmons.
To go select. So
Is it ever like Darius Alexander? The interior defensive linemen are flying off the board, by the way. We've seen Harmon go. We've seen Tyleek Williams go. We've seen Kenneth Grant, Walter Nolan, Mason Graham. What do you guys in the chat think this is going to be?
This is clearly Shador.
That would be very funny. I don't know. I'm not really sure. I just feel like there are so many good players available. We'll see which direction they want to go. I feel like if they get one of the 3, Jahad Campbell, Mike Green, Josh Simmons, you're looking pretty good. And I would be sad about all of those. I want the Eagles to exclusively draft bad players. Let's get a poll in the chat. Is this the least likable team in the NFL?
Yeah. Yes.
We had a little gremlin growl and agree. What up, Chang? God, I hate this team.
It's always the worst when they win the Super Bowl, huh?
Yeah.
I mean, they've barely ever done it. Like,
I would agree.
twice.
Cowboys are worst.
Hey,
Cowboys
I'll
are
tell you
worst.
what. There's only one Super Bowl that I've ever not watched in my lifetime, and it was last year's or this year's.
You didn't watch it, period?
I was sleeping, and I was like, I'll wake up for the Super Bowl. I ended up waking up with 5 minutes left in the third quarter, saw the score. I'm like, yeah, I'm not turning this on. The game is already over.
DB
You didn't even think about 28-3 or anything in those fallouts?
Nope.
So I'm not sure.
I guess
Rat,
you're right,
thanks for the tier 1. McMillan, thanks for the tier 1. Easy reads.
Seems like I made a great decision.
Yeah, tight end is an option,
Super
maybe.
Bowl.
Is this ever Mason Taylor? Is that weird?
I believe it was pronounced Jason Taylor.
How not creative, by the way, of Jason Taylor. He's just, my son is going to have my name, except you can swap the J for an M.
But that's his son?
You didn't know this?
No.
Yeah.
I was just trying to make a bad joke.
Well, you did hit on it, so.
Where'd you go to school?
Louisiana State University.
Heard of her.
I don't know where Philly goes with this. Rebuild's going to be crazy. I guess I have to load Madden back up. Fuck. I mean, I am excited about it. I can't wait. Me too. They're gonna be crazy. Hell yeah, hit that subscribe button.
We got the reveal today.
Oh yeah. Sweet.
Yeah. So much fun.
Oh, this. I want to be a hater so bad. Look at this loser with the face paint.
Oh, this guy's on TikTok. Yeah.
I don't make the rules. I just know that the universe.
He does it for the Phillies too.
Where Alabama or Georgia have an elite player who some miraculous reason falls down.
I hate that city.
To the Eagles'
Take I don't know who's.
They made one spot. Didn't they do the
They're gonna get a good player. They got Kylan Granson too. It's over for the NFC East.
Nolan Smith fell to him.
And Kenyon Green, I'm sure he's going to be a good player now somehow. They got Aziz Ojulari, Josh Uche. Maybe they feel good about edge, to be honest. It probably isn't an edge with Uche and Ojulari. They also got a Dory Jackson.
Jihad. Isn't it? Would that be a good pick?
You don't pronounce it that way. It is. He is a good player. Daddy Dimmu Blazer 69. Thanks for the tier 1.
Yeah. Nice.
I really don't want it to be Jihad Campbell. That would make me pretty sad.
Which means Shedeur Sanders will be.
Not that the Giants are going to end up with him, but
Can I read you guys?
they sure do like him.
First off, go ahead. After the selection, I need to get this in.
Be somebody I don't care about, please.
The Chiefs have traded the 31st pick to the Philadelphia Eagles. With the 31st pick in the 2025 NFL Draft,
I just saw the pick.
the Philadelphia Eagles select Jihad Campbell.
Oh.
Alabama.
Look at that. I knew it was going to be a good pick. They always make good picks.
Young man, thanks for the 7. Play Oblivion Remastered on Game Pass. I mean, I've heard of it, but I don't never played it.
Yeah, it doesn't feel like a Gene game, to be fair.
How did he fall?
Super Bowl champs 31st overall.
We see this every year.
Yes, sir.
Speaking of Obi-Wan down here, our lead draft.
You showed me the clips of this guy. He's pretty good.
How did the Chiefs let him get away with this?
At 32,
How did the Chiefs lose to this team and they're like, hey, have a good player again with our pick?
who falls into their lap. Campbell's my
They don't need
number
him.
12
They
player
got
in the draft.
Leo Chanel.
Tremendous value at the end of round 1. If not for the
And
shoulder
maybe
surgery
Bolton.
he's recovering
No big
from,
deal there, though.
he'll be a lock to go much higher. Daniel Jeremiah prior to the draft.
Nostra Jeremiah.
Did it again.
Yeah, Eagles always do well.
Why is the best in the biz?
Shoulder looks pretty healthy to me. We just slapped that sign.
It feels a lot better right now.
Man. He's going to the defending Super Bowl.
I hate this fucking team.
He can play off the ball. He can play on the ball.
And remember, Nakobe Dean is going to be recovering.
More than the Cowboys?
I mean, it's not even close.
This guy is
Wow.
good player. Him and Zach Bond together. Talking about some length. And guys who can both rush if you want them to.
Vic Fangio somewhere rubbing his hands together gleefully.
He's like, all right.
You guys remember last year I said Bond inside.
At least Golden's not a Cowboy and Barron isn't a Cowboy, Eagle, or Commander.
Eagles what they've won.
Well, Edgerrin Cooper, if you saw what
Yeah.
he did last year with
I'll
these
take
Green
that.
Bay Packers, with that
Banks
speed
isn't
and
a
range that
Cowboy.
he had, as well as someone who, if you want him to, can rush the quarterback. Jihad Campbell was an edge rusher in high school.
Twin years as a Cowboy.
The ball because they had 2 first-round edge rushers off the edge in Turner and Campbell. They just had to get him on the field. But this guy, when he hits the go button, he can fly. You see it here on a little delayed
His
blitz.
closing speed
Here he
is just
coming
exceptional.
Off at the edge. Now look, he's going to need to add some more polish as a rusher. But
I
with his
honestly would be shocked if
athleticism,
Jackson Dart plays
his
any
ability to bend,
QB
I
this
think
year
there's
for the
tremendous
Giants.
upside with him there.
We'll
and again,
see.
has that high school background. So a lot of versatility that he brings to the table and joining an incredibly young,
I forgot Madden adds the draft
talented
guards.
front 7 for the Philadelphia Eagles.
I'm just reminded, like, modern day defense, guys, you've got to have versatile hybrid players, you know, and how many edge players are we talking about? It started with Abdul Carter. He's got an off the ball background. He's got an on the ball background. These guys need to be able to do everything because offenses are going to get in 11 personnel or 12 personnel and then do everything out of those single personnel groups. And
Chiefs
so
just won
you've
the
gotta be a
3-peat
hybrid player.
of
You're gonna
drafting
be
pick
on the field
32.
one-
They
first,
got it.
second, and third down.
Ian.
Bill, thanks for the
Here's how
2.
badly Eagles general manager Howie Roseman
Sam
wanted to
Adams,
have
welcome
Campbell.
back
The
with the tier
Chargers were on
1.
the clock.
Excited about
At
Kenneth
22,
Grant.
He was working the
Good
phones
potential.
trying to get a trade. They thought they had a trade, thought it was done. The Chargers ended up picking, tried to get at 23, again at
That's crazy.
24. Now get Campbell at 31.
So he was targeting him, and then they just didn't have
The
to
Chargers
move up
fumbled
too
the bag.
far. All they did was give a 5th-round pickup, and
The Eagles kept
Kansas
trying to move
City
up
didn't
all that
have
way
a
for
5th-round
Jahad
pick. Now
Campbell.
they do, and they're
Apparently,
about to make their pick
they said
right here, and
apparently
we're
they
about
thought they
to
had the
meet
trade done with the
Jahad
Chargers, and
Campbell
then the
on the
Chargers made their
with
pick
our friend Jamie Erdahl. Jamie,
for a running back.
have to ask the question. You're already saying it's a surreal moment.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, you know, nothing will be possible, you know, without the Most High, you feel what I'm saying, and my family and my friends and, you know, just everybody supporting me, you know, and just paving the way for me and mentoring me and guiding me, you know, throughout my whole journey. So shout out to everybody back at home, man. I'm coming back home. Philly, y'all know what's up. We got to turn up. We got to get lit. We got to.
Oh yeah, he's from South Jersey, by the way.
Next year, man. It's
Ah.
home.
Never give up the microphone unless you're giving it to a draft pick that's going to a Super Bowl champion. What was it like to receive that phone call from a general manager that constructs a championship roster?
Man, it was a surreal feeling, you know, just getting that call and just being here.
He just grabs the mic every time.
And, you know, maximizing my opportunities when I was younger, and I mean, you know, just leading it to this point. So
Just talking straight to the camera. I'm annoyed by this. You know what? Fuck him.
Why is he holding the mic?
You're damn right.
As people do that sometimes.
Came back and saw that. It looks crazy.
He's being interviewed. He just grabs the mic and talks directly to the camera.
Little WWE promo.
In Philadelphia.
All right, if Kansas City grabs Josh Simmons here at 32, I think it's a pretty good draft for him. They got a 5th-round pick to do it. He's not going to have to come in and play right away. I thought they would trade up for him in front of Houston, who traded out of the 1st round entirely.
Who are they happy to just move down one spot, collect the 5th-round pick for?
Well, to me, you look at a tight end and Mason Taylor, who's out there. That could be your eventual replacement for Kelsey.
How about that?
So I also think I've thought about the bat philosophy, just best available tackle, because they lost 2 Super Bowls because of tackle.
Just because they got Jalen.
But immediately following the draft, I will be, maybe immediately, but maybe not immediately. I'm going to have a 2nd-round mock draft with how I think it's going to play out. Ranking 1st-round picks. It's coming up next. Make sure you're subscribed.
Josh Simmons.
I had him trade up for Simmons. They traded back and got him.
There you go.
So, you know what? I did, if you want to say it this way, I did have the Chiefs trading to get Josh Simmons, and in a way that did happen. That is the 1st round of the 2025 NFL Draft, ladies and gentlemen. I've got videos coming up right after this. Don't go to bed. We're ranking every 1st-round pick. We're getting a 2nd-round mock draft up. We're going to be, I might even talk about winners and losers from round 1. That feels like a video. But stay tuned. Make sure you're subscribed. This was an awesome night 1 in a lot of ways. In some ways, I guess. A lot of surprises.
He can play with leverage, get underneath guys,
and some shocks.
His tape is as good as any tackle in this draft.
And I might need electroshock therapy. That's the stream. Thank you guys very much for watching. Videos coming soon.
They've got a bunch of tackles now, but to me,
take it easy. Make sure you're subscribed.
He's their most talented tackle.
His grandmother